Chapter 771. A white robe appeared in front of Ning Shiwama's eyes. She didn't know when the man had come down from a mountain and was walking towards a little fox. Her heart couldn't help but jump. The man would extend a helping hand to the little fox, right? After all, the little fox had suffered such a serious injury and still came to listen to his music. It could be said that it was half a soulmate to him. Moreover, the little fox looked so cute. The white robe floated across the grass, and a corner of the robe even touched the little fox's head. But the man didn't stop walking. He actually didn't stop. Ning Shiwama clenched her fist. How cold-blooded. Too cold-blooded. Woo-ah. The little fox also cried out in a low voice from the grass. Its pair of gem-like black eyes looked at the man's back as he quietly left and lowered its head. It closed its eyes and panted for a while before it turned around and slowly walked in another direction. It walked very slowly, and Ning Shiwama followed it. She felt that her point of view was the little fox's point of view. Whatever it saw, she saw. Suddenly, the little fox staggered and fell to the ground and fainted. Even Ning Shiwama's vision turned black. When the darkness in front of her dispersed, Ning Shiwama found that she had changed to another place. In front of her was a bonfire, and beside the bonfire, the man in white was sitting on a green rock. In his hand was the eight-tailed little fox. The little fox's 4 little claws were in front of its chest. When it was picked up by the man, it opened its eyes in a daze. When it saw the man in white's face, its eyes lit up and it stretched out its little claws to hook the man's sleeve. The man held it in his hand and looked at it for a moment. The light-colored corners of his lips seemed to curl up slightly. I have eaten a lot of meat, but I have never eaten fox meat. I don't know what it tastes like. Although this little fox is a little thin, perhaps the lean meat will be more chewy. He looked at it as if he was looking at a wild rabbit. The little fox's body stiffened and suddenly struggled vigorously in his hand. The man seemed to be caught off guard and was thrown to the ground by it. The little fox rolled on the ground and immediately jumped up, turned around, and ran away. Fearing that the man would eat it, it waved its little claws and released a faint red light, attacking the man. The man flicked his sleeve, and the faint red light disappeared. He waved his hand again, and the little fox, which had just run 30 to 40 feet away, automatically flew back into his hand. You know some Yao arts? The male picked it up in front of his eyes. Then do you know how to speak? The little fox closed its eyes and pretended to be dead. Looks like it hasn't gained sentience yet. I can finally eat fox meat. The man's voice was faint, but it was as if he had just sentenced the little fox to death. The man stretched out his hand, and a gleaming blade appeared in his palm. He gestured at the little fox's body, as if he was looking for a place to place the blade. The little fox was finally scared. She suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Fox meat isn't tasty, it's sour." Her voice was tender and tender, with a hint of a child's voice. The man seemed a little regretful, but he was still unmoved. "The meat is sour, but the fur is not bad. Perhaps I can peel off the skin to make a sleeve." Was it going to be skinned? The little fox's body stiffened again. Seeing the blade in the man's hand waving in front of it, the little fox suddenly raised its little claws and slashed at its own body. Chapter 772. Its claws were as sharp as knives. If it really scratched its body, there would definitely be several cuts on its fur. The man seemed to have guessed the little fox's thoughts. He raised his finger and pressed down on its little claws. Self-mutilation? The little fox couldn't move anymore. It stared at the man in front of it, and its beautiful eyes finally became misty. "My fur isn't perfect anymore. There are a few holes in it. I can't make a sleeve, and it won't look good even if I make one." "Oh, that's true." The man's gaze fell on its body. There was indeed a large tear on its left side, and blood was still seeping out. "You've been injured for 2 hours, right? Since you've gained sentience, why don't you heal yourself?" The man's voice sounded slightly displeased. The little fox said, "I'm seriously injured. I can't transform, so I can't heal myself." There seemed to be a glimmer of hope in its eyes. "My fur is broken, so it's no longer perfect. You won't skin me anymore, right? I really don't like things with imperfections." The man's voice sounded regretful. "Then I won't skin you." The little fox's eyes lit up. It struggled in his hands. Then put me down. Sure enough, the man placed it on the blue stone, but he had no intention of letting it go. He took out a crimson medicine bottle from somewhere and slowly applied the medicine to it while saying, "I can cure you now. When all the fur is as smooth as before, I'll peel it off." The little fox froze. Even Ning Xiaomo, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but burst out laughing. She could already tell that the man was teasing the little fox. The little fox's eyes were watery, and its little mouth was tightly pursed. It seemed like it didn't know what to say. The man was very skilled at healing, and the medicine was also very effective. Almost at the same time, the wound stopped bleeding. He took out a roll of bandages from nowhere and wrapped the little fox's wound tightly. When he put it on the ground, the little fox almost couldn't run anymore. Its hind legs were also bandaged. It probably thought that it wouldn't be in danger for the time being, so it simply lay down beside the man and stared blankly at the crackling bonfire. The man ignored it. With a flick of his wrist, a guqin appeared on his knees, and he began to play. The little fox's eyes lit up as she stared at his zither. She didn't even blink as she watched his fingers play the zither. The sound of the zither was unprecedentedly beautiful. The beautiful sound of the zither gradually summoned hundreds of birds and beasts. Ning Xiaomo was also somewhat entranced. This man's musical talent was extremely high. Regardless of whether it was the flute or the zither, he could play them to perfection. It was definitely not an exaggeration to say that he would be remembered for 3 days. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of the zither finally stopped, and the birds and beasts reluctantly dispersed. The little fox also stood up reluctantly. It had been so engrossed in listening and learning that it had forgotten about its injuries. Only now did it realize that the bandages on its body had disappeared and its injuries were completely healed. Its fur was smooth, and the deep lacerations left no scars. It was overjoyed. It looked at the white-clothed man and said sincerely, "Thank you." The man in white looked at it and said casually, "Well, I think it's time to peel off its skin and make sleeves." The little fox instantly jumped back 3 feet and looked at him warily. Chapter 773. The little fox was afraid that he would catch it. "No, the injury looks better, but there are still traces left. After all, it was damaged once. I never do business that loses money, so I can't waste the elixir to save you." The man in white looked down at it. "Unless you can think of a way to repay me." The little fox looked at the bonfire next to it and then looked at him. Finally, it thought of a compromise. Benefactor must be hungry. "I can catch a few musk rabbits for you. Their meat is very delicious when roasted." The man was easy to talk to. He nodded slightly and agreed to its condition. The little fox was overjoyed and immediately ran to catch the rabbits. It was good at catching rabbits and soon caught 2 of them. It dragged them in front of the man and let out a sigh of relief. "Okay, I'm here to catch rabbits. I'm a man of my word. Can we go now?" The man looked at it. "When did I say that you can leave after catching the rabbits?" The little fox was stunned. It tilted its head to think and found that the man really didn't say anything. It could only accept its fate and looked at him cautiously. "Then what do you want to let me go? Roast them and let me see your skills." But I don't know how to." The little fox was a little embarrassed. "You've gained intelligence. Are you going to eat raw meat and drink blood?" The man glanced at the 2 rabbits and then looked at it. "Don't tell me you want to become like them?" The little fox shivered and could only accept its fate and help him cook the rabbits. Its original fox form was inconvenient, so it thought for a while and finally changed into its human form. When Ning Xiaomo saw its human form, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It was an unbelievably beautiful girl. She looked to be 7 or 8 years old and was wearing a layered white gauze dress. Her black hair reached her forehead and her black hair fell to her shoulders. She had a pair of big watery eyes. She looked like an angel who had fallen into the mortal world. What made Ning Xiaomo stunned was not how beautiful she was, but that this girl's appearance was 80 to 90% similar to her appearance when she was a child. When she was a child in the modern world, her parents took her to take many artistic photos with makeup. When she was 8 or 9 years old, she wore a snow white princess dress and took a set of artistic photos. Her appearance in the photos was almost identical to the girl in front of her. Ning Shuimo realized that she was in a dream, but why did the little eight-tailed fox in her dream look so much like her? Could it be that because this was her dream, he automatically assumed the role? She was a little puzzled, but she couldn't find an answer at the moment. The girl wasn't lying. She really didn't know how to cook rabbits. Her method of skinning rabbits was very clumsy. After a long time, she still hadn't managed to skin a single rabbit. The man coldly watched from his side. Finally, he seemed to have lost his patience. He raised his hand and lifted the rabbit from her hand. With a twist of his finger, the rabbit was completely skinned. The little girl shuddered and cautiously took 2 steps back, afraid that she would be skinned like the rabbit. The man did not touch the rabbit with his own hands, nor did he use a knife. He only used the white light from his fingertips to envelop the rabbit and spin it around twice. Then, the rabbit was cleaned up. It was enough to make the little girl envious. A moment later, the 2 rabbits were skewered on the tree branches and roasted over the fire. Soon, the rabbit meat turned golden. It looked delicious and the skin was covered in oil. Chapter 774. The little girl watched from the side and swallowed her saliva. She watched as the man took down a roasted rabbit from the branch. She couldn't help but go over and squat by his feet. She pulled one of his sleeves and asked, "Can I hunt 2 more rabbits in exchange for a rabbit leg?" "1 leg is enough." Her eyes shone brightly under the bonfire. The man looked down at the little hand that was holding his sleeve and waved it away without batting an eyelid. The little girl's eyes dimmed, and she took 2 steps back. "Can I go now?" The man glanced at her and said lightly, "Wait a little longer." The little girl knew that she was no match for him, so she didn't play any tricks. She watched as the man finished eating the 2 rabbits, leaving only a rabbit leg. The man stopped eating. He held the rabbit leg in his hand and glanced at the little girl. The little girl was probably starving. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stared at the rabbit leg. However, she couldn't bring herself to ask for it again. The man tossed the rabbit leg in his palm. "Do you want to eat it?" The little girl paused for a moment. She was probably stubborn. She pursed her lips and said, "No." Her stomach growled. The man's eyes flashed. He suddenly patted his sleeve, and a furry mink came out. The mink had 3 tails, and it stared at the rabbit leg as soon as it came out. The man threw the rabbit leg in the air between the little mink and the little girl. The little girl was stunned. The rabbit leg was very close to her. She could almost reach it with her hand, but her pride didn't allow her to do so. The little mink didn't care about this. It jumped in the air and bit the rabbit leg. It held it with its 2 front paws and ate it happily. The little girl was speechless. Her little face was red and her big eyes were misty. At this moment, Ning Xiuma unexpectedly read her grievances. She was obviously hungry. She was the one who hunted the rabbit, but now the mink took advantage of it. The little girl suddenly turned around and ran away. She didn't want to talk to this man anymore. She would never listen to him play the zither or the flute again. She suddenly tripped and rolled on the ground. A white light flashed, and she was forced to turn back into a little fox. The man flicked his sleeve, and its body flew back, landing not far from the mink. The mink proudly looked at it before lowering its head to continue gnawing on the rabbit leg. The little fox could only watch helplessly. The man didn't even look at it as he said indifferently, "Remember, there are some things that you have to fight for with your life. If you don't fight for it, what originally belonged to you will be snatched away by others." The little fox was originally looking at him angrily, but when she heard his words, she was stunned. Her eyes seemed to flash with light. The man leisurely stood up, his sleeves fluttering as he left in a carefree manner. He didn't even want that mink anymore. The mink was also stunned for a moment before it suddenly ran towards the man while squeaking, as if it was unwilling to be abandoned like this. It finally caught up to the man with great difficulty and desperately jumped towards him. But just as it jumped, it seemed to be blocked by something. Before it could even touch the man's clothes, it fell down. The mink was unwilling to give up. It pounced again and again, but it was blocked again and again. Finally, it gave up and stood there crying out in grief. Chapter 775. The little fox stood there for a while, looking at his back, and suddenly shouted, "I will fight for what I deserve. I will not give it to anyone else." The man did not even turn back. The little fox shouted again, "My name is Momo." And Mo, as in stranger. Ning Xiuma's heart suddenly trembled. Momo. Even the name was the same as hers. Her childhood nickname was Momo as well. While she was in a daze, the scene in front of her had changed, and this change was like a fast shot. She saw the little fox come to the place where the man was playing the zither and flute several times, as if it wanted to wait for the man to come again, but every time it went, the man did not come again. Maybe he was just passing by and saw the beautiful scenery, so he stayed for a few days. After a few days, he really left. The little fox finally stopped running to the mountain. It returned to its human form and practiced the zither with all its might every day, cultivating martial arts with all its might. Through the fast-forwarded scenes, Ning Xiuma saw that she had fought with many people and learned her lesson from her repeated defeats. She also learned how to fight, how to use all kinds of methods to fight for everything. She knew how to act cute. She knew how to fake cry. When she should make a move, she did it without hesitation. She learned all kinds of robbing methods. Finally, the camera stopped at one of her zither practice when a girl in red came to her door. When Ning Xiuma saw the red-clothed girl's appearance, she was shocked. The girl in red looked exactly the same as the white-clothed Momo. The only difference was that one was in red and the other was in white. The red-clothed girl's eyes were even more ferocious than Momo's, and there was a faint black mist around her. The girl in red shouted at the white-clothed Momo, "Shwet Emo, you still haven't given up. You're not as good as me. You don't have the right. You want to win against me? Take the position of the devil ancestor's daughter." The white-clothed Shwe Emo looked at her with a tilted head, fingers playing the zither, and smiled. "We are twins. What right do we have? The daughters of the devil ancestor have always been twins. We will use our own methods to win the position of the devil ancestor's daughter, and use our own methods to win the Black Wave zither." At this time, she was already 12 or 13 years old. Her smile was so beautiful that it could topple cities. She looked sweet and cute. The fiend ancestor's princess can only be inherited by red-dressed people. Yet you're dressed in white. There is no need for a competition. You are not qualified. The red-dressed girl was furious. Shwe Emo slowly stood up. As she did so, her white robes turned red, dazzling and eye-catching. The girl in red was shocked and stared at her. How could this be? Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. You used the skin-changing technique. You actually used the skin-changing technique. Shwe Emo's fingers fiddled with the zither strings. So what? There was no lack of white-robe successors in the past demon grandmasters, as long as they were willing to endure the pain and use the skin-changing technique. Shui Tong, I originally didn't want to compete with you for the position of the first wife's princess. It was you who plotted against me first. The name of the red-clothed girl who came later was Shui Ta. Her charming face alternated between green and white. After a while, she gnashed her teeth and said, I only hate that I didn't kill you back then. I shouldn't have shown you mercy. Shui Mo's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Showing mercy to your enemy is being cruel to yourself. Shui Tong, you taught me this principle. Also, you don't need to sell me this favor. You didn't show mercy to me back then. You just didn't expect me to be able to escape with my life. You didn't expect me to be able to survive with my injuries to that extent. Chapter 776. If she hadn't met that man, she would have really died from her injuries. Snow Etong paused and snorted. Then let's wait and see. We'll meet at the zither competition the day after tomorrow. She stomped her feet and ran away. Snow Emo sat there with her eyes downcast. Her fingers once again touched the zither strings. A drop of blood dripped from her fingertips and fell on the zither surface, melting like a flower. The skin-changing technique peeled the skin and broke the bones. The pain was unbearable, but she had no other choice if she wanted to live here. I will win, she said to herself word by word. She opened her hands and looked at the hard calluses on her tender fingertips from playing the zither. Momo, you must win. Ning Xiuma looked at the girl sitting there alone. In that instant, She seemed to sense her mood. She couldn't help but take a step forward. The scene in front of her changed again. A hall without any doors or windows. There was a faint blue light in the hall, illuminating people's faces like ghostly flames. A red-clothed girl fell on the ground. She was covered with bruises, and her body twitched slightly on the ground. She was holding a zither in her arms. All the strings had been broken. There were bloodstains on it. The other red-clothed girl also had a lot of scars on her body, but she was sitting. There was only one string left on the zither in front of her, and it was this last string that allowed her to win. The two girls were wearing the same clothes and had the same appearance. But Ning Xiuma still recognized at a glance that the one lying on the ground was Snow Yitong, and the one sitting was Snow Imo. Imo looked down at Snow Yitong. Her pair of eyes that were originally clear like water turned black like a whirlpool. Snow Yitong, you lost. Snow Yitong raised her head. Her face was pale and full of unwillingness. Why? Why was she the winner? Obviously I should be the winner. A win is a win, a loss is a loss. A fluttering voice suddenly sounded in the hall. This voice was male and female at the same time. It was unknown where it came from. Ning Xiuma took advantage of the fact that no one could see her. She quickly turned around in the hall, but she still couldn't find the person who was speaking. Snow Imo knelt down. Lord Devil Ancestor. The snow-robed talisman began to tremble as he hissed. Lord Devil Ancestor, give Asi another chance. Next time, Aya will definitely win against her. Before she could finish her sentence, a gust of wind blew in the hall. In the center of the gust of wind was a huge whirlpool, which sucked in the snow-clothed Tong, who was covered in cuts and bruises. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared without a trace. From the whirlpool came the snow-robed talisman's blood-curdling screams, which made people feel cold all over. Snowy Imo lay on the ground, doing her utmost to control her body from trembling. Imo, you still went easy on her. The voice sounded again. You should kill her. It would be best if you cut off her head. Shui Imo pursed her lips, still kneeling on the ground. Finally, she asked why. She and I are twin sisters, so why must one of us die? This was what she couldn't understand the most. Why? The voice repeated softly and laughed. Silly child, because there can only be one fiend ancestor. The fiend ancestor's children have always been twins. The strong will inherit the fiend ancestor's position, and the weak will only have one word, death. That's why Asi tried so hard to scheme against you. That's why she tried to kill you again and again. I thought she would win because she was more ruthless than you. I didn't expect you to win, and you even let her live. Snow Imo, Snow Yitong, haha. When combined, they were strangers. They were destined to be strangers. Chapter 777. It's really beyond my expectations. However, your zither skills are indeed much better than Ayao's. I'm very pleased. What about her? Shui Imo couldn't help but ask. A loser. Why do you care where she went? The voice became cold. Yes, Shui Imo replied. Imo, remember, as a devil, the most taboo is affection. Whether it's family, friendship, or love, you must abandon them all. Imo will remember. You still lack tempering my successor. Shui Imo's fingers clenched tightly in her sleeves. Lord Devil Ancestor, Imo still doesn't understand. Since Ayao and I will become enemies sooner or later, why did you make us love each other so much when we were children? Lord Devil Ancestor also said that Ayao and Imo must advance and retreat together, live and die together. Her lips were about to turn white. Since they were destined to be life and death enemies, why did you make them so close when they were children? So close that they were like one person, The Devil Ancestor laughed coldly, carrying a bone-piercing chill. What do you think? Shui Imo shivered and didn't dare to speak again. After all, she was still young and couldn't figure out the crux of the matter. Ning Xiuma was, after all, experienced in the world. She faintly felt a chill in her heart. She understood the Devil Ancestor's intentions. To become the Devil Ancestor, one must be ruthless and emotionless. The more Shwe Emo and Shwe Emo loved each other when they were young, the greater the psychological impact when they became enemies when they grew up would be, and the easier it would be to temper their demonic nature. Remember, no one in this world can be trusted. No one can make you pity them. This Lord will pass on half of my demonic power to you. Practice this black wave zither well. This Lord will wait for the day when you can go into battle alone to kill enemies. The black wave zither needs you to feed it with human blood. An orchid zither appeared at Shwe Emo's feet. It faintly emitted a light luster, beautiful and evil. Shwe Emo slowly reached out and hugged the zither, replying with a single word, "Yes." The scene quickly changed again. Ning Xiuma saw Shwe Emo practicing the zither every day. The blood on his fingers blistered and broke, dripping with blood from time to time. She finally sat in a blood-red carriage, but she was sitting in the middle of the carriage, and there was another person sitting in the middle of the carriage. The blood-red chariot was protected in the middle by a dense mass of demon soldiers. They were fighting with what seemed to be people from the immortal world. Blood flowed like a river, and white bones were scattered. The person in the carriage was also playing the zither, but the sound was very ordinary. The one who had truly released the killing sound and used the sound waves to kill was Snowy Immortal, who was sitting in the mezzanine. The people in the carriage would change from time to time, but Shui Mo, who was in the compartment, couldn't be changed. She was the only one. Every note was a killing weapon, and every note would slit the opponent's throat. The Black Wave Zither was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, reaping countless lives on the battlefield. As for Shui Mo, she had gone from vomiting when she first went to the battlefield to being numb, and then to talking and laughing while killing. The frequent killings turned the once naive girl into a beautiful little devil. Her zither skills became better and better, and the number of people she killed also increased. Not only did she have to deal with people from the immortal world on the battlefield, she also had to deal with wave after wave of assassinations in the demon world. Those who came to assassinate her included her former good friends, her former loyal subordinates, and even her maids. Chapter 778. Shui Yimo still loved to smile. Her smile was as sweet as honey, but her actions were as vicious as a demon's. Countless people had died under her zither, and she didn't care about them anymore. However, every time she killed someone, she would wash her hands over and over again. Her fingers would slowly become as tender as spring onions. After washing her hands, she would stretch out her fingers and look at them in front of her eyes. "I don't want to kill people," she murmured, her expression somewhat disgusted. Then she laughed again. "But I want to live." Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of coldness. "So, it's better for me to kill people." As she killed more and more people, her red clothes became redder and redder. She began to like bright colors and luxurious decorations. All the furnishings in her boudoir were extremely luxurious, shining everywhere. She was so dazzling that it made people dizzy. However, in her boudoir, there was often a vase of plain wildflowers. Those flowers were unremarkable. The flowers were small and light in color, like something that grew randomly on the roadside. She often sat alone in front of the flowers, hugging her knees, looking at the flowers for half an hour. Occasionally, he would laugh and say, "Can you still recognize me when you see me now?" Ning Xiuma didn't pay attention to the wildflowers at first, but after hearing her words, her heart was moved. She finally remembered that the wildflowers were from that mountain, and that they had once swayed under the feet of that man in white who played the zither. Ning Xiuma clenched her fingers. She strangely understood this girl's mentality. At that time, that man had taught her to fight for her own things. Now, not only had she learned to fight for it, she had also learned to plunder. In her dark life, that brief moment of contact with that man in white had become the only pure land in her heart. Time passed by one battle after another. The red clothes of that girl in white had become more and more vivid under the tempering of blood and fire. The fiery red clothes were as dazzling as the setting sun. She would occasionally go to that mountain, but she had never met that man again. But one time, she accidentally saved a white-clothed youth who had been betrayed by his family, and was being chased by his entire clan. Actually, she was too lazy to meddle in other people's business, but the young man's white clothes attracted her. His picturesque face attracted her, making her violate the devil's principles and save him. Ning Xiuma felt like she was watching a thrilling blockbuster movie. In the blockbuster movie, there was a rain of blood. Gratitude and resentment made her heart rise and fall. The scenes changed very quickly, like fragments of memories, flashing by rapidly and disappearing into the distance. Ning Xiuma was originally engrossed in watching, but when she saw the face of the boy who had been saved, she shuddered violently. "Shuailan," she blurted out. As he shouted, he suddenly felt his body tighten. The scenery in front of him suddenly melted away like snow in spring. Her body shuddered, and she finally opened her eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the dream seemed to have been wrapped in a dense fog, and it quickly faded away. His body was warm, and his lower body was soft. Reflected in his eyes was a white robe with flowing dark lines. A faint familiar fragrance seeped into her nose, making her absent-minded for a moment. But after a moment of absent-mindedness, she suddenly looked up as if she had been struck by lightning. Black satin hair flowed in front of her eyes. Looking along the black hair, she saw the soul-stirring, beautiful face of the venerable ancestor. He supported his head with one hand as he reclined beside her. He just happened to be looking at her calmly. The light in his eyes was somewhat unpredictable. Chapter 779. She nestled herself in the ancestor's arms without any trace of politeness. One of her hands was holding onto his lapel, and the other leg was wrapped around his waist. This position was simply like the most intimate of lovers hugging each other to sleep. When did she and the Dizun sleep so well together? Ning Xiuma's face turned red, and she hurriedly stepped back. There was no obstruction on all sides of the bed, and she retreated too quickly, so she almost fell from the other side. "Be careful," he said faintly. He stretched out his hand and pulled her back. Are you okay?" Ning Xiuma almost fell into his arms again after being pulled by his hand. She hurriedly used the weight of 1,000 pounds to stabilize her body in place. The Dizun looked at her without saying anything. He never answered other people's nonsense. Now that he was able to lie by her side and not in that ice shell, he naturally recovered. Although he hadn't completely recovered, he could move freely. His gaze was too deep, and Ning Xiuma's scalp went numb from his gaze. She coughed and wanted to turn over and sit up. A hand was placed on her shoulder. "Lie down with this king for a while." Although he didn't use any strength, Ning Xiuma couldn't break free if she didn't struggle vigorously. At this time, struggling vigorously was too artificial. Therefore, Ning Xiuma had no choice but to no longer get up, but she quietly moved away slightly. She really felt a little pressure to sleep in the same bed as the Dizun, especially on a night like this, when she was covered with a blanket. The Dizun naturally noticed her small movements, but he didn't say anything. His eyes darkened slightly, but he didn't do anything else. He turned over and lay down, looking up at the vast sky above his head, and sighed softly. Ron had said that when a girl rejected you, you must remember to be impulsive, so as to not scare the other party away. You must plan slowly. The Dizun had never lacked patience. He could wait. In any case, she was now in his bed, beside him. Ning Xiuma saw him like this, and secretly sighed in relief. She didn't want to be too intimate with him right now, because she didn't know her own feelings. She had already calmly examined his complexion just now. He was no longer so pale, and his breathing was even. He should be fine. She put down her worries and lay down. The stars were bright and reflected in her eyes. From where she was, she could see the stars twinkling in the sky. Ning Xiuma's body was covered with a cloud quilt, and the quilt was as soft as a cloud. There were large and small clouds around her body. The four walls and floor were dark blue, and the stars were bright and dark. For a moment, she had the illusion of lying in the clouds and looking at the stars. Ning Xiuma couldn't help but touch the bedding beneath her. The bedding was extremely soft and warm, making it very comfortable to lie on. was that frighteningly cold cloud bed under the blankets. She couldn't help she put her hand under the quilt. She was cold, 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 cold. The cloud bed was still the same cloud bed, but with a layer of quilt on top. It became her paradise. Needless to say, this was the D-Zune's doing. She had already turned this castle upside down. Not to mention a quilt, there wasn't even a piece of cloth. But now, the quilt was complete. Obviously, the D-Zune had made it after he woke up. She already knew that the D-Zune had a storage space, but it couldn't be seen normally. Chapter 780. That storage space was very strange. Even if he was stripped naked, he wouldn't be able to find it. Whenever he wanted to take something, he had to come by himself. Ning Xiaomao knew that there should be a lot of things in the storage space. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to change things at any time. What she didn't expect was that the ancestor actually brought a quilt with him at all times. No wonder he could go wherever he wanted to go. It was really convenient to have this storage space. She was lying there with the high and mighty god beside her. Ning Xiaomao felt like she was dreaming. Before going to sleep, she was still guarding him in the ice shell. She was afraid and anxious. In this hall, she felt indescribably lonely and desolate. Now that the ancestor woke up and was lying beside her, even if the two of them didn't speak, her heart strangely calmed down. Between heaven and earth, it was quiet and peaceful. They could hear each other's breathing. They could reach out and hold each other's hands. The distance between them was neither too far nor too close, making her feel safe. Did you have a nightmare just now? After an unknown amount of time, the ancestor broke the silence and asked. Ning Xiaomao was stunned. She shook her head and said, "No, I didn't. You just called out Shuilon." The ancestor's voice was neither fast nor slow. At this time, he naturally wasn't jealous. He knew how much this girl hated Shuilon. If she called out in her dream, it could only mean that she was frightened by him. Ning Xiaomao thought for a moment. She couldn't remember her dreams. This time it was also a blank. She couldn't remember anything. She shook her head and said, "I forgot. I can't remember anything in my dreams." The ancestor's eyes slightly deepened. "You can't remember even one of your dreams?" "Yes, I can't remember anything. I forget it when I wake up." Ning Xiaomao answered casually. She had been like this since she was a child. She was already used to it. The ancestor didn't speak again. His hand was on her wrist. It was normal for people to not remember most of their dreams. However, they would occasionally remember a few. It was rare to see someone like Ning Xiaomao who couldn't remember a single one. Could it be that there was something wrong with her soul? The moment he placed his hand on her wrist, he suddenly remembered that he had lost a great deal of his power, so he didn't have the power to examine her soul. Her wrist was delicate and smooth. The ancestor originally wanted to withdraw his hand, but at this time, he didn't want to. He just held her hand and didn't say anything. At first, Ning Xiaomao thought that he was checking her pulse and had physical contact with him. Although she still felt a little strange in her heart, she still obediently let him hold her. Later, she saw that after he finished checking her pulse, he did not leave. Instead, he held her hand without moving or speaking. His palm was dry and warm. It was obviously the temperature of a normal person, but Ning Xiaomao felt a little hot for no reason, making her body heat up for no reason. She wanted to withdraw her hand, but the ancestor held her hand tightly. He wouldn't let go, so she couldn't withdraw her hand. Forget it, it was just a handshake. She didn't need to care about it. Although she thought so, she was still a little nervous, and the two of them were a little quiet. Ning Xiaomao slightly closed her eyes and raised her head to look at the starry sky. Such a good night always made people's hearts soften. "Ancestor." She opened her mouth to break the silence. "Are you still calling me Ancestor?" The ancestor asked her. His eyes were slightly shining. Under the starlight, his picturesque eyebrows were as handsome as a celestial being. Ning Xiaomao paused. She knew that she couldn't escape. "Han, great god Han." Since the other party was determined to expose her identity, it was useless for her to escape. Chapter 781. When did you recognize me? Well, not too long ago. In fact, Ning Xiaomao and he had not known each other for long. This girl was still so slippery. "Since you recognized me, why didn't you say so?" The D-Zune pressed. Was there a need to say it? She was just a small shrimp in Jianghu who blindly exposed the great god's disguise. She was afraid that the great god would kill her. Shuama knew that the Dizun treated her well and seemed to treat her differently. However, he hid his identity, which meant that it was not time for her to recklessly expose him. Moreover, she was only his concubine in name. She did not want to be nosy. Whatever he wanted to play, she would accompany him to deal with various identities. Of course, this could not be said truthfully, so Ning Xiuma just smiled and did not speak. The Dizun seemed to understand and sighed softly. Xiuma, have you always been so guarded against people? Ning Xiuma lowered her eyes. In fact, she also knew that her guard was very heavy and it was very difficult for her to trust people. She thought that this was an instinct trained as a secret agent, but now that she thought about it, it also seemed to be a problem. She did not want to continue this topic. The Dizun, Jiuli, the Dizun said faintly. Ning Xiuma did not understand. Shinjili my name. The Dizun said word by word, still holding her hand. You can call my name when there is no one around. Ning Xiuma's heart suddenly jumped. She had long guessed that the Dizun should have a real name. However, it seemed that no one on this continent knew. She did not expect that he would say it at this time. Her heart warmed. Shun Jiuli. This name was really noble and suited his identity. However, in this world, was there anyone with the surname Shun? The Dizun now told her his real name. Did he mean to open his heart to her? Her heart suddenly beat wildly. Shun Jiuli had been holding Ning Xiuma's hand, and his thumb was also on her pulse. Naturally, he could feel her heart beating wildly. In the blue night, his eyes were shining like stars, and there seemed to be a flash of a smile. Are you nervous? His body leaned toward Xiuma, his eyes shining as he looked at her. Dizun was very close to her, so close that Ning Xiuma could hear his steady heartbeat. Ning Xiuma was somewhat flustered. Tonight, Dizun seemed to be taking advantage of his victory to pursue something, not giving her a chance to escape or take a breather. She coughed. Dizun, Jiuli. Shun Jiuli corrected her. Jiuli. Ning Xiuma finally called out his name. She didn't know why, but when the name came out of her mouth, there was a faint pain in the depths of her heart, as if there was a thin string pulling there, making her eyes inexplicably warm. She cursed in her heart. Tonight was very evil. She seemed to be very emotional, not like her usual self at all. She calmed herself down and looked around. This place is so beautiful. However, it was not like the great god's taste at all. Ning Xiuma did not dare to say the last sentence out loud. She was actually very curious. Dizun, she called out, but when she saw that his face was not good, she quickly changed her words. I will call you great god. I am more used to calling you that. She did not know why, but she was not willing to call him by his real name. Shinjili did not care. He just wanted to tell her his real name. As for whether she would call him by his real name, it was her business. What do you want to say? Shinjili twirled a strand of her hair and played with it. Obviously, he acquiesced to her name. Chapter 782. Ning Xiuma finally heaved a sigh of relief. This is the place where you practice, right? You must come here often, right? It's very pleasing to the eye and very beautiful. Also, the spiritual energy here is very abundant. I don't come here often. Shun Jiuli's voice was faint. It's boring to be here alone. He was also afraid of boredom. Ning Xiuma was very surprised. I heard that the most suitable places for meditation and cultivation are very quiet and remote places. Almighty, don't you choose such places for meditation? Logically speaking, this place was very suitable for cultivation. Shun Jiuli said, I practice in other places. How could the Almighty not choose such a beautiful place? Then your practice place must be very beautiful too, right? With the Almighty's personality, his practice place must be more poetic and picturesque. It's average. Shun Jiuli's words were always concise. He was not lying. His practice place was an ice cave. There was nothing in the ice cave except for an ice bed. I don't believe you. Maybe the night was too beautiful, or maybe they had opened their hearts a little, and he was no longer so high and mighty. Ning Xiuma talked to him casually. You need to be calm when you practice. Avoid being confused by the things around you. so the simpler the practice place, the better. Shun Julie explained to her. But he was a little absent-minded. With his cultivation, he could meditate quickly even in a busy city and would not be disturbed by external things. If he wanted to practice, he could do it anywhere. But this place was not suitable. This place was very quiet and full of spiritual energy. He did not even have to worry about being disturbed in this place. But he could not. Every time he came here, he was inexplicably impetuous and could not calm down. So he gave up on this place and would not come here again for many years. This time, if he did not accidentally fall into the dark forest and was seriously injured and in need of treatment, he would not come here. Ning Xiuma actually understood his reasoning, but she was a little regretful. Even so, this place is so well built. It's a pity that you did not come here to practice. This place was not built by me. It had always existed. It has existed for at least 3,000 years. Shun Julie explained, I discovered this place by accident. Ning Xiuma was surprised. She didn't expect that this place was actually left behind by an ancestor more than 3,000 years ago. She originally wanted to ask about the two sabers, but now it seemed that there was no need to ask. The ancestor probably didn't know either. Those jellyfish paths outside were created by Dizun, right? It seemed that he was the only one who could walk, so it must have something to do with him. Shun Julie shook his head again. Everything here is from 3,000 years ago, including the jellyfish road. But why did they only allow you to leave? Ning Xiuma blurted out. Good question. I'd like to know that too. Shun Julie chuckled. He did not smile easily, but when he smiled, it was like a flower blooming in the night. Ning Xiuma was dazzled by his smile. She quickly looked away and looked at the galaxy in the sky, then looked at the surrounding scenery. She sighed. The person who could create such a place must be a wonderful person. This place is so romantic. It's just like a castle in a myth. Do you like it? I like it. Ning Xiuma answered without hesitation. Since you like it, let's stay here for a few more days. Shun Jiuli was infected by Xiuma's smile, and his mood became better. While they were talking, their bodies were getting closer and closer, but she did not notice. Chapter 783. Ning Xiuma seemed to be used to his touch and didn't notice it at all. When she heard that she could stay for a few more days, she immediately smiled and said, Of course. She really liked this place and wanted to stay for a few more days, but she finally thought of a very important problem. But there's nothing to eat here. She hadn't eaten anything for a whole night, so she was hungry. As if it was a coincidence, her stomach immediately grumbled a few times. Although the sound wasn't very loud, Shun Julie, who was close by, also heard it. He seemed to have finally thought of this fatal problem. He could abstain from food, but Ning Xiuma couldn't. He suddenly felt a little scared. Fortunately, he had only fainted for a day. If it had been a little longer, this girl might have starved to death here. Even the weakest of his disciples was at least Earth rank level 3 and had reached the level of abstaining from food for more than a month. The people around him were also like this, so his thinking was habitual, and he didn't consider that this little girl was actually as fragile as glass. If he didn't consider it carefully, he could have caused fatal damage to her. Just like the hairpin that he spent an entire night carving, if he accidentally pinched it, it would be crushed. Since he considered that she was hungry, Ning Xiuma's stomach finally reacted and growled one after another. It was especially loud in the quiet night. Ning Xiuma blushed. It was too embarrassing. She was screaming like this. Shun Jili looked at her red face and couldn't help but laugh. He raised his hand and rubbed her hair. If you're hungry, then you're hungry. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Wait. He turned over and got off the bed. She didn't know where he took out a fishing rod and walked out. Ning Xiuma's heart couldn't help but jump when he rubbed her hair. She was also dazzled by his smile. When she reacted, Shun Jili had already walked out. She was a little curious. She had already seen the water. Other than those jellyfish, she didn't see any other creatures. What could he catch with a fishing rod? She simply turned over and got off the bed and followed him out. The night was cold as water. After all, it was early winter, and this place was unusually cold. Ning Xiuma didn't feel it when she was in bed, but once she walked out, she still felt a little uncomfortable and shivered. Wear it. Shun Jili was sitting cross-legged on a futon, fishing. One end of the long fishing rod was in the water, and the other end was in his hand. As if sensing her approach, he casually tossed her a cloak. The cloak looked very thin, but it was very warm when wrapped around the body. Ning Xiaomo put it on without hesitation, walked to his side, and looked into the water. After all, it was nighttime, and they couldn't see anything clearly. "What's in the water?" She was curious. "Good stuff," he replied. Shinjuli motioned for her to sit next to him and warned her, "Be good and don't make any noise. That thing is afraid of noise." Ning Xiaomo looked at the praying mat that appeared beside him out of thin air. The Almighty's praying mat could really appear wherever he went. She inexplicably thought of Yi Qingluan's collection. It seemed that there were 2 praying mats. The Almighty had too many praying mats. It seemed that he had a habit of throwing them everywhere. No wonder someone picked them up as a souvenir. A thought suddenly came to her mind. She remembered hearing Yi Qingluan say that she used to cultivate in the dark forest. Dizun also came to the dark forest to see her. Did Dizun also bring Yi Qingluan here? She wanted to ask the Almighty, but he said not to make any noise. Ning Xiaomo used her foot to push the praying mat. It was too close to him. If she sat on it, she would directly lean on him. Chapter 784. She wanted to move the futon away a little, but it seemed to be rooted there. She couldn't move it. Shenjuli finally looked at her with a faint smile. "Are you afraid that something on me will bite you?" He transmitted his voice, so he wouldn't disturb the things in the water. Ning Xiaomo paused for a moment. Forget it. She was not a shy person. Occasionally, when the mission required, she would put her arm around a man's shoulder. She sat down next to Shenjuli, and the 2 of them leaned against each other. Her warm and soft body leaned on his arm, with the unique fragrance of a young girl. She sat next to him by the lakeside. A gentle breeze blew, and Xiaomo's hair lightly brushed against his face and neck. It was cool and slightly ticklish, making him have the urge to hug her in an instant. But thinking of Rongyue Tianlan's plan of taking things slowly, he stopped again. He couldn't scare her away and break the peace that he had obtained with great difficulty. He was a straightforward person. He would do whatever he wanted to do, but now he had scruples. The person he loved was by his side, but he couldn't hug her. Ning Xiaomo's eyes were fixed on the fishing rod. She suddenly thought of a very important question. Great God, there isn't even a blade of grass or a stove here. How are you going to cook the fish you caught? She also learned to transmit her voice. Although she was not very experienced, the 2 of them were so close that Shenjuli could still hear it clearly. He glanced at her sideways, and his eyes flashed slightly. He sighed softly. Recently, I have lost a lot of power. It is very tiring to transmit my voice. This sentence was said directly in her ear, and his voice was slightly weak. Ning Xiaomo immediately remembered that he was in a state of near death in the first half of the night. She immediately believed his words. Looking at his side face, she was a little worried. Then you don't have to transmit your voice. Are you okay? Shenjuli leaned his body on her. I'm a little cold. Come closer to me. It is easier to talk, and we can snuggle to get warmth. Ning Xiaomo, the Almighty was actually quite cute when he was weak. Seeing that his face was indeed pale, she was afraid that he would faint again and turn into an ice sculpture. If that happened, her stomach would be empty again. He leaned against Ning Xiaomo. Xiaomo looked at his pale, almost transparent face, then at his long eyelashes that fluttered like a small fan. Looking at his gorgeous face, Ning Xiaomo finally forgot about his high and mighty status as a venerable emperor. She seemed to have just discovered that he was also an extremely young romantic youth. He was so fragile that it could melt anyone's heart into a bag of water. Besides, her food depended on his fishing rod, so Ning Xiaomo was really concerned about him. She took off her cloak and wanted to put it on him. Shenjuli was still very considerate of her. He stopped her. It's cold here. If you take it off, you will catch a cold. This cloak is not small. Let's wear it together. Ning Xiaomo thought about it and agreed. She was now seizing every second to cultivate, so she really could not catch a cold. Anyway, now that their bodies were leaning against each other, it was not a big deal to wear a cloak together. So she pulled the cloak, and the 2 of them were wrapped together. In this way, the 2 of them were stuck together like Siamese fish. There was no gap between the two of them. The blue night, the tranquil lake, the dreamlike castle, and the two of them snuggling together. Shinjuli suddenly felt unprecedentedly satisfied. It was as if he had finally found the other half of himself that he had lost for many years. His heart was warm and moved. An arm reached out and gently wrapped around her waist. Chapter 785. When he first came here, he only felt lonely. Now that he had her by his side, he suddenly felt that this place was so beautiful and picturesque. Because he was greedy for this warmth, he almost didn't want to let the fish take the bait. However, considering her empty stomach, he felt that he couldn't be so cruel. Just as he was feeling conflicted, the first stupid fish took the bait. Ning Xiuma finally saw the most exotic fish in the world. A transparent fish. This fish looked like salmon, but its body was completely transparent. Even its internal organs were transparent. If she didn't hold it in her hand, she would never believe that there was such a transparent fish in this world. The fish's body seemed to be carved out of crystal, and it struggled unwillingly between Ning Xiuma's fingers. This fish looked so artistic that Ning Xiuma almost couldn't bear to eat it. Shinjuli put away the fishing rod, and with a flick of his sleeve, a small stove appeared on the ground. There was also a small pot on the stove, and the water in the pot was bubbling and steaming. Ning Xiuma was dumbstruck. How many things does the ancestor have on him? Great God, is there anything you didn't bring with you? Ning Xiuma squatted beside him and watched him quickly clean up the fish. She was full of admiration and envy. She looked at the pot again. Won't the soup spill out in your space? No, the storage space has the function of preserving freshness and shape. The things you put in will be the same when you take them out. It's more reliable than outside, Shunjili answered without raising his head. The way he handled the fish was also something Ning Xiuma had never seen before. A white light shot out from his fingertip, and the fish spun in the air. When the white light stopped, the fish had already been scaled, and its internal organs were removed. It was ready to be put into the pot. He put the whole fish into the pot, and his voice was still indifferent. This water-divine fish is the most nutritious when cooked. It's suitable for people who cultivate the wood attribute. Wasn't that just right for her? Ning Xiuma's eyebrows curved, and she couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that you, as the ancestor, would do such trivial things. She thought that he was a person who didn't do household chores. Shinjuli's fingers paused slightly, and he didn't say anything. This skill seemed to have been with him for as long as he could remember. The long years were too boring, and he cultivated countless interests to pass the time. For example, playing chess, playing the zither, playing the flute, raising pets, making all kinds of strange things. No matter what he did, he was the best. When there was no room for improvement, his interest would change. He had countless interests, but the only one he had never studied was culinary skills. After all, a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. He had already abstained from eating, so there was no need for him to do such things. It was just that when he was in the mood to cook some food, it wasn't because he was hungry, but purely because he was bored. But even so, his culinary skills were still top-notch. No matter what food he made, he could accurately control the heat and taste. Great God, is there anything you don't have in your storage space? Ning Xiuma was still very curious. She was bored anyway, so she wanted to gossip. There's nothing for you. Shanjuli's answer was very simple and irritating. Ning Xiuma was speechless. Well, for the sake of the fish, she didn't care. How did you cultivate this storage space? Can you teach me? Ning Xiuma was very envious of his storage space. Sure, take me as your master. Shinjili was still very happy. Chapter 786. Ning Xiuma. She could not understand the great god's train of thought. At the same time, she thought of a very confusing question. Speaking of which, if Han Shanyue regained his status as an overlord, then did her status as a concubine still count? Seeing his intimate actions towards her after waking up, it should count. But now, he wanted her to be his disciple. He must be joking when he said that he was going to be his disciple. Who would want their concubine to be his disciple? She also said jokingly, if I really become your disciple, will you accept me? Shinjili glanced at her and asked, Why not? I heard that the great God standards for accepting disciples are very strict. Those who are not Earth Stage Level 3 and above will not be accepted. I am Mortal Stage Level 7. I'm still far from that. Ah, right. I also heard that you're going to publicly accept disciples this time. Ning Xiuma thought of the group of young newcomers she saw when she passed by. Oh. Shinjili gave her a one-word reply. This one word was too general. Ning Xiuma was a little confused. Shinjili raised his hand and rubbed her head. So you have to work hard. Work hard for what? Work hard to reach his standards for accepting disciples. But she was only Mortal Stage Level 7. Even if she did not eat or drink, with her crazy genius speed, she would only be able to break through the highest point of the Mortal Stage and enter the Earth Stage in 5 days. This was under the ideal situation where there were no accidents, and his condition was Earth Stage 3rd rank. Even if she was a Qilin, she would not be able to catch up. The cultivation speed of normal geniuses was that when they were in the Mortal Stage, it was already very good to be able to rise 1 level in a year. Moreover, the higher the level, the harder it was to rise. After reaching Mortal Stage Level 6, one might not even be able to rise 1 level in 3 to 4 years. And from the highest point of the Mortal Stage to the Earth Stage, it would take 8 to 10 years. This was the cultivation speed of normal geniuses. For example, Ji Yunhao, unless it was a genius who broke through to the Earth Stage at a very young age, such as Ji Yunhuan. But such geniuses were rare, and these rare geniuses were mostly gathered in Buddha Lotus Mountain. It seemed that becoming his disciple was a fantasy, so Ning Xiuma simply did not think about it. What are you thinking about? Shinjili handed her a jade bowl. Inside the bowl was a milky white soup with white jade-like pieces of fish floating in it. Try it. How does it taste? The fragrance was intoxicating. This fragrance immediately made Ning Xiuma forget what she was thinking. She immediately tasted it. The taste was extremely delicious, and it was especially suitable for her taste. Delicious! She gave him a thumbs up and praised him sincerely. She was starving and immediately began to enjoy the food. After she finished half a bowl, her hunger finally subsided. After soothing her stomach, she inadvertently raised her head and saw him sitting opposite her. He was looking at her lazily with his hand supporting his head. There seemed to be a slight smile on his lips. Ning Xiuma felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. This great god was all about perfection. Did the way she wolfed down the food just now scare him? Why aren't you eating? Ning Xiuma was a little embarrassed. Shinjili paused and retracted his gaze. Actually, it didn't matter to him whether he ate or not. However, seeing that she was eating so happily, he would accompany her and eat a bowl. He took out another jade bowl and filled it to the brim. After tasting it, his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Isn't a little salty? He actually liked bland food, but every time he made something, it was a little salty. Ning Xiuma shook her head. No, it's just right for me. It was as if he made it according to her taste. Chapter 787. Ning Xiuma had never eaten such delicious stewed fish. Shinjili didn't say anything and sat there to eat. Ning Xiuma stole a glance at his table manners. She couldn't help but praise in her heart that it was perfect. The Almighty could even eat so naturally, like a poem or a painting. The fish soup was delicious. Ning Xiuma ate 2 bowls of soup with water and was finally satisfied. She looked at the jade bowl in her hand and sighed. The bowl that the Almighty casually took out was also a priceless treasure. It was carved out a whole piece of fine jade. There were cloud-like patterns on it, simple and elegant. She suddenly remembered that there was also a jade bowl in Yi Qingluan's collection. But at that time, her mind was full of thoughts of escaping, so she didn't care about those things at all. She just glanced at it and vaguely felt that the bowl was similar to this one. Xiuma couldn't help but ask, Almighty, do you often bring your disciples here to cultivate? Did he once bring Yi Qingluan here to fish? Did he make fish soup for her? Shinjili glanced at her. Usually, when I accept them, I will kick them to the dark forest to cultivate for 3 days. It depends on their reaction speed and aptitude. It's so dangerous here. You must accompany them often, right? No, Shinjili answered simply. If they can't even solve the danger here, how can they be qualified to be my disciple? It was indeed the Almighty's style. Ning Shuama's tone was both intentional and unintentional. But I heard from Yi Qingwan that you have accompanied her here before. Is it because she is a girl, so you take care of her? Shunjili pondered for a moment and said lightly, it's not to accompany her, but to pick her up 3 days later. Among all the disciples, she is the weakest and has the worst sense of direction. With her ability, she can't get out of the maze illusion ahead. He glanced at Ning Shuama again, and there seemed to be a smile in his eyes. Was she jealous? However, I can make an exception for you, Shinjili added. Ning Shuama didn't understand. What exception? If you come here to train in the future, I can accompany you here at any time. Ning Shuama, the Almighty still want to take her as his disciple? She didn't want to let the doubts in her heart churn back and forth, so she simply asked, Great God, now that you've recovered your identity, then I, as a shield concubine, won't be used anymore, right? Can I leave now that I've succeeded? Shinjili looked at her unfathomably. Do you hate this identity? Nonsense. Who would be willing to be a concubine? Ning Shuama didn't say anything, but she expressed her meaning with her eyes. Shinjili held her hand and led her inside. Then work hard and become my disciple. Ning Shuama, the Almighty's disciple, fought so hard, and he gave her this opportunity. Could it be that he saw that she was doing a good job as a shield concubine and wanted to give her a small benefit? He had been touching her for the past 2 days, and all his actions seemed to mean that he was using her as a pillow. It made her think that he was pursuing her, and she was a little conflicted, wondering how to reject him. Now that he suddenly had the intention to take her as his disciple, was she thinking too much? In his era, there should be a taboo for a master and disciple relationship, right? Ning Shuama vaguely heard that he hated a master and disciple relationship. Now that he suddenly wanted to take her as his disciple, was he afraid that she would pester him with the identity of a concubine in the future, so that he could completely destroy her imagination? Chapter 788. Ning Shuama couldn't figure it out. Unknowingly, she was led into the room and onto the bed. By the time she reacted, she had already been stuffed into the bed. He also loosened his outer robe, lifted the other side of the blanket, and crawled in. He casually pulled her into his arms. All right, time to sleep. Ning Shuama was speechless. She struggled out of his arms. Guru, didn't you want to take me as your disciple? Why were they sharing a bed now? Well, you're not my disciple yet, so you're still my concubine. He pulled Shuama back and hugged her in his arms. He closed his eyes and yawned. After so long, aren't you sleepy? Ning Shuama was speechless. But she was a little mad and wanted to ask again. But as soon as she opened her mouth, he leaned down and kissed her lips gently. His breath was a little hot. I'll give you 2 choices. 1, continue to be my concubine. 2, be my disciple. But to be my disciple, you need to cultivate hard. I don't want to be too selfish. Do you understand? Was he forcing her to be his disciple? Ning Shuama suddenly had an epiphany. He suddenly made an exception to take in disciples this year, and there were no restrictions on gender. Was it actually to take her in? She held her breath. If I can't be your disciple, will I have to be your concubine for the rest of my life? He closed his eyes and didn't answer her directly. So you have to become stronger. He was actually preparing to make Ning Shuama his wife. However, with her current aptitude, it was absolutely impossible. Once she was crowned as the Empress, she wouldn't be able to survive the tribulation. She had to cultivate to the heavenly level in order to safely survive the tribulation with his help and not turn into ashes. As for taking in a disciple, it was imperative. First, others couldn't help her cultivate to the heavenly level. Even if there was someone who could help her cultivate, he didn't want his future wife to be trained by others. Why would he let others take advantage of something that he could do? Second, of course, it was to punish her a little. Didn't she make up a master-disciple relationship? Then he would fall in love with her once and make this a reality. His identity was special, and his words were like gold and jade, so there were some things that he could not say out loud. If he were to speak of it, it would be easily known by the will of the heavens, and it would then attract the divine lightning. Therefore, He couldn't tell Ning Shuima his true thoughts. In any case, to him, whether it was his wife or concubine, she would always be by his side to accompany him. There was no difference. How could Ning Shuima know the twists and turns of his heart? To be honest, when she heard that he wanted to take her as his disciple, she was actually slightly relieved. After all, she didn't know what kind of feeling she had for him. If the ancestor were to force her to be his wife now, she would probably risk her life to refuse. Now, there was finally another path, and this path was also a shortcut for her to quickly become stronger. The premise was that she was strong enough to reach Earth Stage Level 3 in 5 days. But could she create a miracle? Her heart was racing. Although she was tired, she couldn't fall asleep and couldn't help but toss and turn. Suddenly, her waist tightened. He stretched out his arms and hugged her. His eyes were as deep as the stars in the dark night. Why are you moving around? Do you want this lord to be unable to control himself and consummate with you now? Ning Shuima's body stiffened, and her heart was secretly stunned. Lord Ancestor, why does it feel like the word consummate from your mouth is ruining your image? Chapter 789. In Ning Shuima's mind, a god like Dizun should have no desires and shouldn't have the desires of a normal man. She was in his arms, her body half pressed against his, and she could clearly feel the subtle changes in his body. Ning Shuima knew that he wasn't just threatening her. She finally didn't dare to move and close her eyes. Sleep, sleep. She was sleepy. She wanted to sleep. She was trying to hypnotize herself when she suddenly felt a warm sensation on her lips. She opened her eyes and met his slightly curved eyes. Her heart raced. A small compensation for not being able to consummate the marriage. He chuckled and closed his eyes. All right, go to sleep. The night was dark, and she finally fell asleep. She slept peacefully in his arms. She didn't know when he opened his eyes, but he looked at her for a long time. He had been sleeping alone for thousands of years. Now that she was in his arms, he didn't feel uncomfortable. He even felt a little satisfied, as if she should have slept in his arms a long time ago. It was as if he had been used to hugging her for thousands of years, and now he was just finding this habit. He really couldn't consummate the marriage with her now. Cultivating a virgin body was the fastest. Once he lost his virginity, his cultivation speed would drop by half. After all, he wasn't an ordinary person. With her current body, she might not be able to bear his love. Once she bore his love, she wouldn't be able to cultivate and break through to the heaven realm. If he wanted her for a few decades, he naturally didn't have to worry about this. But what he wanted now was a long time. So he had to be very careful. So he could only hug her and hug her again. He couldn't do anything substantial. After looking at her for a while, he also closed his eyes and silently adjusted his breathing. No one knew that the wolf soul, Wood, was his nemesis, but he was usually very strong. When he came down, as long as he was a little careful, these things wouldn't hurt him. But this time, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. In order to save her, he had no choice but to use himself as a cushion. He smashed into the wolf soul wood, and his body was pierced by them. One of them even hurt his heart meridian. This time, his injuries were unprecedentedly severe. He had to force himself to bring Ning Shuima to this place. Actually, the injury on his back could be healed by himself, but he was afraid that if he left Ning Shuima outside with her bad constitution, who knew what kind of disaster she would cause. Therefore, he used the last of his strength to bring her to this place and keep her by his side to protect her. What he didn't expect was that his attack would be so severe this time. Not only was he unconscious, but he also had a high fever. In the end, he even froze. However, his coma was different from others. After he fainted, his consciousness was drifting outside, so he could see and sense everything. Ning Shuima carried him onto the bed, carried him off the bed, wiped his body, and snuggled in his arms to keep him warm. He knew all these. It wasn't that she wasn't touched. He thought that Shuima didn't have any feelings for him. At most, they were just companions. He didn't expect that she would go to this extent for him. If it was another man in the same situation as him, she might help treat him, but she definitely wouldn't go into his arms, right? So he should be a little different in her heart. he seemed to be an indifferent person who didn't care about anything. But that was just something that didn't make him work hard for. In fact, he was very domineering in his bones. I'm actually quite domineering in my bones, so domineering that I want votes. Chapter 790. For thousands of years, the ancestor had never fancied a single person. Now that he fancied one, he naturally wouldn't let her run away. He had to chase her down in order to be satisfied. Besides, only a person like him was worthy of being Shiwama's husband. As for the others, they didn't even need to think about it. He once again pulled her into his arms, his movements gentle. Perhaps she was too tired, but she didn't realize it. She even subconsciously nuzzled her head into his chest. This small act of trust caused the ancestor's eyes to deepen. He couldn't help but kiss Ning Shiwama's forehead before falling asleep with satisfaction. Early the next morning, Ning Shiwama woke up to find that the ancestor wasn't in bed. She breathed a sigh of relief, but also a bit panicked. She was afraid that the ancestor had left her here in a fit of excitement. She jumped out of bed and looked around. Finally, she found him at the lakeside. He was stewing something in a small pot. The rich aroma caused Shiwama to drool. So the ancestor had woken up early in the morning to stew something for her. Ning Shiwama was moved. She immediately ran over and asked, "What are you stewing?" "Cloud pig fillet." Shunjili was meditating on a nearby praying mat. He opened his eyes as he heard her movement. Ning Shiwama didn't know what a cloud pig was, but it smelled so good that it was definitely delicious. Not only was there meat in the pot, but there were also other delicacies like mushrooms and mushrooms. "Hey, what are those blood-red slices?" Ning Shiwama asked a question in her heart. "That's the blood jade lingji that you swindle from the 8th princess. It's perfect to eat with this meat," Shunjili explained to her. Ning Shiwama subconsciously retorted, "What do you mean, swindled? I exchanged for it. Hey, how come it's with you?" Ning Shiwama remembered that all of her treasures were hidden in the clothes she wore on Carefree Island. At the time, in order to enter that mud shell, she had changed her clothes. Naturally, she had forgotten all of her treasures on Carefree Island. Could it be that the ancestor not only brought back her body, but also all her treasures? Shinjili didn't answer her. Instead, he threw her a small bag. "Your pitiful belongings are in this bag. Take it." The small pouch was only the size of a palm, but Ning Shiwama's heart skipped a beat. This seemed to be a Chinquan pouch that could hold anything. She picked it up and looked at it. The design was very simple. It was snow white in color, and there was a plum blossom drawn on the corner of the bag. It was sparse and slanted, looking very lifelike. Ning Shiwama could almost smell the fragrance of the plum blossoms. Needless to say, this painting was the work of the Almighty. She opened the bag again, her heart almost bubbling with joy. Not a single one of her belongings was missing. They were all inside. Even her banknotes were all there. She was overjoyed and was about to flip through it again. A hand reached out from the side and closed the opening of her storage bag. Shunjili's voice faintly sounded out. "These things are all worldly possessions. Your current task is to focus all of your energy on cultivating. First, use the lotus leaf scattering technique and meditate for 2 hours." As he spoke, he put away her pouch. Ning Shiwama, she looked at the pot of meat. "Can I eat before I go?" "No. During these 2 hours, you must meditate and discard all distracting thoughts. If you don't reach the 8th level within these 2 hours, you are not allowed to eat." So strict? She hadn't even become his disciple, and he was already strict with her. Level up within 2 hours. Did the Almighty think she had some sort of super cheat? However, since he put forth such a request, she would do her best to fulfill it. In any case, becoming stronger was her most pressing desire right now. Monthly votes, recommendation votes, recommendation votes. She could vote every day. Chapter 791. Ning Shiwama smiled and said, "Okay." She didn't say anything else and started to practice according to his instructions. According to his instructions, she sat by the lake facing the southeast direction and used the corresponding technique to regulate her breath. After a while, she felt abundant water spiritual energy gathering in her body. The speed of gathering spiritual energy was 3 times faster than usual. She was overjoyed. She concentrated even more. After an hour, Shuama's body suddenly flashed with a light green light and covered her whole body. After a while, the light green light dissipated and she jumped up. I did it. She actually did it. And it was ahead of time. She was so happy that her eyes were curved. She couldn't help but look in the direction where Shun Julie was sitting, but found that he wasn't there. Only the pot of meat was drying there, and the temperature was just right. There was a note next to it. After eating the meat, you can go to the cloud bed and practice for 4 hours. Use the wood lotus cultivation method. The content of the note was very simple, but it filled up her entire day. It could change every 4 hours or every 2 hours. The cultivation method used every 2 hours was different, and the posture meditation was also different. Where was he? Did he leave again? Ning Shuama looked around and didn't see the shadow of the ancestor. Obviously, he had left. Ning Shuama exhaled and ate the meat in the pot first. After eating, she felt that her body gradually became hot and the heat in her body was surging. It was so hot that she couldn't wait to take off all her clothes. She thought of the cloud bed and hurriedly ran in. The original quilt on the cloud bed was gone, and only a small futon was left in the middle of the bed. Obviously, it was prepared for her. It seemed that he had thought of everything for her. Ning Shuama jumped on the bed and hurriedly sat on the futon. As soon as she sat on it, a line of words appeared in front of her. Practice here. Take off all your clothes. No wonder he left. It turned out that practicing here required her to take off all her clothes. He wanted to avoid arousing suspicion. It seemed that he was a true gentleman. Even though Ning Shuama was sitting on the praying mat, she still felt hot and uncomfortable. Although she had some misgivings when she saw the words, she still took off her clothes without saying a word. Strangely enough, after taking off his clothes and sitting on the praying mat, he felt much more comfortable. She lowered her head and looked at herself. Was she performing on some kind of jade praying mat? Fortunately, there was no one here. Otherwise, looking at her like this, she would probably be labeled as a slut. Time was of the essence, so she put away her wild thoughts and meditated according to the method left on the ancestor's note. The cloud bed was extremely cold. Although it was separated by a praying mat, it was still uncomfortable to sit on it for a while. Ning Shuama was lucky to have eaten the pot of meat, which was enough to resist the cold. The heat flow in his body and the ice flow on the cloud bed suddenly collided. The feeling was indescribably uncomfortable. It was obviously extremely cold, but sweat was dripping from her forehead. Fortunately, Ning Shuama was very resilient. She closed her eyes and endured it. She also used another method to adjust the ice flow and heat flow. Time passed by. She didn't know how long it had been. Under the adjustment of her method, the hot and cold flow suddenly merged together. At the same time, her body emitted a light green light. Ning Shuama looked inside her body at the spiritual root in her sea of qi. She saw that the green spiritual root, which represented the wood element, had grown into a sparkling green jade. Level 9. She was at level 9. Ning Shuama almost jumped up. Merry Christmas to all the readers. Dear readers, please vote for me. Chapter 792. Ning Shuama liked it so much that she even spun a few rounds on the spot. Her curtain-like long hair flowed along with her movements. She was as beautiful as a mountain spirit. After she finished spinning, she suddenly realized that she was not wearing any clothes. Luckily, she was the only one here. Even if she danced here, no one would see her. After all, her original body was a 21 or 22-year-old girl. She usually suppressed it, but now that she was happy, she burst out with a young girl's nature. She simply spun and danced here. She was dancing the tango dance that she liked the most in her era. She twisted her waist and swayed her hips. Her movements were skillful and explosive. She even hummed a song that matched the beat. She was very happy. Amidst the layers of green Buddha lotuses, there was a lotus throne that was made up of countless Buddha lotuses. Shunjili sat on it with his eyes closed. A white fog surrounded him and spun around him. He was obviously meditating to recover, and the spiritual energy of the Buddhist lotuses here helped him recover much faster. He originally found that this place gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and was a good place to cultivate. However, every time he came here, he felt uneasy and couldn't calm down. Therefore, he rarely came here to recover and cultivate. This time, after he gave the main hall to Ning Xiuma, he didn't want to be too far away from her, so he chose to come here to recover. Maybe it was because he knew that she was in the main hall not far away. This time, when he meditated here again, his mood was very stable and he entered into a meditative state in an instant. He could already do whatever he wanted when he entered a meditative state. He would wake up when the time ended. When he woke up 4 hours later, he calculated that she should have finished cultivating on the cloud bed and was about to enter the next step. He raised his hand, and the water under the lotus platform rose up and formed a water mirror in front of him. The image in the water mirror gradually became clearer. When he saw the person in the mirror clearly, his body swayed, and he almost fell off the lotus platform. The beautiful person in the mirror was dancing. Her movements were enchanting and bold. He had never seen such a charming spirit before. It was eye-catching. Shun Julie's finger that was holding the water mirror trembled. Splash! With a sound, the water mirror turned into waves and fell into the lake. This bold and impudent girl. She actually danced this kind of dance naked in the main hall. Didn't she know that her actions could easily turn a person as calm as still water into a wolf? Luckily, fortunately, this scene only fell into his eyes and no one else saw it. He calmed himself down and suppressed the surging chi and blood in his lower abdomen. He cursed in his heart and took out a white sound transmission talisman without another word. Ning Xiuma was dancing to her heart's content. Suddenly, she saw the clothes she had placed beside her flashing. She was astonished. She jumped down and picked it up to take a look. A sound transmission talisman as white as snow fell out. It was this that was shining. Ning Xiuma raised her eyebrows. Yelu Jing, and had given her a light green sound transmitting talisman. She had never seen this white one before. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the Almighty left it for her? Raising his hand to answer the call, he lazily said hello as if he was making a normal call. Hello, who is this? Did you have a good time? A cold voice came from the voice transmission talisman. It was the Almighty's voice. Yes, I had a good time. Ning Xiuma answered casually. After answering, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. She hurriedly covered her chest with her clothes and looked around in disbelief. Of course, she didn't see anything like a camera, but from his tone, he obviously saw everything. Ha ha ha. The Almighty saw everything. I saw it too. I saw the tickets in your pockets. Merry Christmas, dear ones. Chapter 793. Recalling her hot and sexy dance from before, Ning Xiuma's cheeks turned red. Heavens, this is so embarrassing. You were peeping. Ning Xiuma reprimanded him. She hurriedly put on her clothes. The other side was silent for a while before he replied, No, I was peeping. Ning Xiuma was speechless. If you want to dance like that, you can dance for me when I get back. I could be your audience. Shen Julie's voice was unhurried. Ning Xiuma was speechless. God, come and strike me with lightning. Ning Xiuma's face was so hot that it could boil an egg. She quickly straightened the buttons on her clothes and looked around with lingering fear. She seemed to see his eyes staring at her from somewhere in the dark. She was obviously very embarrassed and angry, but her heart, which was originally somewhat anxious, finally calmed down. It turned out that he had been here all along and didn't just abandon her like that. Thinking that he was watching her from some unknown corner, Ning Xiuma's face once again heated up. She coughed and spoke as if she was speaking to the air or to the person hiding in the darkness. Big Sister is going to cultivate. I must break through to the 9th level of the human level today. She flipped her hair handsomely and flashed a charming smile. Only then did she turn around and run off to practice her martial arts. On the lotus platform, Shun Julie swallowed a mouthful of blood. He had recovered a little, but after seeing her sexy dance, his chi and blood were unstable. If he did not go into seclusion for 4 to 5 days, his body would not be able to take it, and it would not be easy for him to recover. Fortunately, he had made all the arrangements for her. Her skills were improving rapidly. Everything was going according to his plan. He could finally go into seclusion without worry. He pondered for a while and took out a black directed audio spell. Ning Shuima thought that Shunjuli would come back at night. She waited until midnight and did not see him. If he did not come back, she could not sleep on the bed and could only sleep on the futon. Maybe he was cultivating too? After all, he was severely injured. The castle at night was magnificent, but Ning Shuima felt a little lonely. She was lost in thought for a moment, and then decided to meditate on the praying mat. The time spent cultivating seemed long and short. When she opened her eyes again, the sky was already bright. Suddenly, she smelled the aroma of food. Her heart skipped a beat, and she ran out. Great God! Outside, the waves of the lake gently lapped against the embankment. There was no one there. Only the small pot was still steaming. This time, there was a bowl of porridge in the small pot. There were unknown flower petals in the porridge, and they were abnormally bright. There was a letter beside it. She didn't know why, but she felt a faint sense of disappointment in her heart and also wanted to laugh. What was this person doing? Acting as Miss Conk? She took out the letter and looked at it. Written on it were the cultivation techniques she needed to cultivate for the next 3 days. This was his habit. It was very refined. Ning Shuima slowly scooped out the porridge and drank it. This time, the porridge tasted very good. There was a faint sweetness in the porridge. It was a taste she had never tasted before. This porridge was delicious, but she felt that something was not right. After drinking a bowl, she did not want to drink anymore. She smiled at the air. Hey, great God, thank you for the porridge. Although he did not appear, Shuima was a little disappointed, but she did not take it to heart. The most important thing for her now was to cultivate. He had also left her a guide, so she just needed to work hard. Chapter 794. She had to admit that the Great God's Guide was like a cheat. In addition, the food he sent to her was obviously not ordinary food. Her cultivation was really like a sesame seed blooming. At night, she finally broke through another level. Earth Stage Level 1. She was overjoyed and simply ran to the lake and shouted, I'm Earth Stage now? Great God, I'm Earth Stage now? Just wait for me to take you as my disciple. Ha! She was finally close to not having to find the Great God to get in through the back door. She could openly join the ranks of the Emperor's disciple. Her voice spread far and wide across the lake. It spread to the depths of the Buddha lotus. On the lotus platform, a snowy figure slowly appeared. His snowy clothes were like mist, almost dyeing the night sky. The silver mask on his face flashed with a cold luster under the moonlight. He heard the shouts coming from afar. His pair of eyes that were as dark as the night faintly flashed as he looked in Ning Shuima's direction. His eyes flashed with a touch of darkness, and his fingers under the wide sleeves slightly clenched. Another 3 days passed. In these 3 days, Shun Julie did not appear even once, but Ning Shuima could see the same food he sent to her every day. It was different every day, but its effect was very helpful to her daily cultivation. After entering the Earth Stage, Ning Shuima realized how difficult it was to increase one level. It was like playing a game. When one's level was low, it was easy to level up, and one could level up many times in a day. But the higher the level, the harder it was to level up. If an example had to be given, it would be that human stage level 8 to level 9 required 100,000 experience points, but after Earth Stage level 1 to level 2 required more than 1 million experience points. It was more than 10 times more difficult. In these 3 days, she cultivated day and night according to the instructions given to her. On the last day, she barely broke through Earth Stage level 2. She was so tired that she almost vomited blood. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, she finished cultivating and opened the door. A paper crane bumped into her arms. Playing the messenger pigeon game again? Ning Shuima opened the paper crane. There were only 2 cold words on it. Leave. The words were written like dragons flying and phoenixes flying. Ning Shuima paused for a moment and finally remembered that today was the day of the competition between the new disciples of the Sun Moon sect. He wanted her to leave because he wanted her to participate in the competition, right? She turned around and looked at the cloud bed. When she came here a few days ago, the scene of her sharing a bed with him on the cloud bed flashed through her mind. From a moment she chose to be his disciple instead of his concubine, he seemed to have left to avoid arousing suspicion. However, the cultivation tutorial that he gave her was indeed excellent. According to what he said, she would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. He was indeed the best master he could ever ask for. It seemed like she had made the right decision. Ning Xuan inwardly sucked in a breath of air. She once again surveyed the surroundings before turning around to leave. It was cold and cheerless outside, just like in the past. She was alone. Speaking of which, weren't those jellyfish only venerable sovereigns able to walk? Then how was she going to leave? Perhaps the ancestor had left a path for her. Ning Xuan looked around and finally found a long thread that was not much thicker than a strand of hair in an extremely remote direction. That long thread was transparent under the sunlight and hung 3 meters above the ground. If Ning Xuan had not reached Earth Stage Level 2, she would not have been able to see it. One end of this thread was connected to the pillar of the jellyfish castle, and the other end stretched far away. Chapter 795. Could it be that this was the exit that he had prepared for her? Ning Xuan flew up as light as a feather. She used her shoe to touch the thread and tested its flexibility. The thread's flexibility was extremely high. It could support the weight of 2 people without any problem. She was still worried, so she walked back and forth a few more steps. The string swayed along with her footsteps, but it didn't seem like it was going to break. It seemed that this was really the exit. She really had to leave this place. Ning Xuan walked around the castle twice. After living here for a few days, she was actually reluctant to leave. Fortunately, Shan Juli had promised her that he would bring her here again in the future, so she did not have any regrets. She first contacted the little Qilin. This time, the little Qilin responded very quickly. It was still in the Wolf Soul Forest. When it heard Ning Xuan's call, it no longer cared about piking with the Wolf King. In a flash, it dashed to the shore of Buddha Lotus Lake. Master, Master, have you come out yet? That passionate call made Ning Xuan's heart warm. Wait, I'll go out now. Ning Xuan flew up and stepped on the thin line. Following the line, she dashed forward. She was dressed in pink and glided on the thin line in the air. Her posture was beautiful, but it was also extremely dangerous. This was even more difficult than walking on a tightrope. The tightrope was taut in the air and did not sway too much. However, this thin thread was floating in the air. Especially since the lake was wide and the wind was not small, the thin thread swayed like a swing. An acrobat would at least have a safety rope when walking on a tightrope, but Ning Xuan did not have any protective equipment on her. Below her was the beautiful Buddha Lotus Lake that could kill people without leaving a trace. If she lost her footing and fell, she would probably melt into the water, and not even her bones could be found if her mental strength was not strong enough. Even if she reached Earth Rank Level 3, she might not be able to walk on this path. However, Ning Xuan held back her anger. She treated this as another test from Shan Juli. She had encountered a few dangerous situations along the way. For example, she had almost fallen down, but she had managed to use her feet to hook onto the thin line and get back up again. Finally, she stepped on this thin line and flew across more than half of Buddha Lotus Lake, getting closer and closer to the opposite shore. From afar, she saw a figure in white standing by the lakeside. Ancestor. Before she could see his face clearly, she saw the white jade mask on his face. The little Qilin was standing far away on the side, anxiously looking at the lake. It saw Ning Xuan flying over, her sleeves fluttering as if she was flying. It was so happy that it shouted, "Master here! Here!" The ancestor coldly glanced at it. "Shut up!" Kirin shuddered and tucked its tail between its legs. This time, the ancestor's cold aura seemed to be more than enough. Ning Xuan glided very quickly on the rope. In the blink of an eye, she reached the shore. Her figure rose and jumped down from the rope, landing not far from the ancestor. She smiled and waved her sleeve. Great God! She was in high spirits and looked at the ancestor with a pair of sparkling black eyes, as if she was waiting for his praise. The ancestor's eyes flashed and looked at her from head to toe. Ning Xuema suddenly shuddered. The ancestor's eyes were cold. Moreover, it was the kind of eyes that were cold and ruthless to the bone. This gaze made her feel as if a basin of ice water had been poured on her head. Half of the excitement of seeing him ran away. Chapter 796. Earth Rank Level 2. Dizun said coldly. Yes, yes. Ning Xuema smiled. The Almighty had always been cold. Although she was disappointed, she didn't take it to heart. Almighty, how's your injury? This was the thing she was most concerned about. It's okay. Dizun didn't want to talk nonsense with her. He turned and walked away. Come on. His white robe fluttered as he walked forward. Behind him, Ning Xuema paused and furrowed her brows. The Almighty had returned to his usual iceberg mode. Although this mode was common, she felt that something was wrong today. Master, you actually rose from human rank level 7 to earth rank level 2 in just a few days. God, it's incredible. I've never heard of anyone leveling up so fast. The little Qilin circled around Ning Xuema, its face filled with excitement and pride. Ning Xuema finally calmed down a bit. Someone had seen her results. Although the other party was a beast, it was better than someone turning a blind eye. She was in a good mood as she patted its horn and praised it. Your horn has grown a lot. Little Apple, you've leveled up too, right? Little Apple was proud. Yes, I leveled up. I have one more skill. Master, I'll show it to you later. It was eager to show off. It raised its paw and shot out a water column. A wolf soul tree as thick as a bowl fell down. Its skill had really improved. Ning Xuema knew how hard the wolf soul tree was. Such a thick tree couldn't be smashed down without a heavy force. She patted Kieran's head. Not bad. Good luck. Master, let's do our best together. Kieran was full of confidence. We'll come here to train in the future, right? It was still reluctant to leave. Ning Xuema's eyes lit up. Yes, she was very confident now. Only my disciple can come here to train. Do you think you're qualified? Dizun, who was walking in front, suddenly said coldly. There was a hint of disdain in his tone. Ning Xuema was speechless. Would he die if he didn't attack her? Could it be that he was deliberately provoking him? Ning Xuema raised her head and smiled. You'll know whether I'm qualified or not after the competition. I only accept the strongest. I won't make an exception for you. The ancestor's voice was even colder. Ning Xuema was irritated by his sarcastic remarks, and her voice turned cold. I didn't ask the ancestor to make an exception. I'll fight for it with my own ability. How much did he think she wanted to worship him? She just wanted to become stronger and get rid of her status as a concubine. The ancestor's footsteps paused slightly as he said lightly, Very well, this senior will wait and see. The group walked a few more steps, and suddenly, fog appeared in front of them. The fog was milky white, and when it appeared, it seemed to have filled the entire world. The Dizun, who was walking in front, suddenly spoke again. Cultivators in this dark forest must break out by themselves. Take this as the first test I'm giving you. Remember, if you don't leave this place by 7 o'clock in the morning, you'll automatically forfeit your right to compete. Before he finished speaking, he had already disappeared into the fog. Ning Xuema was speechless. Kieran was anxious. Hey, we can't break out of here. You have to take us out. Kieran's voice was muffled and buzzing in the fog. It seemed that the fog had a suppressive effect, so its voice didn't travel very far. Of course, after Kieran's cry, the ancestor didn't return. The only thing around them was the fog, which made it impossible for them to see clearly. Even the trees in the fog couldn't be seen clearly, and only a few branches could be seen occasionally. They looked like strange snakes spreading in the fog. Chapter 797. Maze Mirage. This should be the maze mirage that even Yi Qingwan couldn't break out of. When Yi Qingwan became his disciple, she had Earth Stage Level 3 psychokinesis. This was the weakest that he said, and he needed to personally bring her out. Now Ning Xuema was only Earth Stage Level 2, and she cultivated urgently. Her actual power should be much lower than Yi Qingwan's at that time. But Dizun left her here. It was already Inshur, which meant that she still had 4 hours. For hours for her to break through such a difficult situation. He really thought highly of her. Little Apple, have you been here these past few days? Ning Xiaoma took a deep breath and stabilized her mind. Since it was called Maze Mirage, there must be some kind of array. She was good at breaking arrays, so she should be able to break out. In order to save time, she had to understand what other people knew first. This way, she could save a lot of detours. Master, I have been wandering around here for a few days, trying to find a way out, but I can't find it. There seems to be a lot of paths here, but no matter which path you take, you'll end up back at the same place. Not only that, along the way, there are all kinds of monsters that come in waves. It's very annoying. I have a few wounds on my body because of one of the monsters here. Ning Xiaoma had already seen the two intersecting scars on Kieran's back. The flesh was rolled up, as if it was torn apart by an animal with sharp teeth and claws. It looked very dangerous. When she met the little Qilin earlier, she had treated it without batting an eyelid. Now, there were already signs of recovery. What kind of animal is that? Are there many of them? Many. Every time there are 7 or 8 of them. Those things look very strange. They have the head of a tiger, the body of a leopard, and the claws of a lion. They move like the wind and are as fast as lightning. It is impossible to guard against them. Every time I meet them, I can only run away. I can only get rid of them by hiding at Buddha Lotus Lake. Kieran told her everything it knew. It was very worried. Master, we can't get out by ourselves. Before it finished speaking, a long and sharp whistle came from the depths of the fog. Kieran's scales exploded. They are here. That's them. The thick fog in front of them surged like waves, and a few beams of golden light flickered within the thick fog. Kieran suddenly stood in front of Ning Xiaoma in a protective posture. 8 heads. These were their eyes. Master, run. I'll cover you. Before it could finish its sentence, it felt a breeze on its back, and a figure pounced toward the golden lights. Little Apple, sometimes you have to charge forward. You can't retreat. These were the words Ning Xiaoma left for Kieran. The roars of the monster and Ning Xiaoma's shouts resounded in the thick fog. The fog seemed to be stirred up by some kind of whirlwind, rolling madly. He had to charge forward and could not retreat. Kieran was struck by these words. It was stunned for a moment. Then, with a roar, it charged at the monsters. All kinds of roars and sounds of fighting could be heard from the thick fog. About 15 minutes later, the sounds of fighting finally disappeared. Kieran looked at the scattered corpses of the monsters and looked at Ning Xiaoma with admiration in its eyes. So cool. Its master was so cool. Kieran knew how powerful these monsters were. Their bodies were made of copper and iron, and normal attacks could not hurt them at all. Moreover, they also knew earth element spells. Coupled with their fast movements, they had once made Kieran suffer a lot. Chapter 798. The power of one of these monsters was equivalent to an Earth Stage Level 1 cultivator. When these monsters attacked together, their power and destructive power could not be underestimated. Even an Earth Stage Level 4 cultivator would have to fight for a long time against these monsters. They might even be injured a few times before winning. But its master was only an Earth Stage Level 2 cultivator, yet she could easily deal with them. In a short period of time, she used all of her power. Coupled with her crafty footwork, her movements were like a phantom. Every strike was like thunder, and every strike would definitely cause a monster to fall. All of the monsters fell to the ground. Ning Xiaoma floated in the air. Her red dress was especially eye-catching in the white fog. In her palm was an emerald green long sword, with drops of blood slowly dripping from the tip of the sword. At this time, she had an unprecedented domineering and sharp aura. To have such a master, Kieran only had one word in its heart, pride. It suddenly felt its blood boil. Master, we will definitely be able to break out. Ning Xiaoma smiled. Yes, she also believed in it. She immediately began to study this maze illusion array and brought the little Qilin into the thick fog. Kieran was right. There were many monsters hidden in the fog. There were all kinds of monsters, and they would jump out to attack from time to time. Moreover, their power and abilities were getting stronger and stronger. Ning Xiaoma and Kieran dealt with wave after wave. They gradually became tired and forced. Fortunately, Ning Shuima's sense of direction was very strong. She also knew how to break all kinds of arrays, so they did not take any detours. Unlike Kirin, they did not take a detour back. In the battle with the monsters, Ning Shuima was injured. Her arm was pierced by the fangs of a monster that looked like a bear. Blood dyed her entire sleeve. Of course, that bear did not have it easy either. She hit its weak point, and it was split in half. Kirin was also injured. There were several crisscrossing wounds on his body. Although the depth of the wounds were different, each wound was bleeding. The most serious wound was so serious that the white bone could be seen under the muscles. Bloody battle. It was truly a bloody battle. Every minute and every second, she and Kirin were racing against death, side by side with the god of death. As for the sovereign, he didn't show up again. After killing this group of ferocious monsters, Ning Shuima began to quickly treat her and Kirin's wounds. Kirin looked at her bloody sleeve and felt both distressed and angry. Finally, he couldn't help but say, "Ancestor is really cold. To think that you risked your life to save him. How dare he treat us like this? Does he really want us to die?" Ning Shuima's fingers, which were bandaging her wound, paused for a moment. Her face was a little pale. She pursed her thin lips and said, "It was a test." She could only explain it in this way. Even though she almost didn't believe it herself, the gentleness in the Castle of Dreams was like a dream, dissipating as soon as he came out. He had returned to being the cold-blooded and heartless sovereign. Was this his revenge for her not wanting to be his concubine? Or perhaps he really didn't want to accept him as a disciple? A test? He wanted her to risk her life to test him? No, there seemed to be something wrong. The sovereign that appeared this time seemed to be different from the one she usually saw. Ning Shuima suddenly clenched her fists and transmitted her voice to Kirin. "Do you feel that the sovereign has changed? It's like a different person?" Chapter 799. Kirin was stunned. He thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, a little. I thought he had some human feelings before, but after recovering from his injury, he didn't even have any. His aura is also cold, so cold that it makes people shiver." He remembered that he had heard his master's call and rushed out of the dark forest. When he suddenly saw the ancestor standing by the lake, he was overjoyed and ran over to greet him. "Ancestor, have you recovered from your injury?" He thought that with the ancestor's attitude towards him and his master these days, he would at least reply. Unexpectedly, he just glanced at him coldly. This glance was as cold as ice and almost froze Kirin's heart. Animals were the most sensitive, especially Kirin. When he saw the ancestor like this, he automatically moved away from him. "Master, did you offend him when you were healing?" This was the only thing Kirin could think of. Ning Shuima shook her head slightly. Her last conversation with him could not be considered as offending him. She suddenly thought of a problem. When the ancestor disguised himself as Han Shanyue and accompanied her, it seemed that the ancestor went to Blue Sea Country and was a guest there. Because of this, she ruled out the idea that Han Shanyue was the ancestor. Now that she had confirmed that the ancestor was Han Shanyue, who was the ancestor who went to Blue Sea Country as a guest? The ancestor's substitute? Ning Shuima once again thought of the ancestor she saw in Chong Kong Country's imperial palace. The ancestor had almost frozen her into a lump of ice. He was emotionless and had no desires. Even in the summer, he could still make people shiver. If she got closer, she would be frostbitten by him. That ancestor and the ancestor who appeared this time were very similar in temperament, as if they were the same person, but there were some differences between him and the ancestor who was healing in the dream castle. Could there really be two ancestors? Generally, it was not too surprising for a super big shot to make a substitute to confuse the public. The ancestor was probably the same, so it was reasonable for him to make a substitute. Then there was the question, which of these two ancestor was the real one? Which one was the substitute? The one who transformed into Shun Julie and repeatedly entangled with her. The one who took liberties with her on the White Tower. The one who fell into the dark forest with her and got injured. The one who healed with her in the Castle of Dreams. All of these should be the same person, Shun Julie, the name that made her feel familiar and intimate, Shunjuli. And the person who appeared in the vast sky country's imperial palace, as well as the person who was treating her like a stranger, should be another person. Although his aura was also very strong and even colder than Shunjuli's, Ning Shuima still felt that his aura was not as strong as Shunjuli's. Shunjuli's strength came from his bones, but this venerable sovereign's strength was more like a deliberate act. They gave Ning Shuima the feeling that they were authentic and high-quality imitations. No matter how good the imitation was, in the eyes of people who were familiar with the brand, it was still a fake. They couldn't compare to him either. Then if she guessed correctly, Shunjuli should be the ancestor. This person should be a substitute. Moreover, this substitute was also not simple. Whether it was martial arts or intelligence, it must be extremely profound. Originally, she and the ancestor accidentally fell into this place. But now the ancestor disappeared and the substitute appeared. Was this substitute summoned by the ancestor, or did it appear on its own? Why did the ancestor disappear inexplicably? Ning Shuima thought of Shunjuli's injuries and his actual weakness. Did something happen to Shunjuli? Chapter 800. Ning Shuima felt as if a fire was burning in her heart. Countless thoughts spun around in her mind. She took a deep breath and sent these messy thoughts away. Now was not the time to think about these things. She had to get out first. Only when she got out could she find out the truth. She shook her head. Stop talking nonsense and save your energy. Let's go. They had already killed 5 waves of monsters. If her calculations were correct, there should be another wave of monsters waiting for her. Moreover, it was a big boss. After defeating the boss, they should be at the exit. Ning Shuima calculated the time in her heart. More than 2 hours had passed. She had to move faster. She didn't have to become Dizun's disciple, but she wanted to prove herself. She longed for an absolute victory. After walking for a while, the thick fog in front of them suddenly turned black. The surrounding air instantly became cold, and the ground beneath their feet shook. A gloomy and cold air came from the black fog. An extremely dull roar that could make one's soul tremble could be heard. Ning Shuima gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. She knew that the final big boss was about to appear. She could either kill it and get out, or she and Kirin would die in its hands. There was no third choice. When enemies met on a narrow path, the brave would win. She was going to fight. A huge monster that was like a mountain slowly appeared in the thick fog. A waterfall hung outside the green mountains. An ink peak was hidden among the green bamboos. A waterfall, a bamboo forest, and an ink peak. Below the ink peak, beside the waterfall, was an open field. There were 30 young men and women standing on the field. All of them were between 13 and 14 years old. Some were handsome, some were elegant, some were cold and arrogant, and some were in high spirits. Although there was still a hint of childishness in their eyes, they were like treasured swords that had just been unsheathed. There was a hint of sharpness in their eyes. These people were the Sun Moon Sect's primary disciples who had just been selected. They came from different countries and different places. These people were all geniuses in their countries. Their talents were astonishing, and they were crowned with the title of Heaven's Pride. They were the elites of the elites, the best of the best. They were all people who were cherished and nurtured by the local people or officials. It was inevitable that they would have an air of arrogance and a domineering air about them. They had already been here for 10 days. Although they had yet to officially compete, they had already experienced both open and covert competition in private. The winner beamed with joy while the loser remained silent. Gradually, they were divided into different grades and ranks. Among these people, there were 2 outstanding figures who were most likely to be accepted as Dizun's disciples, a young man and a young woman. The young girl's name was Feng Jiesen. She came from the Fengi country and didn't come from a high family. Her parents were commoners, and she was born with metal and earth spiritual roots. The metal spiritual root was the main spiritual root, and the earth spiritual root was the secondary spiritual root. There were many people who had dual spirit roots, but very few of them had dual spirit roots that coexisted with each other, especially since she possessed two pure spiritual roots. At such a young age, his metal spirit root had already reached Earth rank level 5, and his Earth spirit root had also reached Earth rank level 2. When she was 5 years old, her extremely high talent was discovered. When she was 10 years old, the Empress of the Fengyi country took her into the imperial palace and adopted her. She was born young, and the Empress bestowed upon her the imperial surname of Feng. She was also sent a psychokinesis master to teach and nurture her. Her food and clothing were even more high-end than those of a real princess of the Fengyi country. It was also because of her that her parents and clansmen ascended to the heavens with her, each receiving a reward from the Empress. Chapter 801. Feng Jiasen's talent had already surpassed Ji Yunwang's. This kind of amazing talent not only made her famous in her own country, but also in the whole continent. Who knows how many sects wanted to recruit her into their sect? If she wanted to join the continent's strongest sect, the Sun Moon sect was naturally her first choice. She had always regretted that the ancestor didn't accept female disciples, causing her to miss out on a good teacher. Feng Jiasen's original plan was to become Yelu Jing, Anne's disciple, then painstakingly cultivate to become the strongest disciple, so that the ancestor could see her and remember her, even if he only looked at her once. She didn't expect that the ancestor would make an exception and accept disciples in advance. Moreover, there was no restriction on gender. To her, this news was definitely good news. Her goal of becoming the ancestor's disciple immediately shifted to him. She was determined to become the ancestor's disciple this time and shine in the Sun Moon sect. She was also one of the best among this group of new disciples. She was the most promising female disciple to become the ancestor's disciple. As for the youth, he came from the Feixing Kingdom. His name was Helian Xiao, and his talent was also very amazing. Coincidentally, his psychokinesis was also Earth rank level 5, which was comparable to Feng Jiasen's. The difference was that he was born in a royal family and was a noble heir. He also had dual spirit roots that were mutually reinforcing. Wood and water. Wood was the main attribute, and water was the secondary attribute. His cultivation level was similar to Feng Jiasen's, and he was also the most promising person to become the champion. The Sun Moon sect's disciple who led them also thought highly of these two people and intentionally or unintentionally took care of them. The other people's attitude towards these two people was also respectful and respectful. After all, once one of them became the ancestor's disciple, their status would be incomparably revered, and they would be able to walk unhindered on this continent. If they could curry favor with them in advance, it would be very helpful for their future cultivation. Therefore, these two people were very popular among this group of people, and when they spoke to them, they were all respectful and respectful. If one wanted to become a disciple of the Sun Moon sect, just having superhuman psychokinesis wasn't enough. His or her ability to learn, to understand, to do things, to adapt on the spot, to remember. There are many abilities that needed to be tested. In these 10 days, they had gone through all kinds of tests. Of course, every test would eliminate some people. After rounds of cruel competition, from the original 100 people, there were only 30 left. Today was the last round of testing, and it was also the most crucial round. It was a test of their courage and ability to adapt. The waterfall danced like a silver dragon, pouring into the deep pool below. Above the deep pool, there was an iron chain that stretched across the two mountains. The iron chain was only as thick as a little finger, and it swayed in the air. These disciples first madly spun around 100 times on the ground, and after they were done, they immediately had to walk down the thin iron chain. They did not have any protective measures on their bodies. Once they fell, they would fall into the deep pool below. In the deep pool, there was a flood dragon beast. Its two blood-red eyes were wide open, and its mouth was wide open as it glared at every disciple who passed by on the iron chain. They would form a group of two so that they could look after each other. Of course, they could also kick each other's feet to reduce the number of competitors. This was a test of one's courage. More than half of the test was done. 3 of the disciples who participated in the test fell into the deep pool and were swallowed by the flood dragon. The crunching sound of chewing scared the other two participants so much that they immediately gave up. Chapter 802. Coincidentally, through drawing lots, Feng Jiesin and Helian Xiao were in the same group. With their abilities, it should be easy for them to cross the iron chain. They didn't need to work together. The moment she knew they were in the same group, Feng Jiesin approached Helian Xiao. "Prince Helian, I want to discuss something with you." Her voice was tender and soft. Helian Xiao had a straightforward and bright temperament. "Just say it." Feng Jiesin pursed her lips slightly. "I know Prince Helian wants to compete with me for the position of Di Zun's disciple. Prince Helian sees me as a rival, right?" Helian Xiao was indeed straightforward. He straightforwardly admitted, "That's right. You're my only rival." Feng Jiesin bit her lips again. "We came here to join Sun Moon's sect and bring glory to our family, not to risk our lives. My parents are already old. You know, it's not easy for a commoner family to produce a talented person. They love me like a pearl. If something happens to me, they probably won't be able to live." Helian Xiao knew Feng Jiesin's background. It was indeed not easy for a commoner girl to reach this step. What's more, she usually treated people peacefully and amiably. Unlike him, he was born with the temperament of a young master. His popularity was not as good as Feng Jiesin's. Every time Feng Jiesin saw him, she would call him Prince Helian Xiao left and right. She was very polite. In addition to her talent, Helian Xiao's impression of her was quite good. Hearing her words, he frowned. "I don't like to beat around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it." Feng Jiesin sighed and said, "With our abilities, it should be easy to cross this iron chain. However, under the condition that we're not being plotted against. Once we're plotted against, we might lose our lives. So I want to ask Prince Helian Xiao for one thing. When we go up later, can we not plot against each other?" Helian Xiao's expression changed abruptly. He raised his eyebrows and said, "What kind of person do you think I am? How can I plot against my companions? Even if I want to compete with you, I'll compete openly." Feng Jiesin's brows relaxed, and she smiled slightly. "Thank you, Prince Helian Xiao. When we go up later, can I ask Prince Helian Xiao to walk in front?" Helian Xiao knew that she was still on guard against him. He felt somewhat uncomfortable in his heart, but he didn't want to bicker with a girl. He nodded his head. Why not? This young master will walk in front. He raised his head and looked at the iron chain. The iron chain was about 200 to 300 feet long. With his ability, he could rush over in the blink of an eye. Without Feng Jiesin in front of him, he could run faster. While they were talking, it was their turn to go on stage. After the two of them circled around 100 times, they looked at each other and stepped onto the iron chain one after another. Helian Xiao was in the front, while Feng Jiesin was at the back. These two people's appearances were undoubtedly top-notch. At this moment, they were standing on the swaying iron chain. The man was like a jade tree in the wind, and the woman was like a flower in the water. Nothing more beautiful could be imagined. After Helian Xiao stepped onto the iron chain, he slowed down a few steps. After getting used to it, he clenched his fingers and sprinted forward. Unexpectedly, Feng Jiesin's movements were not slow either. She followed closely behind him. In the blink of an eye, the two people walked to the middle of the iron chain. Below them was the deep pool. The ferocious flood dragon was looking at them with its mouth wide open. And it was at this moment that a sudden change happened. Helian Xiao was in the middle of sprinting when a large rock suddenly appeared on the iron chain under his feet. He was caught off guard and couldn't stop in time. He was tripped by the large rock and fell down. Chapter 803. Fortunately, Helian Xiao's reaction was very fast. Once he saw that the situation was bad, he flipped in the air and a green vine flew out from his palm and wrapped around the iron chain. He leaped up and wanted to take advantage of the momentum to jump onto the iron chain again. "Prince, I'm sorry." When he was in the air, he saw that the plain-clothed girl was still on the iron chain. A golden light flashed from her palm and directly cut off the green vine that saved his life. "Damn it, I've been tricked by her." Helian Xiao was furious, but his body was in the air and he couldn't borrow any strength. He could only watch helplessly as his body fell. There was nothing he could do. He didn't expect that he would die here today. He didn't expect that he, Hellion Shao, would become the food of this ferocious flood dragon. Before he could finish his thought, a green light suddenly wrapped around his waist. That green light suddenly pulled him, and his body flew into the air like a swing. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of this rare chance to survive. He flipped in the air and finally landed on the iron chain again. Just as he stood still, his waist was released, and that green light shrunk back like lightning. Hellion Shao was still in a state of shock and looked towards the direction of the green light. He was suddenly stunned. On the platform of the mountain that was connected to the iron chain stood a red-clothed girl. That girl looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. Her red clothes fluttered in the wind like fire. Beside her, there was a bloody, ferocious beast with a pair of large eyes that flashed with a frightening cold light. This girl and beast seemed to have appeared out of thin air on the mountain's wall. No one present recognized them. Naturally, they were Ning Shuima and Kirin, who had rushed out of the maze illusion realm. Shuima and Kirin had just experienced a fierce battle with the final big boss that appeared. This big boss monster was abnormally ferocious. If they only relied on their actual abilities, two Ning Shuima and two Kirin wouldn't be its match. Fortunately, Ning Shuima's battle experience was not ordinary. She also had a special footwork and many clever ideas. After fighting with the monster for almost 2 hours, she paid the price of her left leg being heavily injured and joined forces with Kirin to finally kill the monster. She understood that the monsters in this illusion realm were endless and would be reborn in a cycle. If she was one step slower, the exit would close again and the big boss monster that she had just killed would revive. She didn't have the ability to kill it a second time. Ning Shuima's left leg had been pierced by the monster's claw, and there were several deep and shallow wounds on her body. Blood flowed all over her body, but she didn't bother to clean it up. The moment the monster fell to the ground and the exit appeared, she brought the little Qilin with her and flew out. What she didn't realize that as soon as she and Kirin flew out, the hole closed. A persona white clothed man appeared from the thick fog. The jade mask on his face flashed with an ice-cold luster. He looked at the hole Ning Shuima had escaped from, and a complicated light flashed through his eyes. Shao Shao Shao. Shao was Hellion Shao. I Shao Shao Shao. Shao 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 Shao. The hill-like monster that Ning Shuima had just killed appeared on the spot. When it saw the queen of the maze illusion realm, it immediately roared and pounced on the queen of the maze illusion realm. The queen of the maze illusion realm didn't dodge. She frowned slightly and raised her finger. A white light enveloped the monster. The monster's body trembled and was instantly frozen, turning into an ice sculpture. The queen of the maze illusion realm flicked her finger again. The ice sculpture instantly shattered into powder and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 804. The monster that Ning Shuima had been fighting for almost 2 hours couldn't even last half a move against him. He got rid of it with just a wave of his hand. He lowered his eyes slightly for a moment before walking out of the hole that had opened up once again. Ning Shuima had just jumped out of the cave. Before she could see what was going on around her, she saw a man falling down from the iron chain and a fierce dragon waiting for him with its mouth wide open. Almost subconsciously, she waved her hand to release the green rope to wrap around the man and threw him up, saving his life. Naturally, she heard all kinds of low cries coming from below. Looking down, she saw a dense crowd of people. Countless faces were looking up in her direction. Because the mountain was very high, Ning Shuima couldn't see the faces of those people clearly. She only vaguely felt that they were children, 12 or 13 years old. With a gust of wind, the young man who had just fallen on the iron chain rushed towards her like a whirlwind. He was already in front of Ning Shuima. His momentum was so strong that Ning Shuima calmly took a step back. The young man bowed to her. "Thank you for your help, miss." His eyes flashed as he looked her up and down. He frowned. "You're injured. Quickly bandage it." Before his voice died away, he had already held 4 or 5 small medicine bottles in front of Ning Shuima. "This is the heavenly spirit pill, Jin Shuang medicine." Ning Shuima was speechless. Only now did she realize that the wounds on her body were painful. She was a doctor, so she naturally knew the value of medicine. She knew that the young man in front of her was holding good medicine for treating external injuries. However, she didn't need these now. Ning Xiuma carried all kinds of medicine given to her by the ancestor. After the ancestor woke up from his coma, he probably realized that Xiuma wouldn't be able to survive without medicine, so he prepared a few bottles for her in case she needed them. When he and Ning Xiuma met for the last time, he even put her treasures in a Chinquan bag and gave them to her. She had just walked out of a dangerous hand-to-hand fight. Her body was full of murderous intent, and she was subconsciously on guard against people. She shook her head. "No need, I have my own medicine." Just as she said this, her body swayed. She was exhausted and had lost too much blood, so she could barely hold on. "Be careful." Helian Xiao couldn't help but reach out to support her. "Be careful." Kiran also rushed over and knocked the young man away. She used her body to catch Ning Xiuma, who had fallen to the ground. Helian Xiao was almost knocked off the platform by Kiran. He hurriedly held onto a stake to stabilize himself. Just as he was about to say something, a white light suddenly flashed on the mountain wall. A white-clothed person appeared out of thin air and stood on the platform. The wide white robe, the ice jade mask, the ink-black eyes, the long hair that draped over his shoulders, the aura that was as cold as snow and incomparably powerful. There was no one else who had this kind of temperament and this kind of dressing. Although Helian Xiao had never seen an ancestor before, he had at least heard of him. As soon as he saw the white-robed man's attire, he immediately recognized him. Overjoyed, he immediately bent over and knelt down. Ancestor. Ning Xiuma also leaned on Kiran and slowly turned her head. Her gaze fell on the person who had a cold temperament and was used to being high and mighty. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. It turned out that he didn't come out early. He had been following behind her all along. It seemed that he didn't want her to die. She raised her head to look at the sun in the sky and smiled. Ancestor, it's just right now. Xiuma didn't miss the time, asking for all kinds of tickets. Chapter 805. The ancestor looked down at her, but didn't say anything. Instead, he sent a message to the disciples kneeling below. Feng Liani, from now on, this Ning Xiuma will also join them and compete with them. The disciple in charge of teaching these new talents was called Feng Liani. He was Yelu Jing, Anne's disciple. His character was quite similar to his master's. He was gentle like jade and patient with people. The training of the new disciples was basically led by him. He was lucky enough to see the ancestor twice, so he recognized him. Just now, when he saw the ancestor appear, he had already led everyone to kneel down. Hearing this command from afar, he hurriedly responded with a loud yes. Feng Liani was bewildered. The ancestor never asked about the Sun Moon sect's recruitment of new disciples, nor did he interfere. Why did he personally send someone here this time? Did the ancestor need special care for the person sent here? He wasn't the only one who had this thought. Everyone present also had this thought, especially Feng Jiasen. She had just plotted against Helian Xiao and thought she had finally kicked off a strong opponent. She didn't expect that Ning Xiuma would appear midway, and the ancestor had personally sent her. Could it be that the ancestor's disciple had already been decided? Her charming face turned green and white. Her small hands clenched in a fist inside her sleeves. Just as everyone had this thought, the ancestor's voice sounded again. This time, every word was very clear. She is no different from the other participating disciples here. Treat her the same way you treat others. This time, I will only accept the strongest disciple. Everyone, work hard. The meaning of these words was very clear. There was no need to take care of Ning Xiuma in any way. If she wanted to enter the Sun Moon sect, she had to participate in various tests. The ancestor wouldn't show any favoritism. Feng Jiasen secretly let out a sigh of relief. She boldly asked, Ancestor, this disciple has a matter to ask. Speak. We've already gone through 6 rounds of various tests and eliminated a portion of people. Does this Miss Ning also have to go through those tests to be fair? The malice in her words was very obvious. Dizun glanced at Ning Xiuma, whose face was pale due to excessive blood loss. What do you say? Before Ning Shuama could say anything, Helian Shao, who was kneeling at the side, hastily opened his mouth, reporting to the venerable sovereign the first 6 tests were extremely exhausting. Moreover, each test was completed within 3 days. Everyone has time to rest, and Miss Ning is seriously injured. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for her to go through those 6 stages. Although Ning Shuama didn't know what the 6 stages were from their words, she knew that they must be very dangerous and not easy to pass. She raised her head and stared at the ancestor's face with her big eyes. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. What does the ancestor intend to do? She wanted to see what this person wanted. The ancestor's voice was indifferent. Since you want to be my disciple, you naturally have to experience things that ordinary people can't. You can't ask for special treatment from me, unless you give up on the idea of becoming my disciple. So he was forcing her to give up. Ning Shuama smiled. I've never asked for special treatment from you. I'll just go through those 6 stages. She slowly straightened her body. Suddenly, she staggered and fell forward. The ancestor was standing right in front of her and was completely unprepared. He was hit by her. His eyes suddenly turned cold. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly thought of something. His palm, that was about to send her flying, paused. Just as he was hesitating, Ning Shuama got up like lightning and jumped away from his embrace. Chapter 806. I'm sorry I tripped. Ning Shuama lowered her eyes and apologized. Dizun was speechless. His snow-white sleeve was stained with her blood, which was dazzling red. His body was cold, although there was a faint fragrance, which was very similar to Shun Jiuli's. Ning Shuama could still distinguish the difference. Shun Jiuli's fragrance was naturally present, but the fragrance on the person in front of her was applied later. They were really not the same person. The person in front of her was really not him. Ning Shuama's mood was very agitated. She was only suspicious before and didn't dare to be sure. Now, she was completely sure. Although she still couldn't figure out what was going on, as long as she was sure that the person in front of her was not him, it was enough. She believed that he had no choice but to leave. She believed that he would come back. She believed that Shun Jiuli wanted to accept her as his disciple. If the real him was here, he wouldn't bear to let her get hurt, and he wouldn't let her risk her life in the maze mirage. Since that was the case, she couldn't let him be criticized by others and leave a topic for others to talk about. She would rely on her own ability to stay. Her gaze fell on the Dizun in front of her. She knew that she absolutely couldn't expose this matter now. The real Dizun wasn't here. Even if she exposed his identity now, no one would believe her. Moreover, she might even anger the person in front of her and kill her. Dizun, Shuama can fight for the 6 stages, but Shuama has a condition. She wanted to fight for the biggest rights for herself. Say it. Shuama has just broken out of the maze mirage and is seriously injured. Please give Shuama 2 hours to heal. Okay. The Dizun agreed. Her request wasn't excessive, and he couldn't really force her to die. After 2 hours, I will go to the 6 stages, but other people pass it in 3 days. How much time will you give me? Ning Shuama continued to ask. The Dizun obviously knew the process of the 6 stages. He said faintly, your aptitude is ordinary. If you want to be my disciple, you must have outstanding performance in other aspects to convince everyone. In the 6 tests, you'll have time to catch your breath. You don't need a rest. I'll give you 12 hours. If you pass all of them within 12 hours, I'll give you a chance. The expression of Helian Shao, who was standing at the side, changed greatly. He had fought his way through the 6 stages, so he naturally knew how powerful they were. Even for someone of his level, even if he was in his peak condition, he would still need 16 hours to pass through 6 stages at his fastest speed. The premise was that he was made of iron and would not get tired. If one were to encounter a slightly slower person, they would need at least 6 to 8 hours to pass one of the stages. As for Ning Shuama, it was simply a pipe dream for her to pass the 6 stages while being seriously injured. He was born with a temper that liked to fight for justice. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel indignant for Ning Shuama. If the other party wasn't a venerable emperor, he was afraid that he would coldly spit back. Now, he couldn't help but tug on Ning Shuama's sleeve and transmit his voice to her. Don't agree. You won't pass. Ning Xiuma nodded slightly at him, indicating that she knew what she was doing. She tilted her head and looked at the Dizun. What chance? The Dizun said, you can pass the 6 stages in 12 hours. This proves that you are indeed a genius. Even if you don't win against the others in the final round and can't be my disciple, you can still be my disciple. You can choose anyone from the Sun Moon sect. This was indeed not a small temptation. It must be known that among the new disciples, only one person could be the Dizun's disciple. The others were completely chosen by the Guardian Elders. Chapter 807. This time, Yalu Jing was the most outstanding disciple, and he only accepted one disciple this time. Everyone thought that Yalu Jing and his disciple would be either Feng Jiasin or Helian Xiao. They didn't expect that this quota would fall on Ning Xiuma. If she could pass the 6 tests within 12 hours, she could at least become Yalu Jing An's disciple. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. Of course, the premise was that she could pass the test within 12 hours. Ning Xiuma slightly lowered her eyes. Then Xiuma will be so bold as to ask again, has there been anyone who managed to pass the 6th trial within 12 hours? The ancestor only answered her with one word, yes. Since it proved that it could be done by humans. If others could do it, then Ning Xiuma could do it. She was about to answer when Helian Xiao transmitted his voice again. Miss Ning, the one who passed the 6th test within 12 hours was Prince Tian Shaoshi from 1,000 years ago. He was the most talented disciple of the ancestor. When he entered the ancestor's tutelage, he was already Earth rank level 6 and had never been surpassed. Ning Xiuma's heart moved. She naturally knew about Prince Tian Shaoshi. It seemed that the prince sealed in the stone spirit's stomach was him. The ancestor's proudest disciple, who was once a legend of the entire continent, died young. This kind of talent was one of a kind, and he still needed 12 hours to pass the tests. Ning Xiuma was only Earth rank level 2, and the ancestor gave her 12 hours. It was obvious that he was making things difficult for her. The matter of accepting disciples will be decided tomorrow. It will be your real competition. If you want to join them, you must pass all the tests today. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for coming too late. Of course, you can choose to give up. The ancestor's voice was still indifferent, which meant that he wasn't deliberately making things difficult for her. Ning Xiuma sneered in her heart. This person kept saying that he wasn't making things difficult for her, but in fact, he was always making things difficult for her. She didn't know what kind of deep hatred she had with him that made him treat her like this. She smiled slightly. Ancestor, can you give Xiuma some time to consider? Yes. The ancestor agreed again and added, you should rest for 2 hours and think about it. When the time comes, give the results to Feng Liani directly. He will naturally report to me. He turned around and disappeared from where he stood. While Ning Xiuma was talking, she had already treated her wounds quickly. Now, she immediately sat down and meditated to recover. At this point, naturally, no one would think that the ancestor was biased towards Ning Xiuma. He was clearly making things difficult for her. Some people looked at Ning Xiuma with sympathy, while others sighed. Of course, there were also those who wanted to see her as a joke. Feng Liani finally came up. He had just seen Ning Xiuma's skills. He knew that although her psyche power was low, her ability to react and perform on the spot was still remarkable. He looked at Ning Xiuma with a slightly complicated gaze. Miss Ning, of the 6 trials, 3 of them are very risky. It also consumed a lot of psyche power. With your current physique, being able to pass the test in 1 day and 1 night is already a miracle, and that's under the condition that there are no accidents. Therefore, it's impossible for you to pass the 12-hour time limit. It's better to give up. If you give up, I can also accept you. His words were sincere, but Ning Xiuma only faintly smiled. She thanked him but did not say anything. Feng Liani saw her like this and didn't say anything more. The match had been interrupted halfway through by this sudden incident, so naturally, the match would continue. Helian Zhao's second test was naturally very easy. After he passed, he immediately ran back to Ning Xiuma's side. Chapter 808. When the disciples passed by Ning Xiuma, they would look at her with all kinds of gazes. Pity, pity, ridicule, and indifference. Although they were all geniuses, they were still children after all. Children didn't know how to hide their emotions, so when they looked at Ning Xiuma, the emotions in their eyes were very direct. Even the little Qilin could sense it. This made it very unhappy, very unhappy. It stared back at them one by one. Ning Xiuma didn't care. She learned about the 6 tests from Helian Xiao. From him, she knew that there were 2 literary tests and 4 martial tests. The literary test tested one's memory and comprehension ability in an instant, while the martial test tested a variety of things. The mechanical test was similar to Shaolin's Mu Run Gang. There were all kinds of things. Helian Xiao had secretly given her a brief explanation. Ning Xiuma finally had a plan in her heart. She wasn't in a hurry to tell Feng Liani the final result. Instead, she seized the time to meditate and recover. It had to be said that the medicine Shun Julie gave her was excellent. In addition, her psychokinesis had reached the 2nd level of the Earth realm, so her recovery ability was much faster than before. She used the art of rejuvenation several times in succession. After an hour, the wounds on her body had already scabbed over. Her originally pale face also had a little bit of redness. Ning Xiuma had already treated the little Qilin's injuries before she started meditating. The little Qilin recovered even faster. She even went down to the pond to take a bath. It was strange that when the fierce flood dragon below saw Kirin, it didn't dodge, nor was it afraid. Kirin looked at the fierce flood dragon suspiciously. Seeing that it didn't provoke it, it didn't take it to heart. It recovered in the water for a while, and the wounds on its body healed faster. When it came out of the pool and returned to Ning Xiuma's side, exactly an hour had passed. Ning Xiuma stood up and smiled elegantly at Feng Liani, who was standing next to her. "Please tell Dizun that I'll bet." Feng Liani sighed softly. Naturally, he couldn't stop them. He agreed and sent a message to the venerable sovereign. She actually wanted to challenge 6 stages within 12 hours. Almost everyone present was boiling with excitement. Everyone looked at Ning Xiuma as if she were crazy. They didn't understand where her confidence came from. Helian Xiao looked at Ning Xiuma with a complicated gaze. He wanted to persuade her again. "Miss Ning." Ning Xiuma waved her hand, indicating that he didn't need to say anything more. At the side, Feng Jiasin suddenly sighed faintly. "Miss Ning, you're the daughter of Vast Sky Empire's Marquis Ning, right?" As soon as he said this, everyone present was shocked. Ning Xiuma had caused a lot of trouble recently. She had already gained a great reputation in Jianghu. Most of the well-informed people on this continent knew about her. The world's #1 trash, the 6th prince broke off the engagement. The crown prince protected her. She was conferred the title of Beast Concubine. She subdued the extremely rare Qilin beast. The venerable sovereign personally said that she was a 1,000-year lonely phoenix, and she was taken in by Han Shanyue as a concubine. In just a few months, her fate had been up and down, giving the continent a lot of topics to talk about. Of course, the evaluation of her was more negative than positive. There were even some who directly said that she was a disaster, a fox spirit. She didn't have much ability, but her luck was very good, and she was very good at confusing men. Just now, although the venerable sovereign said her name, her title as the world's #1 trash had already been deeply rooted in people's hearts. No one would have thought that such a person could also enter the Sun Moon sect. They naturally wouldn't think that this Ning Xiuma was Ning Xiuma. Chapter 809. Therefore, when Feng Jiasin said this, all the boys and girls present widened their eyes in shock. Helian Xiao took a step back. "You are really Ning Xiuma, the daughter of Marquis Jingyuan?" Ning Xiuma glanced at Feng Jiasin with her bright eyes. This little girl's little scheme was nothing in her eyes. The reason she exposed Xiuma's identity was to embarrass her. That's all. She smiled. There's only one Ning Xiuma in this world. There's only this one, and no other. This sentence was so domineering. The crowd buzzed again, obviously shocked by her. All kinds of discussions were incessant. A girl couldn't help but say, "I remember that Marquis Ning's daughter is a psychokinesis trash. She can't even cultivate psychokinesis. Why is she here?" This question was unavoidably sharp. Ning Xiuama lightly smiled. Suddenly, she closed in on her and grabbed her belt with lightning speed. With a whirlwind dance, she threw her out. Her movements were too fast and too urgent. Everyone simply couldn't react, and the girl who was thrown didn't even have time to react. By the time she reacted, she was already in midair. Below her was a deep pool of water. The girl's body fell down, and she was so scared that her soul almost left her body. She screamed involuntarily. Just as she screamed, a green light flashed and wrapped around her waist, forcibly pulling her back. The girl flew back to the platform as if she was riding the clouds. She staggered and almost fell down. A small hand patted her shoulder. "Stand firm." With this back and forth, the girl was so scared that her face turned green. She looked at Ning Xiuama as if she had seen a ghost. She said in a trembling voice, "Ew." Ning Xiuama was calm and composed. "How does it feel to be saved by a trash after being thrown out?" That girl, Ning Xiuama's display of her small hand simply shocked everyone present. Those whispering about how such a piece of trash had managed to sneak into the Sun-Moon sect automatically stopped all voices of injustice. Ning Xiuama used her actions to give these people who looked down on her and called her a good-for-nothing a slap in the face. Regardless of how strong her psychokinesis was, her speed and her kung fu had already placed her in the ranks of experts. What's more, some of the sharp-eyed people had noticed that the green rope that she had thrown out earlier was a result of her casually condensing the wood element. This kind of skill could only be achieved by someone whose wood psychokinesis had reached Earth rank level 2 or above. In other words, her psychokinesis was definitely not trash. It had already reached Earth rank level 2. An Earth rank level 2 was naturally not eye-catching in the Sun-Moon sect, even if almost all of the newcomers present had a higher psychokinesis value than her. However, she was different. Just a few months ago, she was still a psychic trash that everyone looked down on. To be able to cultivate to such a level in just a few months was simply an inconceivable miracle. With her cultivation speed, wouldn't she be able to surpass everyone present very soon? Everyone looked at her with even more complicated gazes, but this time it was mostly surprise and worship. Feng Jiasen's expression changed slightly. She originally didn't put Ning Xiuama in her heart, but now she felt a strong sense of crisis. She didn't expect that this Cheng Yaojin, who had jumped out halfway, not only saved her opponent, but was also her opponent. Too infuriating. Her fists and her sleeves were clenched tightly. Looking at Ning Xiuama, she suddenly smiled gently. "So it really is Miss Ning. Jiasen has heard of Miss Ning's great name like thunder." She said a long string of polite words. Chapter 8:10. Feng Jiasen changed the topic. "A few days ago, I heard that you married Master Han Shanhue as a concubine. It could be said that you have someone to rely on for your whole life. However, coming to the Sun-Moon sect to learn from a master, you can only be a virgin. This is really a pity." Although she said it was a pity, she didn't mean it at all. She was obviously telling everyone that Ning Xiuama was no longer a virgin. She didn't even have the qualifications to enter the Sun-Moon sect, let alone become the disciple of the Emperor. Helian Xiao was originally very unhappy because he was schemed against by her just now. At this moment, seeing her expose Ning Xiuama's background, he was even angrier. If he was angry at her unscrupulous means before, now he had already started to despise her character. "Feng Jiasen, don't go too far." Feng Jiasen looked innocent. "How am I going too far? I only regret that Miss Ning can't enter the Sun-Moon sect and become a disciple of the same sect as us." Ning Xiuama glanced at Feng Jiasen. The little girl was very beautiful, with a kind of light and graceful aura. What a pity for such a good appearance. Such a young white lotus, and such a high level. She laughed and looked Feng Jiasen up and down. She said indifferently, "Who are you? Do I know you?" Feng Jiasen's little face changed slightly. Ning Xiuama's aura was too strong. A short sentence seemed to squeeze out the little in her bones. She couldn't help but raise her head and put on an imposing manner. This princess is Feng Jiasen. She believed that her name was spread all over the continent, so Ning Xiuama must have heard of her. I don't know you. Ning Xiuma answered directly. Feng Jiasin. She was choked. Ning Xiuma changed the topic and smiled. However, I know you now. Just now? The one who schemed against your companion was you, right? Feng Jiasin. After all, she felt guilty in her heart. At this time, being exposed in front of everyone, she became angry from embarrassment. What companion? The competition has rules that we can use all kinds of methods to eliminate the opponent. So you can be unscrupulous? You could have pretended to be sympathetic to me, saying that it wasn't easy for a commoner's daughter to climb to this step, that you still have an old mother waiting for you to return home, that you can't die, and that when you discuss with me, we can't scheme against each other. Helian Xiao sneered at the side. Actually, many people had seen Feng Jiasin plotting against Helian Xiao, but because of the competition's rules, no one felt anything. What they didn't expect was that Feng Jiaxian had begged them to be lenient. But in the end, she went back on her words and schemed against them. This method was too despicable. When everyone looked at Feng Jiasin again, their gazes were somewhat strange. Feng Jiasin blushed. I didn't. It's clear that you discussed it with her to say that about me. I know that one of you is the daughter of a marquis and the other is the son of a prince. Looking down on ordinary people like us. Do you think you can join forces to slander a commoner girl like me? She was on the verge of tears. Her eyes were watery, and she looked as if she had suffered a great grievance. You. Helian Zhao's handsome face also turned red. This was really a typical drama of the weak bullying the strong. Ning Xiuma sneered slightly. She had obviously done something bad, but she denounced the strong with the identity of the weak, stripping the sympathy of the public, making the strong unable to speak. This girl was very skilled in using this wicked method. It seemed that she had used it more than once. Chapter 8:11. Ning Xiuma had actually heard of her before, but because she didn't take it to heart and didn't specifically inquire about her, there wasn't much information about her. She only heard that after she was conferred the title of princess by the Empress, she was often bullied by the real princess. The Empress was very righteous and often punished her own daughter to vent her anger for her adopted daughter. In the end, she even expelled the real princess's biological daughter from the palace. It was said that after the real princess was expelled from the palace, she couldn't think straight and jumped into the river to commit suicide at that time. She just casually listened and didn't pay attention to it. But now that she saw Feng Jiasin's face, she suddenly felt a little sad for the real princess. Needless to say, after Feng Jiasin entered the palace, she often used the weak to bully the strong to harm the real princess. In the end, she simply forced the real princess out of the palace and got rid of the thorn in her side. This Feng Jiasin was indeed a genius, but with this kind of character, Ning Xiuma smiled and looked at her meaningfully. Don't worry, I won't be in the same sect as you. I'll be ashamed to be in the same sect as you. She turned and looked at the iron chain and smiled. Since we're already here, I'll pass this first. Xiuma made a gesture to Kirin. Kirin understood and immediately opened its mouth to spit out a stream of water. That stream of water directly froze into ice when it hit the iron chain, forming an ice chain. Everyone was a little confused. When they went up, they were afraid that the chain would be too slippery, so they specially wore shoes with concave and convex patterns. But Ning Xiuma directly asked her pet to turn the iron chain into an ice chain. Could they still walk? Before they finished thinking, they saw Ning Xiuma had already started to spin on the spot. After 100 rounds, she jumped up and landed on the ice chain. She then spread out her arms, and her whole body was like a butterfly fluttering in the wind, sliding to the opposite side at lightning speed. Everyone's mouth formed an O. Just now, when the intern disciples were crossing this chain, most of them walked over cautiously. A few of them who had high skills ran over. And Ning Xiuma was the first one to directly slide over like this. Her red clothes were fluttering in the wind. Red clothes, black hair, and graceful sliding posture made her look like a flaming butterfly dancing on the iron chain, full of a kind of tension beauty. To make these people speechless, Ning Xiuma had to use her absolute advantage to shock them. So at this time, she also used all her skills. When she glided, she used a kind of figure skating footwork. Her posture was so beautiful that it made everyone's eyes to pop. She even did a backflip midway, eliciting screams from the girls who were already nervous. But before they could stop screaming, she landed lightly on the swaying ice chains and continued to run as fast as lightning. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Feng Jiasen's eyes. She quietly moved to the side of the iron chain and twisted her finger in her sleeve. A watermelon-sized watermelon S's a watermelon teat. Seeing that Ning Shuama's feet were about to hit that stone, she suddenly did a front flip and flew up again. When she flipped and landed, she didn't know if it was intentional or not, but she kicked that stone. Whoosh! That stone was like a whistling meteor, shooting straight toward Feng Jiasen. Feng Jiasen was originally satisfied and waiting to see Ning Shuama make a fool of herself. She never thought that she would do this. Seeing that the stone was moving so fast, it was difficult for her to dodge it in a graceful manner. Chapter 8:12. In a hurry, Feng Jiasen's body suddenly leaned back, and with an iron plank bridge, she dodged the whistling stone. But she didn't guard against a sharp stone at the place where she leaned back. Puff! The back of her head was in close contact with the sharp stone. She hit it hard and didn't practice the iron head technique. Therefore, she was in pain. Helian Xiao saw that she was playing tricks again and was furious. He was about to punish her, but he didn't expect that she had already received her retribution. He couldn't help but laugh. Harming others and harming yourself. Retribution. Feng Jiasen saw stars in front of her eyes. After flying for a long time, she came back to her senses and jumped up from the ground. There was a big bruise on the back of her head, almost bursting out of her hair. Her hair was messy and her clothes were scattered. She was in a sorry state. She was ashamed and angry. She couldn't help but look at Feng Liani, Brother Feng. Miss Ning definitely did it on purpose. She plotted against me. Feng Liani glanced at her coldly, as if he just recognized her today. His voice was slightly cold. You plotted against her first. Did she think he was blind and didn't see her little movements? Feng Jiasen murmured, Senior Brother Feng, you said that when teammates pass, we can use extreme methods. We can work together and plot against each other. So you were plotted against by her. What's there to complain about? Feng Liani's voice was even colder. Feng Jiasen. She was speechless. While they were talking, Ning Shuama had already glided to the other side. She succeeded, and she succeeded very beautifully. Helian Xiao couldn't help but take the lead to applaud Ning Shuama. He laughed. Miss Ning, even if I lose to you in the future, I'll be convinced. His voice spread far and wide. After saying that, he looked at Feng Jiasen with disdain. Feng Jiasen pursed her lips and lowered her eyes. The final outcome hadn't been decided yet. She would work harder. She could do it. A beautiful genius like her could definitely become the ancestor's disciple and become his second direct female disciple. She wanted to turn the tables. She wanted to let these rich kids see that she, a commoner, could also step on them one day. If she could successfully become the ancestor's disciple, she definitely couldn't forgive these two people who made her a fool of herself. Feng Liani could not be let off either. He actually wasn't biased towards a genius like her. She had been pretending to meet and chat with him by chance for the past few days, but it was all in vain. While she was secretly venting her anger, Feng Tianyi had already slid to the other end of the iron chain and led Ning Shuama to the other 6 levels. Young people liked to watch the fun. Naturally, they didn't want to miss such a big show like Ning Shuama breaking through the checkpoint alone, so they all followed her. After these disciples left, 2 disciples appeared at the edge of the pool. They pointed their fingers at the pool, and in the blink of an eye, the fierce flood dragon in the pool turned into a big bubble. Inside the bubble were the few intern disciples who had fallen down. When these intern disciples were released, they were still dizzy and disoriented. They didn't know if they were alive or dead. A disciple came forward and patted them on the shoulder, telling them that they had failed the selection and could leave the mountain immediately. After everyone left, a man in white appeared on the platform where Ning Shuama and the others had been standing. Elegant and elegant, He was the Sun Moon sect's chief steward, Yalu Jing. He looked at the direction where Ning, Xiumo, and the others had disappeared and concentrated for a moment. He took out a golden sound transmitting talisman. Chapter 8:13. Yalu Jing wanted to pick it up but was hesitant. He paused for a moment and sighed. In the end, he didn't pick it up and put it back in his pocket. Although Miss Ning was injured now, her life wasn't in danger. It wasn't a critical moment, so he didn't want to disturb the ancestors' cultivation. However, could Miss Ning really pass the 6 tests in 12 hours? She had promised in front of everyone. If she couldn't pass, the ancestor wouldn't be able to accept her even if he wanted to go back on his words. That person was planning this, wasn't he? He didn't expect that person to go against the ancestor's orders and set such a big trap for Miss Ning. Perhaps he should start from his 6 tests and go easy on Ning Xiumo. As he was thinking of a countermeasure, the voice transmission talisman on his waist suddenly lit up. He frowned slightly. It was from that person. He picked it up and heard a cold voice. Come to the secret room to see me quickly. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. Yalu Jing in a clean room that looked like it was made of ice and snow. The ancestor sat on a cold couch and looked at Yalu Jing and with sharp eyes. You want to help her? Yalu Jing took a deep breath and didn't hide it. Yes, the ancestor personally ordered me to take care of her. I was just following the ancestor's orders. The ancestor lowered his eyes slightly. So he didn't really believe me. Yalu Jing looked at him with cold eyes. In fact, you really can't be trusted. The ancestor asked you to bring her out of the mystifying illusionary realm safely, but you let her suffer such serious injuries. Since she wants to be the ancestor's disciple, she will have to go there alone sooner or later. I just brought it forward, said the ancestor. But she is only at the Earth tier level 2. The beast you released in the mystifying illusionary realm was the Yazi beast. This beast can only pass if it cultivated to the Earth tier level 5. Yalu Jing had secretly observed Ning Xiumo's injuries. It was the Yazi beast that injured her. Thinking of this, he still had lingering fears. If she was really torn apart by the Yazi beast, how are you going to explain it to the ancestor? I know what to do. The ancestor's voice was cold. Since the ancestor gave her special treatment, she should have special abilities. There was nothing wrong with what I did. I'm also testing her aptitude. Then what are the results of your investigation? Yalu Jing asked. Barely. The overlord answered with 4 words. Yalu Jing couldn't help but sneer. You let an Earth stage level 2 girl fight a level 5 beast, and you say she barely passed? This girl is obviously one of a kind. The venerable sovereign didn't say anything. Yalu Jing took a deep breath. Since you think she has passed, why did you give her such a difficult task, making her pass the 6 trials in 12 hours? You clearly know that this is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. You just don't want her to become the ancestor's disciple, right? Everything else was just an excuse. Why? Why are you doing this? If she doesn't pass the exam and take someone else as her master, the ancestor will definitely settle accounts with you when he returns. The ancestor lowered his eyes slightly and said in a soft voice, I know, but I have to do this. Why? Because she is a heavenly calamity lone star. The ancestor took a light breath, and his voice was even colder. Since the ancestor became friends with her, there has been a lot of problems. Her fate as a heavenly calamity lone star cannot be changed easily. The ancestor has already been implicated by her. Chapter 8:14. If Ning Xiumo becomes the ancestor's disciple, who knows how much trouble she'll cause? I can't let her harm the entire Sun Moon sect. Yalu Jing I think the ancestor knows what he's doing. How can you meddle in his affairs? The ancestor's eyes were cold and sharp. She might be the ancestor's origin tribulation. Even if I have to die, I can't let anything happen to the ancestor. Yalu Jing she couldn't get through to him. Yalu Jing didn't want to be entangled with him anymore, so she turned and left. The ancestor's figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared in front of Yalu Jing. He reached out and grabbed a golden sound transmitting talisman from Yalu Jing's body. Then he retreated like flowing water and sat down on the white jade praying mat. His movements were too slow to be described as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had completed this series of actions and sat down as if he hadn't moved at all. Yalu Jing'an's expression changed, and she abruptly turned back. "Why did you steal my sound-transmitting talisman? Give it back." He had stolen the sound-transmitting talisman that Yalu Jing and used to communicate with the ancestor. The ancestor raised his hand, and an ice wall appeared in front of him, blocking Yalu Jing'an's movements. His voice was incomparably cold. "I'll return it to you in 12 hours. He looked at Yalu Jing and with cold eyes. "Don't try to help her. I'm just letting her know the difficulty and retreat. I don't want to take her life. If you blindly help her, I don't know what I'll do to prevent future trouble." Yalu Jing stiffened. "Are you threatening me?" "No, I'm just telling you. I mean what I say. If you don't want her to die, then don't do anything." Yalu Jing was furious. "The ancestor won't forgive you when he comes back. I've said before, for the ancestor's safety, I've already risked my life." The ancestor's reply was indifferent. "Yalu Jing, what you're doing is unfair to that girl. She's qualified to have the ancestor as her master. My mission is to protect. I don't care about anything else." The ancestor closed his eyes. "You can scram." If they really fought, Yalu Jing wasn't a match for the ancestor, so he could only choose to leave. After pausing outside for a moment, he headed towards the place where Ning Xiuma was challenging the trial. Even if he couldn't help her pass the trial, he could still protect her a little. No matter what, he would never allow Ning Xiuma's life to be in danger. He knew that the first obstacle Ning Xiuma had to pass was the Bronze Men Alley. There are all kinds of bronze men whose skills were around Earth rank level 1. These bronze men were more flexible than real people. When they attacked people, they would automatically arrange themselves into a formation. Normally, when passing through this array, they would form a group of 3. This way, the 3 of them could help each other and defend against the attacks of the bronze men from different directions. This was the place where the elimination rate of new disciples was the highest. Most of the time, not everyone in a group could make it out. Half of them would be eliminated here. Even for those who rushed out the fastest, it would still take about 2 hours. And this time, Ning Xiuma was challenging the trial alone. She only had a seemingly weak Kirin by her side. Even if she could make it out, it would take her at least 2 hours. This was the fastest speed that Yalu Jing had calculated for her. What he didn't expect was that just as he walked near the Bronze Men Alley, he heard thunderous applause coming from inside. Helian Zhao's voice was especially loud. "Congratulations to Miss Ning for successfully passing the first obstacle." Chapter 8:15. She passed the first level. This was too fast. Only a little over an hour had passed. How did she do it? Yalu Jing stood under the shadow of a large tree, watching the group of new disciples escorting Ning Xiuma as they walked out. Ning Xiuma had already changed into a lotus-pink dress, her small face faintly blushing. Her lips had a smile, and her steps were unhurried. That pair of large eyes flashed with an ink-black luster under the sunlight. At this moment, she was confident and calm. Even though there were all kinds of beauties around her, none of them could cover up her radiance. In this place where beauties gathered, she might not be the most beautiful, but where she was, everyone else seemed to have become a moving background. This kind of girl would become the center of attention no matter where she went. Not to mention that she had just easily broken a record. She was the fastest person to pass this level. The youths that came to watch the excitement looked at her with inquisitive, curious, and faint adoration. Intentionally or unintentionally, they approached her and tried to say a few words to her. Ning Xiuma was not cold and arrogant. When it was necessary, she still had a good temper when she wasn't provoked. She talked and laughed with these people as she walked to the next level. Yalu Jing used an invisibility technique, so these people didn't see him when they passed by, and no one looked in his direction. Only Ning Xiuma, with her naturally sensitive sixth sense, walked under the large tree and suddenly looked in Yalu Jing's direction. This made Yalu Jing's heart jump. This girl was able to see through his invisibility technique? Actually, he was thinking too much. Ning Xiuma didn't see him. She just felt something and looked over. She quickly turned her head and continued to talk with the people beside her. Even though her body was close to 14 years old, her soul was old. Looking at the group of girls and boys beside her, she felt like they were still young children. Seeing their undisguised, worshipful gazes, Ning Shuema coughed in her heart. In fact, the layout of the Bronze Men Alley was similar to the Wooden Dummies Alley of the Shaolin Temple. She liked mechanisms, so she naturally entered the Wooden Dummies Alley to study it. She even figured out several ways to fight it. Although the mechanical techniques in her era were different from the ones in the real world, there were still many similarities between the two. After that, she had solved the Wooden Dummies Alley like it was a toy. Now that she had broken through the Bronze Men Alley again, it would not be a problem for her. If one didn't know how to break it, they would naturally be entangled by the bronze men inside. It would be considered a skill if they could break out within 2 hours. However, an expert like Ning Xiumal was very relaxed. After she entered, she quickly found the key points of the mechanisms on the bronze figures, making them unable to move. Then, she swaggered out of the room. She passed this stage with the least pressure, and almost no MF was used. The second trial was on a vast and misty lake. Scattered lotus leaves floated in the lake, and Ning Xiumal needed to step on these lotus leaves to run to the small island in the center of the lake, then pick a fruit from there and bring it back. This was a test of people's Qigong. To these Earth Stage disciples, Qigong was not a difficult thing to do. The difficult part was that these floating lotus leaves were spinning rapidly in the lake. From time to time, they would change their position at lightning speed. When you lifted your foot, you would see the lotus leaves in one position, but when you landed, they would change to another position, making it easy for people to step on empty air. Chapter 8:16. And this round trip wasn't short at all. It was a full 30 miles. This round trip didn't only test one's lightness skill, it also tested one's judgment, eyesight, and endurance. Not a single one of these could be missing. In this place, one was allowed to fall into the water twice. Those who fell into the water more than twice or exceeded the set time limit would be eliminated. The best record in this round was Feng Jiasen. Not only did she not fall into the water once, the time she used was also the shortest. She used half an hour, which was also 1 hour. And Helian Xiao fell behind by 1 point to become the second place. After Feng Jiasen came here, she thought of the glory she created and couldn't help but smile. I only used half an hour to run here. This is the fastest. No one has ever broken this record. I wonder how long Miss Ning will take to run here. Ning Xiumal stood by the lake and observed the changing pattern of the lotus leaves. When she heard her words, she didn't even turn her head and said, "Wait for me to burst your chrysanthemum." Feng Jiasen. Although she didn't understand what Ning Xiumal meant, she knew it wasn't something good. She was so angry that she secretly clenched her fist. She hoped that Ning Xiumal could fall into the water a few times. Ning Xiumal looked at the vast lake and rejoiced in her heart. She was lucky to have overcome her hydrophobia. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to pass this round. Feng Jiasen smiled coldly at the side. "If you can go back and forth once in half an hour and break my record, I'll call you Grandma." Ning Xiumal finally glanced at her. Suddenly, she lightly smiled. "Do you want to compete with me here?" Feng Jiasen was stunned. "I've already passed this round." Ning Xiumal smiled leisurely. "It's just a competition with me. Could it be that you're so tired that you don't have any strength? I passed one more round than you. If you want to say that I'm tired, I'm more tired than you. Of course, if you don't have the guts, then forget it. I could do it myself." Feng Jiasen's eyes turned. "I can compete with you, but there needs to be a prize." "What prize? Tell me." Ning Xiumal folded her arms, looking like she was listening. Feng Jiasen snorted and said, "If you lose to me, you will automatically give up on the other 4 trials and give up the idea of worshipping Di Zun as your master." Ning Xiumal agreed readily. "Sure. However, if you lose, you will also give up the right to take Di Zun as your master." Feng Jiasen paused for a moment, and a light flashed in her eyes. All right, that's it. This was her strong point. She had run once, so she knew the movement pattern of these lotus leaves. She would have a great advantage if she ran a second time. She didn't believe that she would lose to Ning Xiuema. If he could use this method to eliminate Ning Xiuema without shedding a drop of blood, it would not be a bad idea. The stakes were a little high. Everyone looked at each other. They had seen Feng Jiasen's performance here, so naturally, they didn't think highly of Ning Xiuema. Helian Xiao couldn't help but say, "Xiuema, this isn't fair. You're already injured, and you just passed 2 trials in a row. Your body is already tired, and a certain person has already passed 1 trial today, so his body is still full of energy. She has also run once, so she's familiar with the process. This is too unfair to you. You can't agree to this bet." Ning Xiuema seemed to be moved by his words. She tapped her forehead with her finger. "What you said is indeed reasonable. It's really unfair to me." Feng Jiasen's heart sank, fearing that she would go back on her words. "Ning Xiuema, you won't go back on your words, right? We've already agreed." Chapter 817. Ning Xiuema glanced at her. "It's just a verbal promise. It only counts if Brother Feng is the witness." Feng Lianyi was actually not optimistic about Ning Xiuema's chances in this test. He still hoped that Ning Xiuema could challenge other tests and not stop here. So he immediately nodded. The bet hasn't been established yet, so it doesn't count. Feng Jiasen was anxious. "Ning Xiuema, what's the point of going back on your words like this? Don't tell me you're afraid of me." Ning Xiuema hugged her arms. "Afraid of you? What a joke. I just feel that the bet just now was really unfair." "Then what do you want to be fair?" Feng Jiasen blurted out. Ning Xiuema rubbed her forehead. "Change the bet a little, and I might play with you." "Change how?" Ning Xiuema glanced at her again and said word by word. "Since we're going to bet, we might as well make it big." "What big?" "The loser will voluntarily withdraw from the Sun-Moon Sect's disciple selection. Immediately leave the Sun-Moon Sect." Ning Xiuema stated her condition. She really didn't like this little white lotus and didn't want to see such a person stay in the Sun-Moon Sect. However, her talent was so high. Even if she couldn't become the disciple of an ancestor, she could still become the disciple of an elder of the Sun-Moon Sect. At that time, they would have to see each other frequently. So she might as well take this opportunity to drive her out. Feng Jiasen. Her expression changed slightly. This bet was really too big for her. Her goal was to become the disciple of an ancestor. Even if she was the worst, she could still become the disciple of Yelu Jing, and if she agreed to Ning Xiuema's bet and lost, she wouldn't even have the chance to become a disciple of the Sun-Moon Sect. While she was pondering, Ning Xiuema had already started preparing to run. "If you don't say anything, then it means you don't want to bet. Then I'll pass this test myself." She was scared. She actually couldn't win against her, so she took the chance to withdraw the bet. She couldn't fall for her trick. What's more, he was the best at this. Winning against her was almost certain. If she missed this opportunity, she wouldn't be able to chase this lass away again. Feng Jiasen's mind was filled with countless thoughts in a split second. She steeled her heart and clenched her fists in her sleeves as she declared in a clear voice, "I'll take the bet." She was willing to risk everything in order to become the ancestor's disciple. Ning Xiuema smiled and sighed. "I didn't think you'd really gamble. Silly child, you'll regret it." Her gaze fell on Feng Lianyi. "Brother Feng, can you bear witness for us?" The stakes were unprecedentedly high, and Feng Lianyi couldn't make up his mind. Feng Jiasen was a top-notch talent. The protectors and elders of the Sun-Moon Sect had already taken notice of her. It was unknown how many people wanted to snatch her to join their own sect. It would be too much of a pity if such a talent was lost to the Sun-Moon Sect just because of a bet. As for Ning Xiuema, although her psychokinesis was a little weak, her other abilities were all top-notch. She was also an extremely rare talent, and the Sun-Moon Sect didn't want to lose her. But with this bet, they would definitely lose one of them. He was only a guide disciple, so he couldn't make such a big decision. So he coughed. "Both of you are top-notch talents, so why make such a big bet just because of a momentary dispute?" Just as he was about to deny their bet, a faint voice suddenly sounded. "This elder can bear witness for you." That voice was clear and gentle, but it also carried a hint of sharpness. Chapter 818. Everyone stared blankly and looked in the direction of the voice. A white-clothed man appeared under a big tree. Feng Lianyi immediately rushed forward to pay his respects. Master, the person who came was the Sun Moon Sect's general manager, the one with the actual power, Yalu Jing. Once he appeared, everyone present bowed down. The eyes of those young men and women flashed with light. Yalu Jing was also a legendary figure, a great god revered by all. These people had heard of him for a long time, so they were naturally excited to see him. Yalu Jing waved his hand, and a faint silver light flashed. No one could continue to bow. You are all not official disciples of the Sun Moon Sect. No need to be polite. His gaze swept around again, and the corner of his mouth hooked up. I say, it's not good for you to be invisible, right? Come out. No one knew who he was talking about, and subconsciously looked around. Ning Xuema's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes quickly circled around her before stopping at a large boulder. That big rock suddenly shook and turned into a green-clothed man in the blink of an eye. He laughed loudly. Little 15, why don't you let us secretly watch the show? What's the point of drinking? Yalu Jing smiled. Ninth senior brother didn't say anything when you returned, but squatted here to watch the show. I almost didn't see you. That green-clothed man was also a handsome person. He chatted with Yalu Jing, and for a while before his gaze fell on Ning Xuema. This little girl isn't simple. She actually saw through my disguise after looking around. He was in high spirits. Little girl, there are still 3 who haven't shown themselves. Can you find them? Ning Xuema heard their conversation and knew that this person was also the ancestor's disciple. Ranked 9th, she didn't hold back and continued to look around. Her gaze fell on a slender and elegant lotus flower in the water, and she smiled. That lotus swayed, and a circle of green light flashed. Unexpectedly, it transformed into a man wearing a long white robe. His facial features were elegant and refined. His figure flashed and landed on the lakeside. He faced Ning Xuema and elegantly smiled. Little miss, not only are your eyes poisonous, your smile is also very sweet. Yalu Jing stepped forward to greet him. 12th Shixiang. When the crowd saw that another handsome guy had appeared, they naturally went into an uproar. Ning Xuema was, after all, a special agent. She was very observant and was used to seeing through other people's disguises. Coupled with her current cultivation, her eyesight was even sharper. Her gaze landed on a weapon rack and half a piece of deadwood. Every time she paused, a handsome man would appear. 3 minutes. It only took her 3 minutes to find out who the 3 handsome men were. As they exchanged greetings, Ning Xuema also learned about their identities. They were all disciples of the ancestor. Although their temperaments and personalities were different, there was no doubt that they were all extremely handsome. These people should be very old. The youngest one was more than 100 years old, and the oldest one should be 700 or 800 years old. However, each one of them looked like they were 24 or 25 years old. They were in their prime, and people couldn't help but marvel at the magic of telekinesis. Among these people, 3 had already cultivated to Earth rank level 10 and were in the process of breaking through to Heaven rank. The weakest one was at Earth rank level 8.5 and was about to break through to Earth rank level 9. After breaking through to Heaven rank, one wouldn't age and die. After breaking through to Earth rank level 6, one could live for more than 2,000 years. Today was an eye-opener for everyone. Chapter 819. Don't underestimate the difference between level 6 and level 10. Earth rank level 6 and above was an extremely difficult hurdle. The amount of MF needed to advance from rank 6 to rank 7 was 3 times the amount of MF needed to advance from human rank 1 to Earth rank 5. The higher you go, the harder it is to rise. It was just like climbing a mountain. It was easy to climb up from the bottom, but once you reach a certain height, it would be extremely difficult to climb up again. In this continent, those who could cultivate to Earth rank 10 were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. There were less than 10 people in the entire continent. 7 of these people were the disciples of the Sun Moon Sect sovereigns. The ancestor had a habit of banishing a disciple after accepting one. Unless they were in charge of the Sun Moon Sect, all of them would be kicked out to establish their own sections. Of course, this independent sect was actually occupying a mountain and accepting disciples. It could be considered a branch of the Sun Moon sect. The four men who had just appeared were the branch leaders of the various branches of the Sun Moon sect. Every single one of them had recruited quite a few disciples, and these disciples had recruited more disciples, and so on and so forth. The Sun Moon sect grew stronger and stronger, and more people joined. In recent years, they had basically stopped accepting disciples. Most of the new disciples had become their grand disciples, or their grand disciples' grand disciples' grand disciples' grand disciples. Only when they came across a truly high-quality jade would they have the thought of taking in a disciple. Among this batch of new disciples, they had also heard of Feng Jiaxin and Helian Zhao's reputations. They were all prepared to go take a look at the final competition. These people were branch lords, so their eyes and ears weren't ordinary people. Naturally, they had heard about Ning Shuma's sudden appearance and her promise to the ancestor that she would pass 6 stages in a row. Everyone's curiosity was piqued, and they all ran over at the same time. The conversation between Ning Shuma and Feng Jiaxin naturally fell into their ears. These people had lived for hundreds of years, and Feng Jiaxin's little girl tricks were nothing in their eyes. Since they paid attention to Feng Jiaxin, they naturally investigated her thoroughly. They had a kind of evaluation of her in their hearts, but they just didn't say it out loud. The thing that the Sun Moon sect did not lack the least was prodigies. Thus, they did not regard Feng Jiaxin and the others very highly. What they were really interested in was Ning Shuma, a dark horse who had appeared out of nowhere. For someone who used to be trash to reach Earth rank level 2 in just a few months, this was already a legend. Not to mention the fact that she had a cute Kirin by her side. She even dared to openly challenge the venerable sovereign and inexplicably came out of the dark forest alone. Most importantly, she dared to promise that she would pass the 6 stages within 12 hours. One had to know that they hadn't been able to do it back then. This made them even more curious. On the surface, they looked calm and collected, but in reality, they had already glanced at Ning Shuma countless times. They were just short of getting a radar and giving her a full body scan. After Ning Shuma broke through the first trial, they felt that she wasn't simple at all. When Ning Shuma quickly saw through her disguise, their curiosity towards her simply rose to the peak. Originally, they wanted to stay invisible and take a look before returning home. But now, they were no longer in a hurry. They wanted to follow them throughout the entire process. He wanted to witness it with his own eyes. With these god-level characters here, Feng Liani naturally didn't need to make the decision. Yalu Jing and looked at his senior brothers and discussed with them. These 2 young ladies have made a bet, and this little brother wants to be a witness. Senior brothers, do you want to be a witness as well? The 4 looked at Ning Shuma, then looked at Feng Jiaxin. They actually agreed quite readily. Okay. Chapter 820. With several masters as witnesses, Feng Jiaxin didn't have the guts to back out even if she wanted to. She couldn't help but look at Ning Shuma. Ning Shuma smiled gently at her. Little girl, try your best. Feng Jiaxin was stiff and refused to be outdone. You too. With 5 masters as witnesses and a bet that would decide a person's fate, everyone's blood began to boil. Everyone opened their eyes wide, waiting for the peak battle. Feng Liani said, "Start." 2 figures, one red and one white, fell into the lake at the same time. Everyone knew that since Ning Shuma dared to make this bet with Feng Jiaxin, she must have some skills. But they didn't expect her skills to be a super thunderbolt. She could simply defeat all the monsters. Her figure was like lightning, passing by those floating lotus leaves in the lake. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, like a flaming flower shooting out. Although there was no mechanism under the floating lotus leaves in the lake, people would still stagger and stop if they didn't tap on it. Those who couldn't control their balance would directly fall into the water. Feng Jiaxin, who had passed through it once, still paused from time to time to judge when she ran for the second time. Ning Shuma didn't judge at all. She didn't stop at all. All her movements were as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water. It didn't seem like she was leaping on the lotus leaves in the water. Instead, it seemed like she was running on an ordinary road. In just a few minutes, Feng Jiaxin was left far behind. Feng Jiasen's face changed. She didn't expect Ning Xiuma to be so abnormal. The changing position of these lotus leaves coincided with the 8 diagrams. Ning Xiuma just stood by the lake for a little while and chatted with others. How could she know all the footholds? This was illogical. The more anxious she was, the harder it was for her to calm down. At this time, she couldn't calm down, so she couldn't make a correct judgment in the shortest time. She was so angry that she almost stepped on the wrong foot and fell into the water. When Feng Jiasen's body swayed, she suddenly felt that there was wind under her feet. Then she rushed forward like a whirlwind. His speed was twice as fast as before. Everyone on the shore was watching. Originally, their attention was focused on Ning Xiuma's graceful and agile movements. When they noticed Feng Jiasen, she had almost caught up with Ning Xiuma. Because the distance was too far, the crowd couldn't see her real footwork clearly. They could only see that her body seemed to be blown forward by the wind, and her feet almost didn't touch the ground. I didn't expect Feng Jiasen to have such superb martial arts. This scene was also beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone was both surprised and curious. Especially those who had seen her pass the test the first time. They were even more surprised. The first time she did it, there was a slight pause. What was going on this time? Did he perform better than usual? The lotus leaves in the lake changed according to the order of the 8 trigrams. Ning Xiuma was very familiar with the 8 trigrams, so when she crossed this stage, she would not make a mistake even if she closed her eyes. Coupled with her expeditious steps, her speed was even faster. When she was running, she naturally felt Feng Jiasen's sudden increase in speed. She was a little surprised in her heart. Ning Xiuma inwardly took a deep breath. She increased her pace once again. Just a moment ago, she was still leisurely, but now she was going all out. Her speed suddenly doubled. On the surface of the water, only 2 figures could be seen running further and further away. In a moment, there were only 2 small black dots left. Awesome. Chapter 821. With their speed, it would only take them a quarter of an hour to finish the journey. It would be a new record. Both of them chased on the water surface, and Ning Xiuma was always a few feet ahead of Feng Jiasen. The small island was soon in sight. Ning Xiuma jumped up first, and Feng Jiasen followed behind. She was a little surprised and felt that she had the help of a deity. Of course, she would never say it out loud. After a while, both of them found what they wanted to pick. Each of them carried a watermelon-sized fruit and ran back the way they came. This time, Ning Xiuma was still in front, and Feng Jiasen followed behind. Both of them went into the water almost at the same time. Once Feng Jiasen entered the water, she felt the wind that was carrying her, and her heart calmed down. She used all her strength to chase after her. Soon, she finally caught up with Ning Xiuma. Looking at Ning Xiuma's footsteps, she suddenly had an evil thought. This girl was the biggest enemy she had ever met in her life. She might as well kill her right here and now to prevent future troubles. Her heart moved slightly, and her palms made a gesture in her sleeves. Suddenly, she pointed at Ning Xiuma. Ning Xiuma was running when she suddenly heard the sound of a sharp blade breaking through the air. She turned her head, and her expression changed slightly. A large number of fine needles flew from behind her. They attacked her like lightning. Those fine needles were shining with light blue light. Apparently, they were highly poisonous. Needless to say, these hidden weapons were released by Feng Jiasen. This little white lotus actually wanted to kill her, and wanted to kill her. No matter how fast Ning Xiuma was, she was still on the water surface. Naturally, she couldn't be compared to the speed of these hidden weapons. Seeing that those fine needles were about to surround Ning Xiuma, Feng Jiasen's lips revealed a vicious smile. Those who went against her, those who blocked her way, all of them had to die. These children of high officials and nobles all deserved to die. They should all make way for a commoner like her. This way, the world would be fair. After releasing the concealed weapon, she felt proud of herself. Suddenly, she felt the wind under her feet suddenly shake, causing her to stagger and almost fall into the water. She hurriedly steadied herself on a lotus leaf and faintly felt that the wind that was helping her suddenly disappeared. Feng Jiasen's heart sank. Could it be that the heavens were not helping her? Shouldn't the heavens help a commoner like her? Humph! Even if he didn't help her, it didn't matter. As long as she killed that eyesore of a girl, she could still become the ancestor's disciple. She wanted to be at the top and trample everyone beneath her feet. She wanted to be the strongest person in this world. She wanted to have a group of servants and a formation of servants. She wanted to be a real princess. All of her dreams were focused on this trip to the Sun Moon sect. Thus, she was willing to pay any price to achieve her goal. Feng Jiasen lightly jumped and landed on another lotus leaf. Then, she looked at Ning Xiuma with a trace of a smile, waiting for her to scream or fall into the water. But when she saw it, she was stunned. Ning Xiuma was still standing there perfectly fine. In her palm, there was a long green whip, and the silver needles on the whip were sparkling. It turned out that at that moment, Ning Xiuma had quickly pulled out the vine whip on her body. Those fine needles shot on her long whip, but she herself was not injured at all. It's impolite not to reciprocate. I'll return it to you. Ning Xiuma sneered. With a shake of her long whip, the fine needles on the whip shot back like lightning. The speed was twice as fast as the ones Feng Jiasen shot her just now. Feng Jiasen was so frightened that her expression changed greatly. Those needles were hers, so she naturally knew the poison on them. Once they touched blood, they would kill. Once they were hit, there would be no chance of rescue. Chapter 822. At this time, Feng Jiasen couldn't care about anything else. She suddenly bent down, and those fine needles brushed past her scalp. She managed to dodge the hidden weapon, but she was on the surface of the water after all. The soft lotus leaves under her feet could not withstand her weight at all. She plunged into the water with a splash. By the time she came out of the water, dripping wet, Ning Xiuma had already run far away. Feng Jiasen's face was ashen. Her mind was blank defeated. She was defeated. She suddenly punched the surface of the water. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew past her, causing her to shiver. Then, her body seemed to be pulled into the air, and she was directly pulled to the surface of the water. Then, the gust of wind carried her forward at a rapid speed. Ha ha! God was helping her. God was really helping her. Feng Jiasen's body was swayed by the wind, but she almost laughed out loud. This time, her speed was much faster than before. She chased after Ning Xiuma like lightning. Ning Xiuma, on the other hand, wasn't so relaxed. While she was running, her legs suddenly tightened as if they were tied together, and she couldn't take another step. The soft lotus leaves couldn't bear her weight, and she inexplicably fell into the water. Her legs were bound by an invisible force. That inexplicable force was like ice threads, so cold that her legs were numb. Obviously, someone had plotted against her. She was after all an intelligent person. Originally, she was puzzled by Feng Jiasen's sudden increase in speed. Now that she was plotted against by this inexplicable force, she instantly understood. That imposter Dizun, he didn't want her to win, so he helped Feng Jiasen and plotted against her. At this time, she naturally didn't have time to curse. The force that bound her should be the water threads, and her secondary psychokinesis was fire psychokinesis. She immediately used her fire psychokinesis to attack her legs. After a moment, the inexplicable force that bound her finally disappeared. She immediately jumped up from the water and landed on the lotus leaves. Just at this time, Feng Jiasen flew past her. When she saw Ning Xiuma coming out of the water, she conjured a piece of soil and threw it at Ning Xiuma's feet, trying to trip her into the water again. Damn it, did they really think she was a sick cat just because she didn't show her might? A sharp light flashed in Ning Xiuma's eyes. The long whip flew close to the surface of the water and wrapped around Feng Jiasen's ankle, pulling her into the water again. At the same time, Ning Xiuma's feet were once again bound by an unknown ice thread, and she was also pulled into the water. Ning Xiuma was furious. This time, it was much faster for her to remove the bindings. Soon, she surfaced on the surface of the water and looked around. She was naturally sensitive to invisible people. Even if she couldn't see where the invisible person was, she could still find them with her sixth sense. She suddenly lashed out with her whip at a lotus leaf. Bastard who schemed against others behind their backs. Despicable. I look down on you. When her whip was about to hit the lotus leaf, it seemed to be stopped by an invisible force, and the whip fell down halfway. Coincidentally, Feng Jiasin had just popped her head out when Ning Shuima's whip landed on her face. It made her scream. She jumped out of the water wet. Ning Shuima, you plotted against me. Ning Shuima also floated on the lotus leaf and sneered. You plotted against me first. She didn't want to be entangled with Feng Jiasin, so she took the lead to run forward. As she ran, she scolded, "Invisible villain, bastard who doesn't dare to show up in the open." Chapter 823. You only deserve to do these dirty things behind my back. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? I look down on you. I look down on you 100 times. Ning Shuima's voice was loud and clear. Her ability to do two things at once was not bad, and she didn't need to hold her breath when running with her psychokinesis. So while she was scolding happily, her running speed was not slow at all. She gradually approached the destination. Feng Jiasin didn't know who Ning Shuima was scolding, but she didn't want to think about it at this time. She was also running with all her might. Because she was not far from the shore, she didn't need to stop and think about the rest of the journey. After all, her psychokinesis was much higher than Ning Shuima, and she was slightly ahead, so the two of them were running neck and neck at the end of the journey. Feng Jiasin finally fell behind by a little bit. When there was only 3 feet left, Feng Jiasin suddenly felt a force behind her that suddenly hit her. Her body flew straight up and fell to the shore. At the same time, Ning Shuima also jumped up and landed on the shore. Both of their feet stepped on the shore at the same time. Not a second later, but Ning Shuima landed on the ground, so there was no dust when she landed. Feng Jiasin staggered after landing and directly lay on a big rock by the shore. Her forehead broke a layer of oily skin and blood oozed out. A draw. It was actually a draw, and it took less than a quarter of an hour to break the record again. Although Ning Shuima fell into the water twice, her godlike speed won her extra points. She could be considered to have successfully passed this trial, and everyone could see that Ning Shuima fell into the water in a strange way. Obviously, she was plotted against. Most people couldn't see the invisible person, so they thought that the culprit who caused Ning Shuima to fall into the water was Feng Jiasin. Although she and Ning Shuima had a draw, people's impression of her was getting worse and worse after she came to the shore. Those companions who liked to surround her all stayed far away from her. No one even came to ask about her well-being. Almost everyone surrounded Ning Shuima and congratulated her. Ning Shuima's gaze fell on a certain spot in the water, and she pointed her pinky in that direction. Yalu Jing and his 4 fellow apprentice brothers also looked in that direction, a complicated light flashing in their eyes. The mind power of Dizun's substitute was naturally very high. Although it was not as high as his master's, it had already broken through Earth rank level 10 and was already at Heaven rank level 1. In other words, he had already become an immortal. No one here was a match for him. When he was invisible, Yalu Jing and the others couldn't really see him. But after all, their cultivation was profound, and their perception was still very sharp, so they vaguely knew that person was in that direction. Others might not be able to see Feng Jia Xian's abnormality, but Yalu Jing and the others could. Yalu Jing and was still okay. He knew half of the inside story. The other 4 people didn't know about this. They didn't expect that this person would secretly help Feng Jiasin to deal with Ning Shuima. They were puzzled for a moment. This person had always been loyal to the ancestor and had never had any second thoughts. He would always complete the tasks assigned to him by the ancestor with flying colors. Most of the time, he was almost the ancestor's spokesperson. His fellow apprentice brothers were also very respectful to him. Why would such a person use such a despicable method to deal with Ning Shuima? This was really against his godhead. The ancestor who was standing on top of a lotus flower had a slightly green face. Although Ning Shuima's attack didn't hit him, he felt as if he had been whipped several times. Chapter 824. Ever since he was born, he had never been scolded like this. yet he couldn't make a sound. Ancestor naturally didn't want to help Ning Xiuma. He just wanted to use this matter to force her to leave. But he didn't expect that. Even after he personally made a move, he still couldn't win against that scoundrel girl. Instead, she found out and scolded him. When Yalu Jing and the others looked over, although he knew they couldn't see him, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable. He was also somewhat puzzled. It was fine if Yalu Jing and the others could sense him, but how could a weak girl like Ning Xiuma see him? Logically speaking, it was impossible. Could it be that he hadn't used this skill for many years and it had deteriorated? But looking at the other disciples present, they clearly didn't sense him. His gaze was fixated on Ning Xiuma's body. Too many strange things had happened to her, making him unable to fathom what was going on. There must be a demon when things were abnormal. He had to guard against this little girl even more. This kind of person definitely couldn't stay by the ancestor's side. The ancestor belonged to this continent. His gaze shouldn't stay on one person. Not to mention this person was a heavenly calamity. He turned around and directly disappeared again. Ning Xiuma had passed 2 martial stages in a row and was also somewhat tired. Under Yalu Jing An's instructions, Feng Liani suggested Ning Xiuma to pass the wind stage. Ning Xiuma naturally agreed. The wind stage tested one's memory and comprehension ability. The person in charge of this stage was the Sun Moon Sect's disciple who was known as the Memory Ghost Genius. He was famous for his crafty questions, who knew how many people had been defeated by his crude cultivation methods. Usually when the disciples passed this stage, because of the need for absolute silence, the other disciples would wait outside, so as not to disturb the person being tested. But when Ning Xiuma passed this stage, not far behind her stood a circle of people. There was no other way. Ning Xiuma had created 2 miracles in a row towards this 3rd stage. They really wanted to be spectators. Even those 5 masters didn't leave, actually following along. Of course, in order to not disturb Ning Xiuma as much as possible, they were still very quiet under Yalu Jing An's restraint. Ning Xiuma felt a little bitter. The layout of this place was not like an examination hall, but more like a court. She sat alone behind a small table. Opposite her was an old judge, and not far behind her was a group of listeners. Although everyone was quietly playing the role of handsome men and beautiful women, all eyes were on her. She was the focal point. Ning Xiuma rested her chin on her hand and looked at the old man who set the questions. With a wave of his hand, a scroll slowly unfurled in the air. The scroll was densely packed with words. There were at least 400 to 500 words written on it. When Yalu Jing saw those words, his heart jumped. He couldn't help but glare at the old man. He wondered if this old man had been greeted by the ancestor's substitute in advance. The piece of calligraphy he showed was the most obscure and difficult to understand in the Sun Moon Sect secret art. The words and sentences were so difficult that even he felt a headache just looking at them. He didn't expect that he would take out this mental cultivation method to make things difficult for Ning Xiuma. What was even worse was that after this piece of calligraphy was opened, it only stayed there for half a minute before it slowly closed again. Those who were slow in reading didn't even finish reading the whole thing. That old examiner's eyes were bright as he stared at Ning Xiuma. "Little girl, you have to recite the 300 words of this essay to pass." The people behind all secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 825. When the new disciples passed this test, they only needed to recite the first 200 words. Moreover, the words they recited were easy to understand. When the words were opened, they also saw it. Many people who achieved good results here silently recited it in their hearts after reading the words. They found that they couldn't recite 100 words. The disciple, who was called a memory prodigy, also quietly recited it. He found that he could remember close to 200 words, but couldn't remember anything after that. Now, this old man wanted Ning Xiuma to recite 300 words. He was clearly deliberately making things difficult for her. It seemed that this Miss Ning was going to fall here. Yalu Jing stared at the old man and transmitted his voice. "Someone told you to deliberately make things difficult for her?" The old man lowered his eyes and pretended not to hear. Yalu Jing and understood. Only the few of them knew that the ancestor had a substitute. The others didn't know. If the substitute directly used the ancestor's name to instruct the old man would naturally obey unconditionally. This time it was going to be bad. Yalu Jing and couldn't help but look at Ning Xiuma and stare blankly. Ning Xiuma was actually taking a nap. According to the rules, this instant memory was limited to a quarter of an hour. If one couldn't recite it after a quarter of an hour, it would be considered a failure. Generally speaking, it was better to recite something immediately. The longer the time, the less one could remember and the harder it would be to recite it. Then what was Ning Xiuma doing? Could it be that she couldn't recite a single word? Impossible, right? Yalu Jing and had taught Ning Xiuma martial arts for a few days. He knew that her memory was actually very strong. It was impossible that she couldn't recite a single word. Then what was she doing? Not only was he puzzled, the old master was also puzzled. He opened his sleepy eyes and stared at Ning Xiuma. You can't recite a single word? Ning Xiuma yawned lazily. The time limit for this test is a quarter of an hour, right? That's right. If you can't recite it in a quarter of an hour, you'll be eliminated. It's not even a quarter of an hour yet. Why are you so anxious? Ning Xiuma asked back. The old master was speechless. He was speechless. After a while, he snorted and said, after that moment, if you can't recite 300 words, you will be eliminated immediately. Ning Xiuma blinked her eyes and said slowly, I heard that other people were able to recite the first 200 words when they passed this stage. Moreover, the words were very common. Is that right? The old master choked and couldn't help but raise his head to look at the new disciples behind him. He couldn't deny it. Ning Xiuma's finger lightly tapped on the table. Then why did you create such a cryptic article and let me read it for less than a minute and then make me recite the first 300 words? Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? The old master didn't expect her to ask this question in front of him. He was at a loss for words. Usually, when he took the entrance exam here, which one of the disciples wasn't respectful and reverent? They didn't dare to offend him in the slightest, and they didn't even dare to say a single word against him. Who would have thought that the little girl in front of him would be so blunt and embarrass him? This was the first time he had experienced such embarrassment, so he was a little angry. He sneered and said, I have the final say here. If you can recite it, then do it quickly. If you can't, then get out. TSK. You're angry out of embarrassment. Ning Xiuma smiled. Suddenly, her face turned serious. Since you're an examiner, you should be impartial and upright. Treat all the candidates equally. You shouldn't be playing favoritism and deliberately making things difficult for a certain student. Chapter 826. How are you fit to be an examiner like this? How can you select a truly good disciple for the Sun Moon sect? If you do as you please and decide the future of these examinees based on your personal preferences, you might let a few mediocre people pass and reject the true elites. Ning Xiuma spoke harshly, her words causing the old master's face to turn pale. He had always done things fairly, but this time, the ancestor had personally instructed him. He couldn't go against it. Moreover, he couldn't mention the ancestor. This was the first time he had done something like this, and it was done in front of everyone's eyes. He didn't expect the little girl in front of him to have such a sharp tongue. This interrogation simply caused him to lose face all the way back to his grandmother's house. He couldn't help but look at Yalu Jing, and Yalu Jing Anne's eyes faintly revealed a trace of disapproval, but she didn't say anything. He steeled his heart. Little girl, you can't even recite a single word, right? That's why you're tangling with me like this. You want to attack me and ask me to be merciful and let you off? Haha, then you're wrong. At this moment, Ning Xiuma had already talked to him for so long, he reckoned that Ning Xiuma had already forgotten most of the things she had just memorized. He might as well be impartial. Originally, I wanted to test you as a genius, so the questions I gave you were slightly more difficult. I didn't expect you to actually be a mediocre person. Forget it. I'm too lazy to bicker with you. Didn't you ask for fairness? Then you'll be the same as the others. If you can recite the first 200 words of the passage just now, you'll pass. How about it? Just as he finished speaking, Hellion Xiao, who had been listening from the back, couldn't help but say, "This can't be considered fair." The passage just now was cryptic and hard to understand. Being able to recite the first 100 words is already very impressive. When he looked at it just now, he could still recite the first 150 words, but a long time had passed, and now he couldn't even recite the first 100 words. The others also nodded one after another. They couldn't recite the first 100 words now either. Only Feng Jia Xin sneered. "When we were taking the exam, we each had a passage. It's not necessarily much easier than this. Don't we still have to recite the first 200 words? I recited 250 words. There was pride in her voice. "Feng Jiasin, even if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Hellion Xiao was furious. "Why can't I speak? Why do you care what I say?" Feng Jiasin also raised her head high. Just now, she had made a big scene, so everyone kept their distance from her, which made her very angry. She was used to being the center of attention wherever she went. Now that the center of attention had shifted, she felt particularly uncomfortable. He couldn't help but jump out from time to make his presence known. Ning Xuema suddenly turned her head and glanced at her. 250? Feng Jiasin said proudly. Of course it's 250. She finally realized that something was wrong. These words were used to scold people in the vast Sky Empire. Feng Jiasin was, after all, a citizen of the Fengyi Empire. Although she had occasionally heard these words, she didn't take them to heart. It was only after Zhang Xian repeated his words that he realized what was going on. The people around her couldn't help but burst into laughter. It's 251 words. Not an idiot. Feng Jiasin blushed. However, no one paid any attention to her. Ning Xuema curved her lips into a smile and didn't look at her anymore. The corners of Yelu Jing's lips couldn't help but curve. This little girl's tongue was vicious enough, and her reaction was sharp enough. Her martial arts were so high. She was indeed a rare genius. Chapter 827. AI, this kind of person, Yelu Jing, and also wanted to take her in as his disciple. He really wanted to. The four apprentice brothers clearly had the same thoughts as him. All of their gazes landed on Ning Xuema as they began to think of all kinds of ideas to snatch her away. It must be known that in this world, a good master was hard to find, but a true genius disciple was also hard to find. They had seen many smart children, but this was the first time they met someone like Ning Xuema. So they naturally didn't want to let her go. A good exam turned out like this. The old master was very unhappy. He looked at the hourglass beside him and sneered. "The time is almost up. Since you can't recite it, then don't blame this old man for being impolite. Heavenly cycle Tao." Ning Xuema suddenly opened her mouth to recite. Her speed was fast and hard to say, but it was very clear, ringing in everyone's ears. That 500-word passage, she recited it without missing a single word. In a minute, she finished reciting the entire passage, and the hourglass had just reached the time. She had simply memorized it on the dot. Shock. It was the expression of everyone behind her. Stupefied. It was the old master's expression. He stared blankly for a moment, and even reopened the passage to read it again, but he still couldn't find a single mistake in Ning Xuema's recitation. She had recited the entire passage, and not the 300 words he had set. No, she must have recited this passage before. It doesn't count. Feng Jia Xin couldn't help but scream. Everyone actually had this thought, feeling that Ning Xuema must have recited this passage before, otherwise she wouldn't be able to recite it so well. Yelu Jing and also couldn't help but look at Ning Xuema, then glanced at the people around him and said indifferently, "No matter if she recited this passage before or not, since she has recited it, then..." He hadn't even finished the word "should count as a pass" when Ning Xuema gave a lazy smile. "If I say this is the first time I've seen this passage, you won't believe me. How about this? You can make a piece of text on the spot, and then let me recite it. How about that?" The old master was dumbfounded. When he heard this, he immediately said, "This old man has a mental cultivation method that I just wrote. I haven't shown it to anyone yet. Ning Xuema, if you can read it for a moment and recite it, This old man will be sincerely convinced by you. Ning Shuima's eyelashes curved again, and she agreed readily. Okay. The old master immediately took out the text he had written and hung it in the air for about a minute like before. Then he put it away. You can recite it now. Ning Shuima tapped her fingers on the table. If I can still recite it word for word this time, what prize will you give me? The old master was stunned and said, If you can recite it all, I'm willing to take you as my master. Are you serious? That's right. Everyone here can bear witness to this. As long as you can recite it, this old man will kneel down and take you as my master. The old master threw caution to the wind. Ning Shuima smiled sweetly and looked at Yelu Jing and the other four masters. Everyone is willing to be my witness? Yelu Jing and the others felt that it was inappropriate, but the possibility of it becoming a reality was close to zero, so they naturally nodded. Ning Shuima smiled leisurely. Then you'll have to prepare your knees. Less nonsense, recite it quickly. The old master was a bit impatient. Heaven's end has an elephant, but there is a God. Ning Shuima began to recite word by word. Chapter 828. This time, Ning Shuima's recitation speed was not fast. She enunciated each word clearly, and each word was like a round jade bead ringing in everyone's ears. After 3 minutes, Ning Shuima's last word fell, and the hall fell into a dead silence. A total of 700 words. She recited a total of 700 words. Not a single word was correct. Not a single word was correct. The old master's expression was exaggerated, and everyone was well aware of it. The hall was silent for 4 to 5 seconds. Everyone looked at Ning Shuima as if they were looking at a monster. Ning Shuima was not in a hurry. She smiled slightly and looked at the old master, waiting for him to continue. After a moment, the old master took a deep breath and suddenly knelt down in front of Ning Shuima. Master, I admit defeat wholeheartedly and willingly admit defeat. Everyone, Ning Shuima smiled slightly and raised her hand to help him up. Master, you don't have to be like this. Shuima was just joking just now. You don't have to take it to heart. In the future, if Shuima doesn't understand anything, I will ask you for advice. A few polite words removed the old master's awkwardness. The old master had never bowed down to anyone in his life, but at this moment, he was full of admiration for Ning Shuima. Moreover, this girl knew when to stop and didn't push him to the brink of death. She had saved his face and made him feel grateful to her. This kind of girl's future would be limitless. Even if she became his master, he would not feel wronged. He bowed and said, In the future, as long as master has orders, I will obey. Ning Shuima saw that he was determined, so she didn't stop him. Everyone congratulated her one after another. Yelu Jing could not help but ask, Shuima, since you could recite it from the beginning, why did you take so long in the beginning? Ning Shuima coughed. I was a little tired from the first 2 rounds, so I wanted to rest here for a while. Everyone. So this was a reason why she was stalling for time. Shuima, you're amazing. How in the world did you remember? Helian Zhao's heart was filled with bewilderment. He felt that Ning Shuima's memory ability was simply heaven-defying. Ning Shuima smiled. I know a special shorthand method. She had an amazing memory, and she had learned shorthand before. Back then, she was ordered to steal a lot of top-secret documents. Sometimes she didn't have the conditions to take photos. Therefore, she basically relied on her exquisite brain to memorize things. She could quickly recite so many technical terms. The article written by the old teacher here was naturally not difficult for her. Shorthand? How do I do that? Helian Zhao was extremely curious. The others naturally had a curious look on their faces as well. Even Yelu Jing, and looked at her, his eyes full of inquiry. Ning Shuima smiled. This is a little complicated. I'll teach you this method when I have time. Almost everyone cheered. One had to know that cultivating martial arts required rote memorization. If they could really learn a method to quickly memorize things, it was naturally something they wished for. These children were also at the time when their thirst for knowledge was the strongest. They crowded around Ning Xiaoma, chattering as they escorted her to the location of the fourth round. Yalu Jing and the other four disciples looked at each other. Everyone had made up their minds. If this little girl did not become the ancestor's disciple, even if they had to snatch her, they would personally snatch her to be their disciple. If they could not get this kind of disciple and could only watch as she was lost, then they would be struck by lightning. Chapter 829. The fourth checkpoint was also a martial checkpoint. Ning Xiaoma didn't find it too strenuous to break through this checkpoint. This was a mechanism array. She was an expert in breaking arrays, so the array couldn't trap her. What delayed her was the endless demonic beasts inside the array. After all, she had broken through several checkpoints in succession. Her physical strength was greatly exhausted, and her body was injured. Therefore, it took her quite a bit of effort to break out of the array. Even so, her result was still impressive. She was faster than the record holder of this checkpoint, Helian Xiao, by a minute. When she came out of the array, she found that there were even more people waiting outside. Many people heard the news and came to watch the fun. Once she appeared, she was greeted with thunderous applause. The fifth checkpoint was a literary checkpoint. It tested a disciple's ability to comprehend the mantras. Because the old master had been abused, as an example, the instructor for this checkpoint didn't deliberately make things difficult for her. The questions he gave her were also very standard. Ning Xiaoma's ability to comprehend words was naturally very strong. Otherwise, when she heard the ancestor recite the mantra, she wouldn't have been able to immediately apply it and put into action. She answered the middle-aged master's questions fluently. Naturally, she won another round of applause and naturally obtained a very high score. At this moment, more than 8 hours had passed since her bet with the ancestor's substitute. It was already time for dinner. Because she wanted to treat everyone equally and avoid being criticized by others, Ning Xiaoma ate with the new disciples. The ancestor's 5 direct disciples, who usually didn't show up, also entered the kitchen. This really made the odd-job workers who were cooking for these disciples very excited. They also heard that Ning Xiaoma had broken through 5 checkpoints in succession. Naturally, they were also full of admiration. They especially added a few more pieces of nutritious spiritual meat to Ning Xiaoma's meal. Because time was tight, everyone didn't want to miss the fun, so they ate very quickly. Its master was so popular, so Kiran was naturally very proud. It also ate a lot. Ning Xiaoma didn't care much about the 6th checkpoint. Helian Xiao said that the 6th checkpoint wasn't difficult. As long as one's mind was firm, they could basically pass it. The number of people eliminated in this round was the least. It took him less than 2 hours to pass this stage. When Ning Xiaoma arrived at the entrance of the 6th checkpoint, she was still 3 hours away from the stipulated 12 hours. It couldn't be helped. She passed the first few stages too quickly. Unless she deliberately wanted to rest, she didn't waste a single second. The last disciple who passed the 6th level didn't take more than 3 hours, so Ning Xiaoma was very confident in passing this level. Of course, the others were also very confident that she would pass this stage. Yalu Jing and had even prepared a celebratory banquet for her. The entrance to the 6th level was a cave. Everyone brought Ning Xiaoma to the entrance of the cave and stopped. She was still the only one who could pass this level. Even Kiran was not allowed to enter. Together with the others, it watched as Ning Xiaoma walked into the cave, then lay down under a big tree to take a nap. Its injuries hadn't healed yet, so it took this opportunity to recuperate. Others might not be able to tell, but it was telepathic with Ning Xiaoma after all. It could feel that its master was actually very tired, very tired. After all, not only did its master pass these 5 checkpoints, she also went through the dark forest bewitching array with it. At that time, she used up more than half of her strength, suffered serious injuries, and lost so much blood. Chapter 830. Although Ning Xiaoma's injury had been treated with the elixir, the blood she had lost could not be replenished in a short time. Kiran clearly remembered that when it and its master were rushing out of the dark forest, she had cheered it up, "Little apple, we have to sleep after we get out. In order to have a good night's sleep, let's go." She and Kiran did not expect that they would encounter such a situation after they came out. She was forced to take on a challenge of passing 6 levels in a row. Until now, she had not even had a good rest. Its master seemed to be indifferent to everything, but in fact she was very strong. No matter how tired she was, she could act as if nothing had happened. 15 minutes passed, 30 minutes passed, and then an hour passed, but there was still no movement inside. Time went by minute, and finally 2 hours passed. There was still no movement in the cave. The dark hole seemed to have swallowed all the people, including their bones. There were many people waiting outside the cave, and almost everyone was looking at each other. According to the girl's ability, she should be able to get out easily. She should not waste so much time. Could she have an accident in the cave? Kieran could not wait any longer. Because Ning Xiuma had previously instructed him not to use telepathy to disturb her when she was breaking through the trials. So as to avoid distracting her, he obediently waited outside and didn't dare to use telepathy to ask her. It was getting closer and closer to the end time, but Ning Xiuma still did not want to come out. Kieran finally tried to contact her with telepathy, Master, Master. There was no response. Kieran was a little panicked. It tried to sense Ning Xiuma's condition. It could sense her state of mind. Strangely, her state of mind seemed to be a little strange. She seemed to be sad and sad. Kieran tried to call her again and again, but there was no response. Kieran was dumbfounded. What was going on? It was sure that its master was not in danger. But why was she not responding? Why did she not come out? It looked at the hourglass next to it. There was still 15 minutes to the end of the time. If its master did not come out, it was afraid that all its efforts would be in vain. At this time, it was already the second night watch. The people waiting outside began to whisper to each other and discuss. Some were worried, some were surprised, and of course, there were also those who were here to watch the show. He wished that Ning Xiuma would never come out again. For example, Feng Jiasin, because her companions, who had originally surrounded her, had completely neglected her in the past few hours. At this moment, Feng Jiasin felt that it was very much to her liking. She couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that girl is just so. It was just a coincidence that I passed those stages. No one answered her, and the few companions who used to flatter her also kept their mouths shut. Feng Jiasin was a little embarrassed. She looked at the hourglass and then looked at the Kieran. Her heart moved. Hey, Kieran, your master might have fainted inside and is waiting for someone to save her. Why don't you go in and take a look? Kieran was indeed flustered. Hearing her words, it was somewhat moved. It was about to move when Yelu Jing and said in a low voice, "Don't act rashly. She must be the one to pass this trial. Once you go in, even if you don't help her, it means that she has lost." Kieran was shocked. Of course, it understood what it meant to lose. It immediately stopped and glared at Feng Jiasin. Chapter 831. Feng Jiasin still wanted to instigate, but Yelu Jing and coldly glanced at her. This glance made Feng Jiasin's heart turn cold, and she didn't dare to cause trouble again. Kieran didn't dare to go in, and could only secretly use telepathy to call out to its master. "Master, master, quickly come out. You can't lose. You have to take the Overlord as your master. You can't let Feng Jiasin, this kind of villain, see you as a joke. Don't you still want to find Yi Qingwan for revenge? If you can't take her as your master, you can't become the strongest," Kieran repeatedly said in its heart. Looking at the time passing by in the hourglass, it almost wanted to cry. When Ning Xiuma was young, she was extremely afraid of the dark. No matter where she went, she liked to have lights on. Only when she stayed in a brightly lit place could she truly calm down. When she was young, even when she was sleeping, there was also a small light in the room. Later, when she participated in the special agent training, she went through a period of tough training and gradually overcame this bad habit of hers. However, it was only on the surface. At most, she could peacefully stay in the dark. Deep down, she still hated the dark. Usually, she also tried her best not to go to dark places. Only she knew about this bad habit of hers. Even her close friends, even her life and death comrades didn't realize it. And the last test was actually darkness. Complete darkness. The moment she entered the cave, she was plunged into complete darkness. Ning Xiuma tried her best to widen her eyes, but she couldn't see anything clearly. She put her hand close to her eyelids, but still couldn't see anything. This place was like a black hole in the universe, swallowing all light and sound. Yes, not only was this place dark, there was also no sound. It was terrifyingly quiet. She couldn't even hear the sound of her own breathing. She secretly cursed Hellion Shao in her heart. That rotten brat even told her that the Cave of the Sixth Test was just a little dark. How was this just a little dark? It was simply the ultimate darkness. Such a dark and quiet place made one's heart flustered for no reason. Ning Xuema groped her way forward. Hellion Shao said that once you entered the cave, you just had to keep walking forward and ignore everything else that appeared. Right now, she hadn't seen anything else, but this extreme darkness made her heart beat like thunder. The surroundings were too quiet. In order to break the silence, Ning Xuema deliberately gasped for breath. Then, she was surprised to find that she couldn't hear her own breathing. She tried to speak again, but she couldn't hear anything. Could this cave be a black hole that could devour all light and sound? It was too strange. Who would have thought that the Sun-Moon sect would actually have such a thing that defied science? Ning Xuema's mentality was still relatively good. She suppressed the disgust and fear in her heart, stretched out her hands, and strode forward. She wanted to go out. Once she got out, she would succeed. She couldn't sense time in the cave, so she used her own breathing to judge the time that had passed. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, she suddenly heard a strange breathing sound. That sound was a little hurried, a little like the breathing of a baby who had a cold. This sudden breathing sound made Ning Xuema's heart skip a beat. She held her breath. This should also be a test, right? Hellion Shao had said that one could hear all kinds of strange noises in the middle section of this place. As long as one maintained their original intentions and didn't get disturbed, it would be fine. The baby's breathing became louder and louder. She could even hear the baby's weak cries, as if they were right next to her ears. Chapter 832. Damn it. Imitating a baby's spirit. Ning Xuema's heart quivered. She had even seen the village's old zombie. She could still smile and watch from the beginning to the end. Why would she be afraid of this small voice? Ah, this darkness is so comfortable. A young voice suddenly sounded in her ears. The voice was small and tender, like a baby who had just learned how to babble. The voice was a little shrill, as if it was very happy. The Sun-Moon sect was really abnormal. Where did they get this baby's voice and play it here to scare people? Ning Xuema cursed in her heart. Staying in the darkness, which she was most afraid of, was already hard enough. She didn't expect that they would make a child's voice to scare her. She simply opened her mouth and shouted, "Shut up! Do you think I'm scared? If you continue to play tricks here, I'll pull you out and throw you out." "Woo, mother, you're so violent." The baby's voice simply cried in a low voice. Ning Xuema instantly felt goosebumps all over her body. Mother! She was still a virgin beauty. She didn't even have a boyfriend. How could she have a child? Little brat. Shut up. I'm not your mother. Don't try to confuse me. Ning Xuema said sternly. Hee, Momo. I'm in your stomach and will be born in the future. Of course you're my mother. Scram. I'm not the Virgin Mary. How can a virgin get pregnant? Ning Xuema snorted. She felt a little strange. If the baby's voice was recorded in advance, how could it speak so smoothly? She was afraid that she would be bewitched by the voice, so she simply sealed her acupoints and shut off her hearing. This way, the world would be peaceful, and she wouldn't have to listen to the strange baby's voice anymore. Hee, silly child, do you think you can't hear me by shutting off your hearing? The baby's voice laughed. How could she still hear it? This voice was transmitted from the depths of her soul. Ning Xuema's body suddenly stiffened. Her dantian suddenly heated up, and she said sternly, "Who are you? Where are you? Come out." After she shouted, no one answered. The baby's voice also disappeared. Motherfucker, trying to mystify things. Ning Xuema cursed in her heart. She opened up her hearing and strode forward. Although she couldn't see, her sixth sense was still very sharp. If there were obstacles in front of her, she would be able to sense them in time and avoid them. Along the way, all kinds of monsters appeared in the cave from time to time. These monsters had strange shapes and sizes. and all of them were filled with murderous intent as they pounced on her. Ning Xiuma chanted the incantation in her heart. She could tell that these monsters were all illusory and not real. Her judgment was absolutely correct. When those monsters really pounced on her, they disappeared into thin air. She heaved a sigh of relief. According to Helian Zhao's explanation, this cave was a revolving cave. Whichever cave they entered from, they would eventually be able to exit from that cave. Just like those man-made ghost castles she had seen in modern times. She judged the distance based on her speed and felt that she had already covered 2/3 of the distance. She just had to work a little harder and she would be able to get out. After she got out, she would be able to rest. She was too tired. She was walking quickly when a red light suddenly flashed by the side of the cave. A man in red slowly appeared in front of her. He had picturesque eyebrows, fiery red clothes, and a gentle smile. Little Momo, Shuilan. Ning Xiuma was shocked. Chapter 833. She suddenly took a step back and unsheathed her sword. Shuilan, what are you doing here? She was on her guard as she pondered. How did this person appear here? Wasn't there a barrier around the Sun Moon Sex Buddha Lotus Mountain? Shuilan shouldn't be able to barge in, right? Even if he could barge in, the disciples of the Sun Moon sect shouldn't have been able to detect him. Could this be an illusion as well? Shuilan stared at her with his deep eyes. He stepped forward and slowly extended his hand toward her. Momo, come back with me. Come back my ass. Ning Xiuma slashed her sword at him. Get lost. Her sword pierced through Shuilan's wrist and fell into the void. Fuck, it was an illusion again. Ning Xiuma cursed under her breath. Since she knew that he was an illusion, she naturally didn't take it to heart. She raised her head and looked over. The red-robed Shuilan didn't disappear like the monsters from before. Instead, his figure became more and more real as he stood in front of her. In the pitch-black night, his figure seemed to be coated with a layer of faint fluorescent light. Even his eyebrows were so clear. His hand was still extended forward, but the smile on his lips had disappeared. His eyes dimmed. Momo, I was wrong. Please forgive me. His tone was bitter and seemed to contain a strong sense of regret. Please forgive me. She really saw a ghost. Shuilan actually showed such an affectionate expression to her. She really couldn't take it. Ning Xiuma slashed her sword at him again. If you know you were wrong, then get lost. Don't disturb me again. Her sword slashed at Shuilan's head. She watched as he was split into two like mist, but immediately after, the two halves merged back together. His sleeves drooped down. Momo, are you not willing to forgive me? The one I've always loved is you. Blood slowly flowed out of his eyes, but he still tried to hold her hand. Momo, don't love him. You're my... Ning Xiuma was about to go crazy. This illusion was too real. She almost believed that it was true. She looked at Shuilan's outstretched hand and decided to bump into it. Anyway, it was just an illusion. She couldn't let him block her path. She still had to pass the trial. Her entire body felt like it was on fire, and she watched helplessly as she passed through Shuilan's body. An illusion was just an illusion. It couldn't really block her way. After Ning Xiuma rushed over, she let out a sigh of relief and looked back. That guy, Shuilan, actually condensed behind her. However, this time his whole body was covered in blood. Drops of blood continuously rolled down from his red clothes, making him look somewhat miserable. His back was still facing her, and he walked step by step into the darkness without looking back. His arms were still stretched out in front of him, as if he was hugging her. Momo, Momo. His voice was like a cuckoo weeping blood, sorrowful. This scene made Ning Xiuma's heart clench for no reason. A needle-like pain came from the depths of her heart. Her fingernails pierced into her palms, and the pain in her palms startled her back to her senses. She raised her hand and fiercely slapped her forehead. What was wrong with her? Seeing Shuilan like this, she felt a bit of heartache. Could it be that this illusion had the power to influence people's hearts? She shook her head and didn't want to think about it anymore. She continued to walk forward with large strides. After walking a few dozen meters, she suddenly seemed to have sensed something. She suddenly stopped and looked at the person who was slowly appearing not far away. His clothes were as white as snow, and his cold jade mask was suffused with an icy luster. His tall and straight figure was strangely familiar. Her heart trembled as if she was drowning. She blurted out, "Great God." Chapter 834. This time, it was the white-clothed ancestor. He stood there quietly without speaking or moving. Was this an illusion or a real person? Ning Shuama was a little uncertain. She took 2 steps forward and asked, "Great God, how are your injuries?" The man still stood there like an ice sculpture. His whole body seemed to be suffused with a cold chill. Ning Shuama's heart suddenly felt cold. This was not the great God. The great God would not be so cold to her now. He was the substitute. Ning Shuama suddenly took 2 steps back. "You are the substitute, right? What are you doing here? I know you don't want me to be the ancestor's disciple, but since you and I have made a bet, even if you're the ancestor's substitute, you should still keep your word. You shouldn't plot against a newcomer like me behind my back." She said a lot of reprimanding words, but the man still stood there. His pair of black eyes faintly fell on her body. They were as cold as ice, as if Shuama was just a stranger to him. She didn't know why, but when she saw his eyes, Ning Shuama's heart actually twisted. If she felt some pain in her heart when she saw Shue Elon in such a sorry state, now that she saw the ancestor, her pain was actually 10 times worse. Pain, bitterness, helplessness, sadness, all kinds of negative emotions came overwhelming, drowning her whole body. Her nose was sour, and her mind was suddenly in a mess. She couldn't help but take 2 steps closer to him and reach out to him. You don't want to talk to me anymore?" A burst of icy coldness suddenly enveloped her. Ning Shuama's vision turned black, and her body softly slid to the ground. The white-clothed man stood beside her for a moment, raised his hand to look at his palm, and slightly lowered his eyes. His move wouldn't take her life, but it was enough to make her sleep for 2 hours. After 2 hours, even if she rushed out immediately, she would still lose. But with this girl's intelligence, she shouldn't be confused by illusions. Just now, she seemed to have been in an illusion. What kind of illusion did she see? The white-clothed man was a little curious. He stretched out his finger to touch Ning Shuama's forehead, but stopped halfway and slowly lowered his sleeve. Forget it. No matter what she saw, it had nothing to do with him or the ancestor. As long as she lost this time, she wouldn't be able to take D-Zun as her master, and he would have achieved his goal. There was no need for him to meddle in other people's business. He glanced at Ning Shuama, who was lying on the ground. In a flash, he disappeared. Ning Shuama was left lying motionless on the cold ground. Ning Shuama suddenly found herself on a battlefield. There were a few tens of thousands of people fighting on the battlefield. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Smoke surged, and the flashes of various magic treasures frequently sliced apart human bodies and reaped lives. For some reason, she recognized that the people dressed in black were from the devil race, and the people fighting against them should be from the immortal cultivation sect. The sounds of killing, the sounds of weapons clashing, and screams filled everyone's ears. The scene of corpses strewn all over the place made people want to vomit. Then, Ning Shuama saw that at the rear of the devil sect, there was a black palanquin surrounded by the devil race. In the palanquin, there was a red-clothed man with picturesque features. On his lap was a zither, and beside him sat a red-clothed girl with black hair covering her forehead. Ning Shuama's heart couldn't help but move. This man and woman were actually Shue Elon and Shue Emo. Shue Emo's small face didn't have much expression. She raised her head to look at the battlefield outside the palanquin, her charming face filled with indescribable weariness. Chapter 835. She also had a zither on her lap. It was the Black Wave zither. Shue Elon was also looking outside, his eyes brimming with interest. A moment later, he tilted his head and chuckled at Shue Emo. This time, these monkeys are a bit more powerful. Maybe we don't need to take action. Shue Emo slightly nodded, but didn't say anything. Momo. Shue Elon suddenly held her hand. Don't worry, I'm by your side. You don't need to worry about anything. Shue Emo tilted her head and looked at him, pursing her lips. I'm not worried. There was no worry in her eyes, only boredom. She raised her hand and touched her hair. She had combed it into a slanted bun, giving her a kind of amorous feeling. But at this moment, the bun was a bit messy. She took out a mirror from somewhere and looked at herself, sighing. This bun is not good. It's messy again. Shui Alan put the zither on his lap aside and sat cross-legged behind her. He took out an ivory comb. Don't worry, I'll comb it again for you. What kind of hairstyle do you want? He obviously often did this for her. He skillfully took apart her bun and combed it with his ivory comb. Her long hair hung down like a curtain of a waterfall. Shui Ilan gently held it in his hand, his eyes gentle. Momo, you're doing very well. Shui Mo's eyes were looking outside, falling on a young girl on the battlefield. Her bun is very nice. I'll comb it like that. She pointed at the girl with her slender jade finger. Shui Ilan looked outside. Okay. Without saying anything else, he combed her hair. His fingers were very nimble. Almost in a moment, he had combed Shui Mo's hair. Looking her up and down, he was finally satisfied. Momo, your hairstyle is really very beautiful. Shui Mo looked at herself in the mirror, smiling. It's really good. Shui Ilan stared at her bright smile and suddenly sighed. Momo, only you can match this hairstyle. The others don't match. As soon as he finished speaking, the gossamer thread in his hand swiftly extended outwards. The gossamer thread first burrowed into the ground, and a moment later, it suddenly flew out from the side of the girl on the battlefield and strangled her neck like a viper. Shui Mo was completely oblivious to all of this. She looked at herself in the mirror for a moment, then raised her head to look outside. Her eyes searched for that girl's shadow, and she saw the scene of that girl being strangled to death. Her expression changed slightly as she looked at Shui Ilan beside her. Why did you kill her? Shui Ilan retracted his hand, and the gossamer hair flew back into his palm and disappeared. He smiled at her, his smile as warm as the spring breeze. Momo, you are unique. No other woman can be like you. Ning Xuema felt as if she had the perspective of a god. These two people were clearly staying in the airtight sedan, but she could actually see their every move. She rubbed her eyebrows, feeling as if she was still watching a show. When Ning Xuema woke up, she couldn't remember everything that had happened in her dream, but she could still analyze it in her dream. She could even link the previous dreams together. She could already see that Shui Ilan had clearly fallen in love with Shui Mo, and that he was protecting her to the point of perversion. Shui Mo, on the other hand, didn't seem to have any feelings for Shui Ilan. She only saw him as a companion, a shadow guard, and a trustworthy subordinate. Chapter 836. She didn't seem to approve of Shui Ilan casually killing that little girl, but she didn't say anything. That little girl was originally an enemy, so killing her was a matter of course. Shui Mo seemed a little sleepy, so she simply lay down on Shui Ilan's body, nestling on his shoulder. Lan Shan, I'm a little tired, so I'll rest first. Call me when you need me. Shui Ilan carefully sat up, making it easier for her to lean on. Okay, don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Shui Mo's small face revealed a shallow smile. She slightly closed her eyes and murmured, The best thing I've done in my life was to pick you up that year. Shui Ilan stretched out his arm and carefully pulled her closer to his body. He raised his hand and stroked her smooth hair. Momo, the luckiest thing in my life was to meet you and to be able to accompany you like this. Shui Mo fell asleep very quickly, and soon her breathing became even. Shui Ilan stared at her sleeping face for a moment, then gently smiled and whispered, Momo, I'll definitely take you as my wife. Shui Mo didn't sleep very well. She suddenly wrinkled her beautiful eyebrows, and her hands convulsively clenched the blanket under her body. I hate this. Momo? Shui Ilan stretched out his arm and quietly hugged her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. He leaned down and kissed her forehead. He looked down at her beautiful face, his eyelashes slightly trembling, and his fingers quietly clenched. He was nervous. Ning Xuema instantly saw through his mood. He wanted to Shui Ilan pause for a moment, then finally leaned down and kissed her lips. A snow-white finger suddenly appeared between their lips, touching Shui Ilan's lips. Shui Ilan stiffened. Shui Yimo, who was in his embrace, opened her eyes. Her pair of big black eyes were misty. Shui Yilan, you've crossed the line. Shui Yilan simply held her hand and licked her fingertips. Momo, I've already said that I want to take you as my wife. Lord Devil Ancestor also agreed. No. Shui Yimo's pretty face sank. She sat up straight and brushed her hair. I've already said that I won't let you be my husband. Why? Shui Yilan's hand. Momo, I've loved you for so many years. Do you think I'm not worthy of you? Do you think I've been abandoned? Shui Yilan. Shui Yimo spoke. You know that's not what I mean. With your current cultivation, you can return to Yilan. A few days ago, wasn't the Yilan king crawling at your feet? Then you didn't refuse me because we're not compatible? Of course not. Then what is the reason? Because Shui Yimo suddenly stopped, her face showing a fidgety expression. You don't need to ask. In any case, I won't marry you. I don't want to marry anyone. She looked at him seriously. Isn't it good for us to be like this? Why do we have to talk about marriage? Shui Yilan slowly sat up straight, lowered his eyes, and fiddled with the zither on his knees, no longer speaking. Shui Yimo paused for a moment, then suddenly sighed. Shui Yilan, I can't delay you any longer. Shui Yilan's body shook looking at her. What? Shui Yimo smiled faintly. You're the king of the snow flood dragons. You should go back and inherit your throne. Chapter 837. Staying by my side as my secret guard is indeed an insult to you. This time, after we return to the demon world, you should leave. Shui Ma seemed relieved after saying this. Shui Yilan looked at her, his eyes unfathomable. You know my background? Shui Yimo gently plucked the strings. Not only do I know that you are the king of the Snow Mermaid clan, but I also know that you were accidentally struck into an egg during a tribulation and fell into the hands of the Snake clan. Because of the tribulation, you lost your memories of being the king of the Snow Mermaid clan. You only thought that you were a small snake that no one liked, until I picked you up and made you my secret guard for 300 years. These years have indeed wronged you, your majesty. The shock on Shui Yilan's face gradually disappeared. He looked at her. Momo, you secretly investigated me? Shui Yimo slightly shook her head. A year ago, the great protector of the Snow Mermaid clan came to see you disguised as a member of the demon race. I also happened to be looking for you, so I accidentally heard your secret. Shui Yilan raised his hand and held her hand. Momo, I have never felt wronged staying by your side. You want to drive me away? Shui Yimo withdrew her hand. The Snow Mermaid clan has been looking for you for so many years. You really should go back. After all, you are the king. Shui Yilan slightly smiled. Okay, after we return this time, I will go to the Snow Mermaid clan. Momo, are you willing to leave me? Shui Yimo lowered her eyes, still plucking the strings. Her voice was indifferent. There is nothing to be reluctant about. After you leave, other secret guards will appear. Shui Yilan's face slightly changed. He raised his hand as if he wanted to do something, but in the end, he didn't do it. He looked at her in a daze. Momo, is your heart made of stone? You don't feel reluctant about leaving me? Shui Yimo didn't speak anymore. She sat there like a cold stone statue carved out of flames. At this moment, Ning Shuima suddenly understood what she was thinking in her heart. She wanted to be the demon ancestor. To be the demon ancestor, she had to abandon the 7 emotions and 6 desires. She couldn't love anyone, couldn't like anyone. The things she liked, the things she loved, and the things she cared about would all be lost in the end. Since that was the case, she might as well not like or love him. That way, he wouldn't feel heartache when he lost her and wouldn't feel sad when he was betrayed. Perhaps she had been too close to Shui Yilan all these years. She had gotten used to his company and his meticulous care. She had started to care about him and couldn't let him go. Shui Yilan saw that she was like a statue and didn't speak. He suddenly smiled bitterly and said, I understand. Shui Yimo slightly closed her eyes. Her beautiful face was still expressionless like a porcelain doll. She indifferently said, Shui Yilan, after we return, you can leave. I'm tired of you. Shui Yilan's fingers trembled as he sucked in a deep breath. Are you trying to drive me away? What if I insist on staying in the demon race? Shui Emo still didn't open her eyes. She indifferently said, if you want to stay, it's up to you. But I won't let you be my shadow guard anymore. I don't want a shadow guard who has other thoughts about me. Shui Ilan. His fingers trembled violently. After a long time, he said, What if I take back all my thoughts about you and just stay by your side like this? Momo, you can't leave me. You see, I've already learned how to play the Blackwave Zither. I can kill people for you, so you won't be stained with blood. Momo, I can only be your shadow guard. I won't ask for anything else. Chapter 838. My skills are getting better and better. I can protect you well. Those people who want to assassinate you won't be able to get close to you. Don't drive me away. You saved my life. I want to repay you. Shui Ilan's words were so low that Ning Xiuma was a little moved. It turned out that Shui Ilan had such a side to him. It turned out that he liked this demon princess so much Shui Ilan suddenly became irritable. Shui Ilan, you're so annoying. You're still the Snow Mermaid King. Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded from the palanquin. Shui Ilan's expression changed. She looked outside and saw that the battle outside had already reached its climax. The demons were faintly showing signs of defeat. She frowned. That whistle was the signal for her to play the Blackwave Zither. She took a deep breath and immediately took the Blackwave Zither next to her. She placed it on her lap and stretched out her fingers to play. Shui Ilan suddenly snatched the Blackwave Zither from her hand and placed the ordinary Zither on her lap. I'll do it, he said. No need. I'll do it myself. Shui Ilan reached out to grab the Zither back. Since she had already decided to set him free, she must be independent and fulfill her mission. Shui Ilan simply stood up, holding the Blackwave Zither. He looked down at her and smiled. Momo, this may be the last time I'll do something for you. Even if you want to draw a line with me, don't do it now. Clang. The sound of the Zither rang out. Countless waves of light gushed out from his fingertips and flew toward the people of the immortal cultivation sect. Shui Ilan sat there holding the ordinary Zither. She looked at Shui Ilan with a faint light in her eyes. Shui Ilan was probably in a bad mood. The sound of the Zither was like a storm pouring down on the other side. Zither demon. Zither demon. He's making his move. Countless shouts filled people's eardrums. However, this time the Zither didn't sound like usual. Once the sound of the Zither rang out, it could kill people like cutting grass. It was unknown where the cultivators from the immortal cultivation sect had gotten their hands on some kind of magic weapon that could block the sound of the Zither. One after another, they propped up their magic weapons to block the sound. White light flashed one after another, and those magic treasures had already covered the Zither's sound in a pale white cover. The blue Zither waves shot onto those covers, and the ear-piercing sound of metal colliding was deafening. Shui Ilan's 10 fingers flew as he madly played the Zither. However, he was still unable to break through the white barrier. Shui Emo's expression changed slightly. She suddenly stood up. I'll do it. Without any explanation, he snatched the Blackwave Zither and stretched out his fingers to play. After all, she had half of the Devil Ancestor's power, and the murderous sound she played was several levels higher than Shui Ilan's. Her Zither music sounded very peaceful, and there was even a hint of compassion in it. However, when the Zither waves flew out, every single one of them was like a blade of death. When they hit those people's pale, white protective shields, they instantly split open cracks. This was the true Zither of the demon ancestor. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. The surrounding dense green forest seemed to have encountered a harsh winter overnight. Endless leaves rustled down, and the world was filled with desolation. It was as if the wind, the clouds, and the fallen leaves had all become sharp killing weapons, fiercely attacking the cultivators. Demon Ancestor. Long live the Demon Ancestor. Long live the Demon Ancestor. The demon race's camp was filled with cheers. Shui Emo's eyebrows were calm and expressionless. Her 10 fingers were like falling flowers, quickly plucking the Zither strings. Chapter 839. Shui Ilan sat next to Shui Emo, watching her play without saying a word, as if he had already become infatuated. Ding, ding, dong, dong. Just as Shwe Imo zither was about to break through the other side's defensive line, the sound of a zither suddenly came from the other side's camp. The sound of the zither was like a flowing spring on a golden roof, like the golden flowers falling from the sky when Buddha was talking about sutras. The sound of the zither dispersed the dark clouds in the sky, allowing the sun to shine in all directions. Shwe Imo's expression changed greatly. She suddenly raised her head, looking towards the other side's camp. She saw a white-clothed supreme god sitting on a soft cloud, a zither on his knees, playing with his eyes downcast. The heavenly wind fluttered his wide white robe, making him the only bright color on this battlefield dyed with white bones and blood. Shwe Imo's eyes seemed to be surging with wind and clouds. She looked at the white-clothed supreme god, her eyes growing wider and wider. Her movements couldn't help but slow down. She had been looking for him for hundreds of years, but she never thought that they would meet again here. She never thought that she would stand on the opposite side of him. Her zither music was slightly disrupted, but the other side's zither music took the opportunity to attack, wave after wave like a great tide. That pale white zither light wave and her dark blue zither light wave collided and entangled in the air. The dark blue light wave was obviously not a match, retreating little by little, slowly being suppressed. Imo. Careful. Shwe Ilan was very anxious, immediately playing the zither in his bosom. First of all, his skill was indeed not enough, and he didn't specialize in zither music. Second of all, the zither in his bosom wasn't an ancient divine object, so he simply couldn't contend against the other side. A moment later, his face paled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing him spit out blood, Shwe Imo seemed to wake up from a dream. Her somewhat chaotic thoughts were immediately pulled back. She immediately reorganized her spirit, her fingers dancing, playing the black wave zither. The dark blue zither light wave suddenly became twice as bright, desperately colliding with the pale white zither music. Ning Shuama didn't think that the battle between two musical instruments could be so fierce. Whether it was the cultivators from the immortal sect or the devil sect, they were all desperately resisting the other side's zither music. From time to time, someone couldn't resist and turned into ashes. Amidst the surging sound of the zither, the white clouds in the sky danced wildly, and the air was almost distorted. Countless withered branches, leaves, rocks, and dirt were sent flying by the zither music, but they were stirred by an invisible force in the air and turned into nothingness. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Snowy Imo's black hair was blown about by the wind, and even her robe was fluttering in the wind. She pursed her lips tightly and did not retreat in the slightest under the overwhelming power of the other party's Guqin. Her usually dead eyes showed a hint of excitement. She kept staring at the man in the enemy camp without blinking. She was clearly trying her best. The tearing notes she played made Shwe Ilan, who was beside her, feel uncomfortable. His face was even paler than hers. As for the other party, the white-robed man had been sitting upright on the cloud. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest hesitation. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. After a stalemate with Snowy clothes Mo's zither for 4 to 5 minutes, his brows suddenly moved. His pair of eyes looked towards the palanquin over here. Shwe Imo was also looking at him, and their gazes seemed to meet in the air. Actually, this was Shwe Imo's misconception. Her palanquin was specially made. The palanquin was surrounded by a barrier, and the heavy curtain of the palanquin blocked all lines of sight. She could see him through the special channel in the palanquin, but he couldn't see Shwe Imo. Chapter 840. The white-clothed great god sat on the cloud and suddenly floated towards Shwe Imo naturally. The demon soldiers did their best to stop him from approaching. However, this person's skill was too strong. Before he could make another move, anyone who approached him would be blown away by the sound of the zither and turned into ashes in the air. Devil Ancestor, why don't you show yourself and fight with me? The white-clothed man opened his mouth. His voice was like Kunlun's cold jade, tinkling in the wind. Shui Emo's face paled. She didn't open her mouth and continued to urge the zither strings, playing a murderous sound to stop him from approaching. Her faint blue sound waves attacked him, but before they could reach him, they were bounced off by the barrier around his body. He moved faster and faster towards her. It seemed that he wanted to break her palanquin and see the devil ancestor's true face. In this world, no one had ever seen the devil ancestor's true face, not even Shui Emo. She looked on helplessly as the white-clothed man got closer and closer. He was about to see her. Did he still recognize her? Did he recognize the little fox who liked his flute so much and was almost eaten by him? Her eyes were astonishingly bright. Although she knew that as long as he got close to her and broke her palanquin, she still secretly looked forward to it. Clang! One of the strings of the black wave zither broke. She was no match for the other's zither music. Her body swayed, and a line of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Shui Elon suddenly rushed over. Braving the danger of being injured by her zither music, he rushed to her side and snatched the black wave zither from her lap. Shui Emo obviously didn't expect that Shui Elon, whom she had always trusted, would make a move on her. She was also completely focused on Shui Elon's plan. Not only did he snatch her zither, but he also sealed her acupuncture points. Emo, take care. He only said 4 words before he suddenly broke the roof of the palanquin with his palm and rushed out like a flame. Suddenly opened her eyes wide. She wanted to get up, but her acupuncture points were sealed and she couldn't get up for a while. She looked on helplessly as Shui Elon jumped away from her and pretended to be her to meet the white-clothed great god. She heard Shui Elon laugh. I didn't expect there to be a master of music in the celestial realm. Let me see. He was no match for him. Even though she possessed half of the demon ancestor's power, she had no way of surviving against this white-clothed god, let alone Shui Elon, who had only practiced the zither for a few decades. Shui Emo was both shocked and angry. She opened her mouth to shout, but no sound came out. He would die. He would die if he went up against that person. Shui Elon, Lan Shan, you can't die. You mustn't die. Shui Emo's body began to tremble as she attacked her acupoints with all her might. Silly child. A voice floated into her ears. Shui Emo stiffened, her eyes frantically spinning. Devil ancestor. Before she could do anything else, a gust of wind suddenly appeared on the ground. The palanquin she was sitting in suddenly spun in the air and fell into a huge whirlpool that suddenly appeared in the sky. Ning Shuama finally realized that everything she saw seemed to be from Shui Emo's point of view. Because when the palanquin was sucked into the whirlpool, the world in front of her eyes also spun. After the world spun, when she calmed down, she found that the scene had changed. A dark forest, a dusky sky, a 7-colored poisonous fog floating in the air, and a dark hall. This was the scene of the demon world that Ning Shuama often saw in her dreams. She saw the red-clothed girl blow into a magnificent hall like a gust of wind. There was no one else in the hall except for a badly mutilated man lying on a brocade couch in the middle of the hall. Beside him was the black wave zither with its 7 broken strings.